Hello, everyone. How goes it? It's a wonderful day, as they say. As you can also see, I had a GXK little background there for you guys, so that's nice. So yeah, I just got back from Godzilla X Kong. Technically, I got back from it like 2, but I was feeling like actual death after I had some food. I put it specifically on just the Instagram notifications that like I had an allergic reaction. So I was having breathing troubles and I was yeah, so like I was having problems breathing and now I'm feeling better. So I didn't want to stop the stream or anything. I didn't want to cancel it. I want to make sure I could have everyone on here. Yeah, so I have a lot to say. I think it's because like generally I saw this film later that well, not later. I saw this film later in terms of I didn't see it last the other night. Typically it's like midnight premiere type thing. And then I hadn't what's it called? I had seen it earlier today because usually I see it at night, and then all the energy I'm carrying with me from that night, even after a movie that I really liked, my energy is going to be kind of low to begin with. So I had a lot of time to rest up for this, and I'm also feeling better, and I really wanted to talk. And a lot of people had an interest in talking about this, so yeah. So, and also in your case, Tokupunk, since you are mentioning it here, if you have not seen it, I would tell anyone that there's gonna be a lot of Tizumi spoilers throughout this. So that's just a heads up, unfortunately. And I want y'all to be a part of it, but like if you don't want to be spoiled, then I would suggest watch this after you've watched the movie. And I'm just happy that you showed up for a review anyway, and I appreciate it. And we got the Brandines, and we've got Joe Schmo. Good to see the regulars in as always. But obviously, I wanted this to be sort of an open mic for everyone. So, well, what I'll be doing is now I can start spreading the link around like it's a candy. So, right in there, guys. And yeah, now that I'm able to multi stream, I see the streamer pushed out to Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. So, if you guys want to join and just kind of give your quick thoughts, you can. Just starting out, I guess what my thoughts are on this movie. Did I enjoy myself? Yes. Do I think it's the best MonsterVerse movie? No. Where would I rank it in terms of the general MonsterVerse movies? I'd say I liked it a little bit less than GVK, which I liked a little bit less than King of the Monsters, which I liked both it and 2014 the most, and then KSI is kind of right in the middle. It's also just KSI is very different from all the other MonsterVerse movies, and it kind of stands as the odd one out. It was also like the best one. So there's that. You are on Twitch too, yeah. What I pay for with StreamYard does mean I get to multi-stream places, and I already had a Twitch at this point, so I was like, oh, I might as well multi-stream. So there's that. I just wanted to spread out, get some more views that way. Also, on YouTube now I can do super chats. Thanks to all of you guys and kind of make sure I have constant streams and stuff. I now have super chats and super stickers enabled, and that's a big thing I'm thankful for. I'm really thankful for that. I haven't seen it yet, but I think I'm gonna be disappointed. If you liked GVK, you'll like this movie. I will say this: if you like GVK, you'll like this movie. If you liked King of the Monsters, you may not particularly like this movie. And if you liked 2014 and KSI, then you're really like I wouldn't be surprised if you just outright hated this movie, honestly. Yeah, Monarch dropped the ball in a lot of ways, unfortunately. But we actually have started to get some people into the StreamYard already. So first person coming in, it is the Kraken guy. How's it going, sir?
Oh, what's going on?
Nothing much. Just chilling.
What's cool? Yeah. Yeah, GXK. Yeah, it's crazy.
What would you get for like a rating, for example?
In terms of I guess story wise and shit, maybe like I mean it's hard to say. It's like this film I enjoyed, but it's like I hated it at the same time. You know?
Yeah, kind of. Honestly, kind of sums up my thoughts on this too.
Yeah, pretty much. It's like I went to the theater with like three of my buddies, and then it's like
Hmm.
I loved it, but then it's like, oh, God, I hate it.
It's like the thing for me was that like I went in there, I brought like a small notepad to take notes, and I was like, I guess I'm gonna have to like put a light on there to write. I lost that pen, so I had to do everything on my phone. When I transferred it over to my computer, it was like 3 pages worth of notes that I had. So like the entire time I was taking notes on my phone because it was like a lot that I really wanted to talk about. And I also, for anyone wondering, I only planned on seeing this movie one time. Um, and the only time I'm seeing it again is if someone pays for my ticket, in all honesty. But like if I'm giving a rating for it myself, I'm just gonna give it like a 4.5 out of 10, honestly. Like I enjoyed it, but still 4.5 out of 10 for me, guys.
Yeah, that's respectable. Like,
Mm-hmm.
you know, yeah,
Because I
but
guess I'm gonna put the tisms in here as well. So for spoilers, so like it's interestingly enough, the strategy that they did in Godzilla X Kong the Hunted, where you have two stories going on at the same time and they converge essentially at the end, is sort of what they do for this film. Although, um, you did not like. I love how they always advertise the comics as being prequels to these movies, and like you have to pick up these comics to read about what happens right before these movies. This ties in. It does not tie in at all to this movie. Like you could have not read that comic and you're essentially dropped in media res, not wholly, but somewhat into Godzilla and Solo fighting because that's where it left off in the comic. But yeah, so we have that fun fight, which I had some complaints about. At least it feels like that the whole fight was a little slower than it appeared in the trailer. But yeah, big spoiler, guys. Scylla dies.
oh yeah, no, it was like the way she died was like, dude, it was fucking hilarious. Like, it was just blown up like a big balloon.
No, like she gets blasted, and then like it
Yeah.
has. I will say this: the CGI did not like it felt really off.
Oh yeah, no, I agree.
Even like I think the budget was even lower, but like the CGI did not look its best.
Yeah.
Like even compared to how GVK was. GVK had some all right CGI, but like this feels like a dramatic step down CGI wise, and I guess it's because it was a lower budget, and then you have even more monsters on the screen.
Oh yeah.
Unfortunately, so
No, that,
there's
but
that.
like back to like the whole comic thing is like when the Hunted came out and it was like, oh, it's connecting to GXK. It's like, did it though?
The only thing it does is that like it's supposed to quote unquote set up the like fight between Solo and Godzilla, but you didn't even need to have read the comic to have that set up because it doesn't really mean anything.
Yeah,
Like they
and
don't even explain why Godzilla was in Rome to begin with. But
yeah, and not
yeah.
only that, but like I don't know, maybe it's just me, but like I feel like that fight was kind of useless. Like, did it? Was it a part of the plot? I don't know. It felt useless. I don't know.
Yeah, like it did feel absolutely useless because I guess it did was it was setting up the shots of Godzilla in the Colosseum
Yeah,
and
and
just
no,
sort of having that be there.
yeah, yeah. Like I feel like Adam was just like, oh, we're just gonna add a bunch of Godzilla stuff. Don't matter. Don't make sense. It's fine. We'll do it.
Hmm. Because I mean, like they did a pretty good job with Kong's story, but
Yeah.
they have no clue what they want to do with Godzilla.
Yeah,
Um,
they just kind of put stuff in there. Like, here's the thing though, like Tiamat, and sorry for the spoilers. Yeah,
no,
Tiamat.
I'm just keeping the Tism spoilers there at the bottom. Anyone
Yeah, oh
walking
yeah.
into stream should expect Tism spoilers.
So yeah, Tiamat was in the movie, and God, she fucking gets obliterated.
Yeah, I love the fact that like one of the monsters I was really excited to see in this movie gets absolutely like I even knew it was gonna happen. I read all the spoilers and I was like, maybe we're gonna get like a pretty extended fight. Like we barely see Tiamat of the movie, not only because of the fact that she gets one shotted essentially, and then but it's like she's covered in like the purpley floop color energy from
Yeah,
solar rays. So like most of her designs covered up in what is like essentially J.J. Abrams lens flares, and then you see a beam, and yeah, Tiamat's like you see bits of Tiamat, and then Godzilla like moves away. Like it's so funny because Godzilla essentially kicked her out of 2 different places she was living at, and the second time he just ends up in Merxer.
No, for real. Like Tiamat was probably just chilling, and then she's like, "What the fuck? Who woke me?" It's like,
And
"No,
it's like,
you
oh, it's
bitch!
you again.
It's you again!" And then she
Like,
fucking, and then spoilers, she does that Orga type move on Godzilla.
mm-hmm. Like it's so funny because like if you were to sum up everything about Godzilla's plot in this movie, it's that he beats up 2 women and then he beats up an old man and frees his dog.
Bro, no,
That's
he
literally
literally
that's
does.
literally Godzilla's plot throughout the movie.
That's bro. It's like, bro, that's literally what he does. Is he likes to beat up women for some reason.
Outside of Ghidorah, like female Muto, Tiamat,
Oh yeah.
Godzilla. And then like, well, you have what's it called? Ghidorah, Mecha Godzilla, same character essentially, but
Oh,
like,
yeah, yeah.
wow.
Yeah,
But
no,
like,
yeah.
I like here's the thing. Obviously since Doomzilla's in the chat here, like if there's anything you're gonna do to a Godzilla that essentially has very little character, just turn him into the Doomslayer. But like the problem with that is that there's so many of Godzilla's actions that would conflict with that. And I should probably do a video on like why Godzilla could work as a Doomslayer, but why you have to like ignore so much post this movie for that to work really well. But like, my goodness, because all you have is Godzilla fighting Scylla just to set up from the comic, which you could have just cut out that entire fight, had a longer fight with Tiamat, because at least that fight at least led to something.
Yeah. Well, like here's another thing what Godzilla could have done, and somebody else actually mentioned this, is like Godzilla could have just been like he could have just used his alpha call and be like, "All right, bro, I need you to move so I can take all that energy."
Because then here's the thing, if Godzilla uses his alpha call, then that idea works. But if for some reason monsters can disobey the alpha call, then the alpha call is useless because there's always going to be these monsters going to disobey.
Oh
Not to
yeah,
mention
that's
the
true.
fact
Yeah.
that Scylla's already thrown hands with Godzilla twice
Oh yeah, that's true.
to
Yeah,
hurt
yeah.
humans. So Godzilla should have done what he did in this movie from the start and killed Scylla.
Dude, for real
Because
though, like
here's
it
the thing, at least
works
at the
in
end it
like
caught
you
him.
know.
Like at least the alpha call is consistent within King of the Monsters because
Yeah.
like once Scylla submits, she does good things for the environment. But after that, no one knew what to do with her character, and because she was at least visually interesting and she was on screen in King of the Monsters, they had to use her as essentially a punching bag. And they
Oh,
did
yeah.
it twice. They did it in Dominion, and I'm counting Hunted as part of GXK. They used her for GXK and then kill her off.
Yeah. Like here's the thing though, like here's what I feel like they should have done with kaiju plot is in the beginning, Godzilla, all right, he goes to Tiamat. He senses whatever the fuck Scar King, he senses him. Right? So he's getting ready. He's getting involved. And here's what I do have a problem. This is a big issue I have with GXK is like
Mm-hmm.
they revealed Scar so late into the film.
Mm-hmm. Like
Like,
I'll say this, like Scar King, like how they like the scenes they do with him are actually pretty good, but
oh
like
hell yeah.
there's a lot of superfluous stuff that I feel could have been like cut specifically to build him up.
Oh yeah, definitely.
But I think someone just someone said something. Yeah, does Godzilla even touch Tima? No, like he does. He literally bites a chunk out of her and then he like blasts her and like rips her apart
Oh
with
yeah,
his
and then
beam.
he's like, he just goes into her lair and then fucking freezes up. I don't know how he does it,
Mm-hmm.
but oh well. He gets
Yeah,
frozen and then he
like
evolves and
he
you know
gets
he
in the
comes out.
frozen flood juice and then he comes out pink.
He comes out Barbiezilla, yeah.
Yeah, he comes out Barbzilla.
Huh?
But like, here's the other thing too: is that like Godzilla, there's a whole like reshifting and retconning of what the Titans are in this movie. But like Godzilla, like the whole scene, because like we also get to see Godzilla drain a nuclear power plant, and
Oh yeah,
we
we
see
got to
like
see
the
how
new
he finally
energy.
absorbs
uh,
radiation.
yeah, and it's actually a really cool scene. And this would have been so cool if we got to see this in a Godzilla movie where he's the villain. Like just watching that happen over and over again, it's such a cool visual. And then we get to see the nuclear pulse. So for anyone wondering, the nuclear pulse comes after this. He drains a nuclear plant that's in France and then goes out to fight Tiamat. But here's the thing: Godzilla went off to like fight Tiamat after he absorbed the radiation. He's so overwhelmed with radiation at that point. He's walking through a city and like helicopters can't get close enough to him because he's just burning everything around him. And you see him as he goes into the water, boiling seawater. Like, there were so many people that died in this movie that
Dude, for
never
real.
ever get mentioned, and like it's really the annoying thing about it is that like the there's one scene where Andrews tells one guy who I think is like the only character I liked in this movie that like you got to show some respect for these dead people. They had families. Yo, there's so many people. There's so many families that probably died in this movie. Like I would never want to live in the MonsterVerse because you have a private organization that is abiding by giant monsters who aren't really our protectors, and their actions to save the world kill hundreds every time they're around.
For real though, here's the thing though, like when people say that MonsterVerse is a hero, it's like, hold on a bit. Think about what he did in 2014. He basically fucking murdered two animals trying to have babies.
Like, here's the thing: was that in the 2014 canon? That makes sense because like at least it was more natural in a sort of, oh, Godzilla is like not the hero. He's just nature doing what nature does. Sure,
Yeah,
okay. Then that transitions into Godzilla is actually like the key to coexistence. He's our protector type thing in King of the Monsters. Cool. Then
right.
when we have him and Ghidorah fight, at least they give us some things to say that Boston was abandoned. So like they're fighting in what is essentially an empty city. Then we go to King and GVK when we see people in these buildings and on the ground, and Godzilla's like rising up from the ocean, destroying like bridges and blasting a hole in the middle of a major city.
Yeah,
God,
and he doesn't give a shit.
wow. Um, but what's it called? Someone else said it. It was about yeah, Godzilla absorbing radiation for it. Yeah, it's like
uh,
it is similar to how like he absorbs radiation in 84, but like it's a really cool visual. I liked it. Um but like it's funny. Like it's really cool to see him do it in a modern age. It's definitely very different from how it's done in 84, I'll say that. Um but like here's the thing, and I picked up on it, and it's really weird and like annoying because they set it up that Godzilla sealed away Scar King, and then
oh
somehow
yeah,
Scar King
bro.
found Shimo, but they don't explain how Scar King found Shimo or how Godzilla locking him down there.
Bro,
He forgot,
bro.
like Godzilla forgot Shimo was there too for Scar King to use. They never explain the crystal floop that Scar King uses, but then like this is supposed to be a quote unquote prison, but Kong literally jumps down a hole right near where he's been just kind of chilling.
For
And
real though, it's
Monarch
like,
knows where he is, but they didn't decide to ever monitor down that hole to find the uncharted area that they had no clue was there.
what's
Not to
like,
mention the fact that like the apes were able to get up above the to get above and attack the outpost. Like it does not make sense there. And like had it been set up that like something happened in Hollow Earth and then Kong found a new location, like that whole structure that he goes down into that blue cave never like it gets uncovered. It's just there right by his house. He just jumps down there.
what's weird though, because like when you mentioned that, oh, they've been stuck in a prison, it's like, and then Kong found it. It's like, did Scar even fucking try at
Yeah,
all?
it does
Like,
feel like he
no,
didn't even try.
he was like, he just went, no, no, no. Here's what happened. He's like, oh shit, he lost. He just goes in his chair all depressed. He's like, I'm not even gonna try.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, but
But
like
like
the origin story, it does piss me off because it's like you said, a lot of the shit was not explained. And here's what also pisses me off is the fact that because they changed the origin apparently
mhm.
in GVK. You know how like all the Kongs and Godzillas went to war with each other, right? Well,
Yeah,
it's like in this they completely changed it, and it's
changed
like
it, so now it's
how
only
the
just him who did it.
yeah, and it's like, bro, how the fuck could Godzilla fought an entire like? You got to remember, he was a lot younger when he fought Scar King and apparently, quote unquote, locked him up, and it was like, what,
Mhm.
bro? That don't make sense.
Or the fact that, like, for example, in I think it was the GVK novelization, they say that when they mention about how Godzilla was the one who ate a star, but like, so if Godzilla is the one who ate the star, it was always implied in the book because that's where they're referencing it from that it turned Godzilla evil, and that's from what the Iwi said. But clearly, these are Iwi living down in the Hollow Earth. So, like, did like Skull Island Iwi text get distorted or something, or
Yeah,
like
it's like yeah.
because it's really clear that like they wanted to use that point, but then didn't really think, oh wait, that doesn't make sense.
Exactly, bro. It's
But
like,
or the other thing too, where it's like now the Titans and the great apes are different from the Titans in terms of classification, and the Titans are the guardians of nature, and the great apes defend humanity. But the guardian slash god of the Iwi people is Mothra, who is not a great ape but is a Titan with a
yeah,
relationship to Godzilla, who is not a god of the Iwi but is needed for the Iwi because in their end times, is when all of this is going to take place. So yeah, outside of the fact that Ghidorah happened, we have another end times event occur. So the prophesized end of days for the Iwi has come and passed. So like, I'm not sure what like that. We know there's going to be no kind of shake up to their society because we essentially averted their Ragnarok.
oh yeah.
But at the end of the movie, like, unless like Toho's like, you know what, you guys can use Destroya, because no, because like here's
Yeah.
the thing: you have Godzilla, you have
Yeah, no,
Mothra,
I
you have
get it
all
though.
the Titans that haven't like awoken and are essentially under Godzilla's command. You now have what's it called? You have Shimo, you have Kong, then you have the army of other Kongs, plus everything that's down to the Hollow Earth too, that may or may not listen to either Godzilla or Kong. Like, oh my goodness, is bad. Mwah. There you go.
No, I'm
But
reading this one person in the comment, bro. Scar King could have left when he, yeah, dude. Like I said, yeah,
he could he he could
he
have
could
left
have.
at any time.
Oh god, I can't, bro. Scar King may be fucking aggressive as fuck, but he ain't smart.
Yeah, I'm also dropping the link again for anyone who wants to join in with the discussion. But like it's so funny. Like, bro, you could have left at any time.
Bro, if I was literal, bro, if I was one of those apes just living there, like, just under his command, I would have just straight up walked up to him and be like, bro, are we gonna leave or not?
Yeah, not to mention the fact that like a lot of them are just scared. Where it's like, like the Hollow Earth, like we don't see any of the other apes go into the portal, but like if they're just like other Kongs or other great apes, then they're literally evolved to withstand the pressure of that. So ultimately, they could have just left at any time. Like if
For
enough of them
real
were
though.
scared, they could have just all just ran. Like,
And
bro,
the crazy
run.
thing is, they've been there from what I know, like from what they said. Oh, Shimu was the one who created the first ice age. You're telling me
Mm-hmm.
they've been there for 2 million years and they didn't leave,
Yeah.
bro? Bro, I swear.
Not to mention the fact that like it's very clear now that Godzilla wasn't like at war with all the great apes, just like these ones. If these guys submitted to Godzilla, Godzilla would have been like, unless we're not gonna say that Godzilla literally was on some demon time and would have been like murk any of these guys on sight, they could have left and like been protected by Godzilla at this
Yeah.
point. We got another one joining. It's the Absurd Potato. How's it going, sir?
Hello. I'm probably
What's
not
Shalom.
up?
going to be
Welcome.
here for too long,
Yeah.
but I'm going to definitely say my thoughts on the movie since I recently watched it.
Yeah, since obviously you're not gonna be here too long, give us your thoughts, good sir.
Yeah,
I thought it was an extremely funny movie. It is silly. It is not trying to make you think about it too much. Just roll the punches. The fights were honestly some of my favorites and some of the funniest.
No, there were some fun choreography. I would give them that. Like
yeah.
specifically, the fights with Kong were the best. Out of like all of them, like Kong versus the Apes was at least my highlight, and Guds and Kong versus Scar was also a pretty good fight too.
Oh
I feel
yeah,
like
dude. I fucking got. I don't know why, but when I was in the theater with my buddies, I screamed quietly when Godzilla shot his atomic breath at Scar. Like, it was the funniest shit because he kept waddling. He was like, "Oh, don't touch me!"
Where like it's one funny detail is the fact that literally in the first fight, Kong hits Scar King once, and after he gets hit once, Scar King's like, "Oh nope," and he just pops out Shimo. If you watch that entire fight, he gets one hit in. Man got one lick, and he was like, "Nah, bro."
No, that's the thing though. He got hit by Kong once, and he's like, "Nah, I'm gonna have this big ass white Elsa looking monster do it for me."
Mm-hmm.
it's literally like to call a fraud.
One sec. He's like, correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't something in the film kind of say that Godzilla would only go after Scar King if he went into the surface world? Well,
No, that's from King Kong. That was for Kong only.
that was it was only if Kong went to the surface world would he be in quote unquote Godzilla's territory to for Godzilla
sight.
to attack. But then the other thing is that like there's the whole like legend that the Iwi have that Mothra's gonna like a girl's gonna bring Mothra back and Godzilla's gonna have to fight Scar King regardless. But like essentially Godzilla was sensing something was going on because the Iwi sent out the SOS for Godzilla. So Godzilla would have had to have gone down to the Hollow Earth to begin with, which means Kong going up to the surface shouldn't be enough for Godzilla to throw hands because Godzilla should know what that is. And it's essentially implied that he does know what it is. So overall, unless Godzilla was gonna let them come up to the surface world to fight, Godzilla put a lot on the line and might have like allowed even more people to die because he would have been like, "All right, you guys come up here, and then we throw hands."
I'm pretty sure this was his plan.
It's like he didn't even go to Hollow Earth until like Kong got there. You know, it's like, what?
I'm pretty sure it was I'm pretty sure he just was going to let them come to him.
I guess, but like. At that point, it's like if we're supposed to have a balance of nature, and he's like, "Let them come to him." Was Godzilla just gonna fight in like some random place in the Arctic? Because probably, but it doesn't seem that way. Because
no, he was on some hating energy. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, no, Godzilla just seems like a giant hater in the movie.
Wait, you know what's funny though is that the
think
fact
that he
didn't go to Hollow Earth until, or like you guys said, he was gonna like wait until Scar, whatever the fuck, got up there. It was like makes me wonder. Is this motherfucker afraid to go to Hollow Earth or what?
Well, it's sort of like it's weird because then they establish the thing that like Godzilla and Kong still have some beef, but Godzilla's like, you know what, I'll let you keep Hollow Earth, but he clearly has responsibilities down there. So like at the end of GVK originally, the respect which Wingard originally had said was the case between the two should have just like been like, okay, they should have buddied up from the beginning.
Bro, I was
for some reason in a later interview he does say
damn,
like they have some beef still. It's like they really just wanted to have another fight between these two.
Now think of it like this, Han. Just because they have respect doesn't mean they're not going to go on site. Just think of like Goku and Frieza. They respect each other, but he still hate each other's guts and will fight each other on the site.
But the difference is that Frieza's like genocidal. Kong isn't. So it's like like Vegeta wanting to fight Goku while Cell's like in the background about to kill everyone.
There's an obvious explanation for this. It's because Godzilla is racist to monkeys.
Apparently, like that has to be the only canon explanation.
No, literally. think about it. He actively went out of his way to go beef with Kong, even though he knew Mechagodzilla was the bigger threat. He actively was tweaking out this entire film, going all these crazy power-ups just for a bunch of monkeys and a giant stupid ice dog. Even though he did this for King Ghidorah, Mechagodzilla, he didn't do it for any of those two. None of them. He only ever did
you're
effort.
Is that like this throws into question so many things because like if the Mutos were such a big danger and like
why didn't he messing with at the time? It was
why didn't he go after a bunch of sleeping monsters to get like ultra powered
racist?
He's racist. You're right. No, he's racist.
That's the only. That has to be the only logical explanation.
He's only racist to orange monkeys.
Guy asked, how does Godzilla react once he enters Hollow Earth, if he even does? He does. Like if you saw the clip of him riding on, like Kong riding on his back, and the original clip of Kong and Godzilla running, that's them in the Hollow Earth. Like Godzilla, I don't even think they even planned to have them come up to the Hollow Earth. I think it was just because of them fighting that Scar jumped down and they had to follow him at that point.
Yeah.
Honestly, a little off topic, but I want to talk about Shimo since I have a bit of a weird opinion on her.
Ice Dojo Looney?
Well, alright. So first things first, I was about what I expected with her. I was honestly expecting Scar King to be the real highlight villain and Shimo being kind of meh. And that's more or less what I expected. But honestly, I found her screen time to be rather amusing because 90% of her screen time, outside of her introduction, was her getting tackled by Godzilla.
It's either her getting tackled by Godzilla or like her, like she has like either she's like has a headache, shooting her ice beam, or getting tackled by Godzilla, or and then at the end she just doesn't know. Like it's weird because they're like Shimo's like this ancient titan, but then like
she's just a giant stupid dog.
She's literally more like a 5-year-old dog because if you think about it, when she was like, 3, she looked at Godzilla and she was like, "Huh?"
Like, what?
She's just a
She was like,
giant
"What?"
people.
And then she saw Godzilla going towards Scar, and she was like, "Oh, is this who we're supposed to kill? I got you."
Yeah. Like, here's the thing. A lot of
She-
people are saying that like it's like the 70s Showa movies, and Wingard has said as much. Here's the thing. At least with all of the Showa movies, they had the decency to usually introduce at least one monster, sometimes two.
Yeah.
But in those
They
cases, they
introduced
did a
so
lot
many
to
in this
establish those
movie.
monsters and really make them a part of the story. Like Megalon is more integral to Godzilla versus Megalon than Shimo is to this movie.
Yeah,
Or
because
even
like Megalon
No,
has like
to
a
be fair,
decent,
this movie, this really wasn't really a
he has
Godzilla
like a
movie.
decent story, if you know what I mean.
Mhm.
I
Yeah,
would
no,
argue this
because,
is
like, it's
more
more
of
of a Kong movie, yeah.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And honestly, I think that's for the better. I would
Yeah, like
argue.
I'm gonna be honest, this should have been a Kong 2 film and just not even have Godzilla or even
Mhm.
Shimo in this movie.
Nah, like how do I feel like they kind of have to because like you can't like it's gonna be like it will be like really awkward. And besides, let's be real here, having a team up movie is just the logical step to go from the last film.
No, like, I'll tell you this much, honestly, if it was a Kong 2 film,
Hold on.
you move back, like, you very much, like, you drop almost all of the human scenes, because most of those human scenes are Godzilla related. So you drop the entire Godzilla plotline. You have a much smaller cast of actors. That means you're probably on less locations having to deal with extras. That means probably you can invest more into the CGI budget because you're almost entirely in either CGI settings or jungle settings.
That's
And
the
that
thing
means you
is,
could
like,
probably spend more time actually making the Hollow Earth feel like it has some scale to it.
yeah.
But instead, we have to have these scenes where we're having a lot of extras running around, and that's probably and shooting in all these different locations, which is probably
See,
going to
that's the
build
thing,
up the
it's like,
cost.
see, that's the thing. Like, I feel like if it was just a Kong 2 film, I feel like okay, they can slow down and make less kaiju stuff, but like make it more visual and make it like look better.
I
If
don't
you know
know.
what I mean?
Mhm.
I feel like the Godzilla stuff worked very well for this film. I feel like he was
Mm,
just fine
Eh.
for me.
mm.
I mean, we just got -1 last year, so I'm not exactly craving more Godzilla, but I'm
Well, here's the
craving
thing.
more.
I'm not craving Godzilla content in terms of like I needed this movie to have a lot of Godzilla action in it. Like honestly, if this was just a MonsterVerse movie that was a Kong movie, I would have said sure because honestly, it feels like thematically and
Yeah,
story
same for me.
wise, you could have done so much better.
Yeah, like,
But
I
like
would take it.
the
I'll
other
take
thing too is
movie any day.
there's so many things that are introduced here that raise so many other questions for the early films. So like for example, we are introduced to the Monarch base academies. So like what can be assumed is that we're having either people who are displaced by Titan attacks or just Monarch staff children in these
Okay,
academies,
so
and that causes like Ren Sarazawa's entire plot line to like fall apart because the only reason he's with Apex is apparently because of his daddy issues with his father. And a lot of people told me
Okay.
that maybe he got those daddy issues with his father was because of the fact that he was like traveling around and stuff. But if Monarch at this point, being hounded by government and private interests, can have literal like schools for children and their parents can be on site, Ren's character makes no sense.
all right,
Yeah, no,
so
I feel bad for Ren because like his character could have had so much potential and shit. You know?
all right, I'm gonna be completely honest here and be blunt with this. You're overthinking this movie more than everyone else is, because quite
here's the
frankly,
thing.
I don't give a shit about that stuff.
Well, then, like, don't make it a cinematic universe. Just have like movies that don't interconnect with each other. Like, don't hire
Well,
mythology people. Don't tell me there's
I
lore, or like. And here, the other thing too is that like at
well,
that
it's
point,
not really the director's fault. Really, that's more of the studios.
that's
'cause, you know,
yeah. I mean, like we could say we don't. I'm not saying it's the director's fault. I'm just saying that this is what's in the film, and that's what's the problem with it. Like, if this is like what people want, and it's like and they're happy with it, I mean, like, I'll say this. I had some kid come up to me and like ask me what I thought of the film because he saw like I had a Godzilla shirt on. I told him it was awesome. I mean, I didn't really think it was like the best movie ever, and I'm very critical of it, but like I'm not gonna like tell him, oh, it's so bad. You're a bad fan if you're going to see the movie. It's like if this is what ultimately is what's giving like money to Godzilla, and my case, I'd be like, I don't really like it. I'll still watch it like maybe once or twice, collect the movie, maybe buy one, twice. I haven't even gotten anything. I never even got anything from GVK. Like, if all it does is just pump more money into Toho and Toho does more of what they've been doing with their stuff, Shin and -1, I'd be like, sure, maybe like I get a better Singular Point season 2. Maybe I get something else that I like from them. Cool. Like I liked what the Monsters was doing earlier, just the direction I don't like as much.
Same.
I don't know. Like I don't know. I guess I'm just like far more easier to please with these films.
Like again, I enjoyed myself. It's just there's a lot of problems, and I think that like I've liked a lot of the films previously. Like I don't want another film to do something that makes me question everything else in a previous film, because ultimately, if you're making me question things in another film, then what is the point of the investment of the viewer? And
Though I do think it's very clear that the writing of this film and generally the thought process is far more to casual audience to again aren't going to pay attention to that stuff compared to us, and that's really up to a personal taste, I suppose. Since I know I can forgive a lot of those contrivances since I know they're not really going to actually matter in the long run of the story.
well, they're not
Or
going to matter in the long run of the story because they're never going to address them. So like
exactly.
But speaking of like
at that point, it's
audiences
like
and stuff, it's like for like people who like aren't gonna pay attention, bro. I wasn't expecting this, but hey, maybe I just haven't been paying attention or anything. But when I went to the theater to watch the XK, there were so many young kids.
Oh
yeah, I
yeah.
mean like what's it
Oh,
I
called?
don't know. Maybe
yeah.
I'm a dumbass because maybe I didn't notice. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm a dumbass. I don't know.
But like if we're like a lot
Nah,
of
it's
people are
not
saying
bad. It's just
we're in late Showa era, like if that's the case, then like we've seen how this happens at least 3 times at this point. So
Yeah.
like
You
it's
know what's funny
not
though
like
is
this
I
is
talked to my
unprecedented in
I
terms
talked
of
to my
where the
parents about this, and
franchise
it's like,
tilts
whoa,
and then what happens afterwards.
yeah, and it's like, whoa, don't tell me they're gonna try and repeat history again.
For the 4th time.
who knows what's gonna happen. I like the film. I think it's extremely funny. Well, at
Like
least
again, I like the film. It's just I don't
uh,
think like I think
yeah, that's all I really have to
think,
say. I'm still kind of processing my feelings on the film.
mhm.
Actually, same
The
for me. I'm kind of being a dumbass and being like, oh wait, I still got to process.
But like I definitely felt like it has like sort of a Saturday morning cartoon vibe, if that's the right word
Mhm.
to use. Like a monster of the week type of feel.
No, it literally feels like an episode out of like Godzilla series or Hanna-Barbera Godzilla or something.
This is gonna
Honestly,
sound
I
fucking
fuck with
stupid,
that.
but
I fuck with that heavy.
it felt like a final battle of like this is gonna sound fucking stupid for me to say, but like it's gonna sound like, oh no, it's the final battle of like Monster Island Buddy something, you know?
Mhm.
It's fucking stupid, but like you get what I'm trying to say, right?
No, like I know I definitely get what you're saying. Like,
Yeah.
it does feel like, oh, we've introduced this new monster. Here is some new lore. This monster, Felice, could destroy the world, but our heroes arrive just in time to like thwart the evil monster. And then the
You
good
got
men
your
go back up,
time.
and then the bad men will be like, I will get you next time, Ziller. And then yeah.
I wish we got more of the Scholar King. He was so funny to me. Just all
Bro,
he's like,
just imagine
he's so
if he
stanced
didn't
up.
fucking die. Just imagine if like, oh, he's safe for the sequel.
No, like honestly, what's it called? They could have done something interesting with him and kept him around. The only
Yeah,
issue
they
is
could
that
have.
like you can't really like unless you find like a really creative way to let a monster escape or die and come back, you can't really have some like monsters like run off somewhere that the heroes can't reach them because well they're giant monsters. So
Yeah, you know
Bro.
how it is.
Just imagine
mhm.
if like, oh, if Scar King survived, like just imagine if like a fucking third sequel and be like, oh shit, he escaped.
The
Mhm.
He's
Matthew
on the move. Shoot him.
he teamed up with like aliens or something.
Oh Jesus
Mm.
Christ! Planet
No, like
aliens from
literally
Planet X
aliens
come out and he fucking teams up with them. Oh god.
the
Like
aliens could do like what's it called? At least the aliens can sort of do that. We'll get you next time type thing because at least they have the excuse of being able to fly places out of
he's
like
like
Earth and stuff.
he like teams up with like some it's like like what was it called? Those like the what the hell?
Exilians
Yeah,
or whatever.
yeah,
What the,
Exilians. It becomes like there's like their henchmen or something.
oh Jesus
Hmm.
Christ.
Just gets like a and it's like a robot like butler or something. Not
Oh
like
geez.
butler, but like a robot henchman or something like something out of, like Transformers, like Starscream and what the hell was his name?
Megatron.
No, not Megatron. It was the other dude that was like Starscream's like the really dumb one. I
Um,
forgot his name.
I'm thinking of like a dumb Decepticon.
Well,
I
they're
want to
all
say
dumb.
Bulkhead, but I don't think that's an actual I think that is a one, but I think it's an Autobot. No,
Ratchet,
Blitzwing's
yeah.
which one?
No. Actually, no, I'm wrong. Not Ratchet.
Yeah, Ratchet's an Autobot.
No, it's Knockout. Yeah, I was thinking of Knockout.
Yeah, Knockout from Transformers Animated.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, speaking of aliens, I want to share this. I don't know if people have seen this, and I don't know if you can show an image if you want to. I don't know. If you can't, it's fine. But like, speaking of aliens, I don't know if you guys noticed in Bernie's podcast thing, but he made a podcast mentioning Planet X
Yeah.
and Monster
the
Island.
Gargantua sponsorship.
God,
Yeah.
I hope that's foreshadowing because that would be so good. That would be so silly. And honestly,
I mean,
you know what? Fuck
at
it.
this point, if we're going Showa, you know what?
We
just
suplex
do
the
those,
shark.
I guess. Yeah, we did not suplex the shark. We suplexed the monkey.
That was the best scene in the movie for me. That was the best scene in the movie. I did not see the leaks, so I did not respect it. And honestly,
What, the
honestly,
monkey scene or what?
no, the suplex.
I don't even remember the suplex was even in the leaks. I just remember them
Wait, I'm a
fighting.
dumbass. What?
I know that they fought, but I didn't know he was going to suplex him. And honestly, that just convinced me he was racist. Because you don't do that to just some random dude. You just don't do that to someone.
I love the fact that the clip from the trailers where you see Godzilla's spikes light up and he's about to use his atomic breath is in context. It's Kong dragging him by his tail to get in.
Oh, that was the fucking craziest scene. I was like, no, that was a leak that I read, and it was like, what?
It had the same energy as like Will Smith dragging the alien through the desert in Independence Day.
Yeah,
dragging your heavy ass through the desert.
Like, it had that one vibe where, like, remember? I don't know if you remember this, but from King Kong versus Godzilla in the older movie, it gives me the vibes of that scene when Kong grabbing Goji's tail and like fucking trying to grab him and throw him and shit.
Oh yeah, no.
I kept getting those type of vibes.
One more thing before I go.
Oh yeah, Joe Schmo's pocket sand. It's like pocket sand. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I think I thought it was funny how for most of the film Scar King was fighting Kong, and then the moment he fought Godzilla, the movie was just over.
Oh yeah, because he was like fucking running away like a little kid.
Yeah, no, like unlike Kong, at least when Kong fought Godzilla, he got it hit. I don't think
like he got hit, but like he kept going.
I don't even remember if
he did not get a single hit on him.
I think
he did not land
the
a
closest
hit.
he got to a hit was like the whip, but
he didn't hit him.
He bit him.
He just grabbed that shit out of the air and just yanked it. Like, boy, get that shit out of here.
He's like, get that shit.
Honestly, if you ask me, I was pretty convinced Godzilla could have just soloed both of them. He was whooping everyone's ass.
Oh, Scar King and Shima? Or
yeah. I'm pretty sure he could have taken them both.
Scar King wasn't even an issue for Godzilla at all.
And Shima wasn't shit. He was ragdolling him for shit.
For real though, he was ragdolling that bitch. Like, he didn't care. Like, he got thrown, but he did not care.
Literally got like frozen in solid ice. The moment he got out, he locked in and just tackled her.
Yeah, like
that was
he
the second one too.
He got frozen completely in midair.
Yeah, and then after that,
he just like swam through the anti-gravity and got him.
You know, when I first saw the new Evolved Godzilla, I didn't really know what to think of it. I was sort of a mixed bag, but after seeing it in like film, I'm honestly come around to it because like the figures don't do it justice. I would say.
I will say this.
What?
The new Evolved Godzilla design. I think I come around to it.
Yeah, no. Here's the thing, though. He just kind of he wasn't really special. He just kind of moved like normal Goji, but like with just really fast, you know.
Yeah, like well,
because he moved
I'll say
really
this,
fast, even when Michael Dory's design, he kept moving fast, even with that. So it's like, what was the point?
Like he jumped a lot, even while he was in the
Hollow
King of the Monsters design.
Yeah,
but
like what was the point of his evolved form when he was moving the
toys?
Oh yeah,
I mean,
yeah, that's true. That's true.
yeah. The Adam did say like he wanted a lot of the design to look like something you see out like a '90s toy store or something.
Or
Like,
like
know,
just
You
fucking
know,
see
like Kenner
Barbie.
aliens.
You know.
well, here's the thing: is that like after seeing the film, I will say this: the evolved plates kind of blend into the design a little bit better than they do on like the toy versions. But having seen a edit where Godzilla spines are like a deep orange, similar to Godzilla 2000s, I would have preferred a those like the design having orange instead of pink. But
Yeah, I would
like
actually prefer that
it
instead
feels
of
like
pink
the only
atomic
reason
bread.
why
Just
they
put
had
in
it
the
being
fucking orange,
pink
you know.
was done to specifically contrast him against Shimo and her powers, because Shimo's blue and white, Godzilla would have been gray and blue. So they would have been blue on blue with gray and white. And I think having pink and gray will contrast better with white and blue. But
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna be
yeah.
off now.
All right, see ya.
All right, peace.
Adios.
Like,
revoir.
it's weird though. Like, as much as like, like you said, like maybe we could have had a different color. I don't know.
Yeah, bro
why.
literally was
For
like
some
he took that Make Love Not Warcraft episode from South Park seriously. He just was grinding boars and then like had enough to like 2v1 both of them.
Yeah.
They was
You know what's weird though? I don't know why though. Like, but like, there was one scene. I don't know why. I'm not sure. But when he got all supercharged, fully pink, I don't know why. This is gonna be very probably controversial or whatever the fuck. But I actually really liked that whole pink looking shit. I don't know why, but I just did.
I think at least like visually, like some of the animations on it is at least interesting. I just like because he's so pink and like it's such a vibrant color. Sometimes I couldn't even really see what he was doing under like so what he or even Shima was doing underneath at certain points because they're just surrounded by so much color. Like Tiamat's the worst offender because Tiamat's already like super lanky, so like it's hard to make out details. But then Tiamat's also underwater with a bunch of fluorescent colors on it. It's like.
Yeah, and it's like,
How varied are Scar King's silly roars?
Oh,
Well, honestly, I will say this: there's a lot of variety because he has a lot of different what's it called? He has a lot of
like,
emotion.
yeah,
Like
there's like one roll that he did on Shimu. I don't know why. Don't like it sounded like he was having a voice crack for a minute. I don't know.
like I will say this, like they apparently in the script they have the roars mean certain things, so there's at least a objectively implied emotion from these monsters. And I would say at least direction wise you can with that being the context you're coming into it with, I can see like at least what could be implied what they're saying. But like Scar King's like is really like they could have done more with him but decided not to.
Oh,
There's a lot of
he could have been
fun.
fucking terrifying if like they kind of changed up a bit about it. Like,
Well, I mean, like what's it called? Did you
the
see
stuff he did.
the what's it called? The spikes on the head scene when they're going into his lair for the first time?
Oh yeah.
Like it's funny because like that's supposed to be a kids movie, but right as they're going into Scar King's lair, you just see like 3 ape heads on spikes. Not just bones, but like full on just heads on spikes, like it's Game of Thrones.
Oh yeah, that shot. I forgot about that.
Mm-hmm. And then like I also love the problem I'd also say with this film and also with the Marvel films in general is there's a lot of bathos humor. And for anyone wondering what bathos humor is, it's that kind of humor where dramatic scenes are undercut by something that is made to be silly. So like very dramatic scene, slapstick humor, that's a pretty good example of bathos type humor. So like there's one scene where Kong's helping out another member of his species and then another ape gets up in his face and like is really just like chomping at it, and Kong just knocks him out. I will say this, like I enjoyed it; it was funny, but like that's the kind of humor you get throughout the entire movie, and it's like I can only handle so much of a certain humor style for so long, and like there's some moments that made me chuckle, but if you're not a fan of that kind of humor, then not all the jokes are gonna land with you.
I'm gonna be honest, Scar King is a joke. Took it out. Yeah, no,
Scar
like,
King looks
dude, Ghidorah would have wiped him out in a split second. Like, just because Scar is agile, Ghidorah would have wiped him out. Very simple.
Like, let's honestly think about it, because Scar King was not able to hit Godzilla. Shimo got bodied by evolved Godzilla.
Yeah, that's
And
true. I
Ghidorah
mean,
was able to
Scar King kept
overpower
running
a
away. He got hit
supercharged
once or whatever.
Godzilla. Like, Ghidorah probably is still the biggest threat of the MonsterVerse, because
Oh yeah, he
Mechagodzilla,
definitely is.
yeah.
Like, here's the thing though. Like for Scar, like when Scar and Godzilla fought, like Godzilla, he was shooting his atomic breath, but like when Scar threw his whip at him, he just grabbed it and bit it and then threw him like.
Mhm.
And then he hit him once with his atomic breath, but then he kept running away. But like, I think what would happen if Ghidorah had met this dude, he'd probably have the same little problem. Like he'd be shooting his beams, he kept running away, and then like I don't know, maybe if like Ghidorah got a chance, he'd probably fly above him. And if
Yeah.
like Scar didn't get out of the way in time, he could have grabbed him and then fucking flown him up in
Yeah,
the air and
like
just
the
dropped
Cottom
him.
era villains are still the most powerful of the verse, because like what's that called? The Muto Prime Muto Prime essentially beat pre-Cottom Godzilla, and they still, like, people, like the authors have still said Kong would have needed a weapon and armor to even like fight Muto Prime. So
Oh yeah, they did
it
say
could be
that.
argued that like the like armored up Beast Claw Kong could maybe be similar in power to Muto Prime, but then Ghidorah is still the strongest. Mechagodzilla is lower than like both of those. So like
Yeah.
Gotham had the most packed villains overall. So there's that. But like, and that's the thing too, is that like the whole like perception that the film was trying to make before it come out was that like these are the most dangerous villains we've ever seen.
Yeah, they
And
kept saying it in the
the
trailers,
whole
but it's like in the movie, it's like,
Ghidorah,
wow.
well, the Ice Age that we got is what is like what happened with Scar King. But like, okay, I guess. The timeline gets thrown into floop whack, so there's that. But it the other problem too is that like I said, all the Showa movies did a lot to make sure that like the new monsters they introduced were very like front and center to their stories, and like were the ones that like at least put in work against Godzilla. Like Hedorah against Showa Godzilla put up a bigger fight. So did Gigan. Like the
Oh
exception would
yeah,
only
and then
really be
Ghidorah and the
Megalon.
three-headed monster.
Yeah, Ghidorah like needed 3 monsters. Like Megalon's the only exception really, and Kamunga and Ebra, I guess. Like
Yeah.
those are really the only exceptions of monsters who either weren't like the big threat or needed someone else to help them in a fight. But even then, like they had a lot of time to shine. Like Megalon shows up and starts destroying a lot
Oh yeah, he destroys
before
a
we even
lot
get
of
the
shit.
fight with Godzilla, Jet Jaguar, and Gigan. And even then, Megalon had a earlier fight with Jet Jaguar. Then Gigan shows up, and then you get the fight with all 3 of them, or not 3, all 4 of them. At least like we built up to Orga and Godzilla 2000, even though like you only see him fight at the end of the movie. Biolante is like very important to her story. Same thing with Space Godzilla too.
Oh yeah, dude, they introduced space pretty good actually.
Mm-hmm. Like, at least like here's the thing. It's like you can say it's a stupid name. At least with Space Godzilla showed up, defeated the hero, and then like you really felt like he was a threat. Because at least like unlike Scar King needed Shimo to beat Kong, because like had that
Yeah.
fight continued, it kind of does seem like he would have lost that. And since Shimo doesn't have a lot of personality, I don't really feel like, oh wow, I'm so scared of them. But I think the movie really missed out opportunity to have a Godzilla fight Shimo when I want to introduce her as an actual threat. Yeah, like
Yeah, like they should have done better. Like make her
Shimo
into an
does feel
actual
like
threat.
below. I think Shimo feels like she's stronger than Kong, but like about as strong, if not maybe a little stronger than Mechagodzilla. But then Godzilla, Ghidorah, and Muto Prime are still like league stronger, and that's not even going off of
Yeah.
like power scale, just based on like pure performance.
Oh yeah.
Even the Mutos, who like are supposed to be just parasites, put up a better fight.
Oh hell yeah, because they fucking dude, they were making Godzilla bleed as hell because they kept stabbing him.
Or the fact that like Scar King somehow was not able to finish off Kong while Shimo literally froze his arm. Like you could say like, oh, it's his personality to be like a brutal conqueror who like wants to make a proof point, but like I don't know.
Yeah, he's not doing a good job at being a conqueror.
Yeah. But like it feels like they do like in this movie they have their badmen do like a bunch of superfluous badman stuff, but then like they're not strong enough to be actual threats. So then like when they do lose, the only reason why you feel it feels cathartic is because of the fact that they are the bad men that you were told are the bad men.
On this question,
Like,
did Godzilla ever bleed? I don't think
no,
he did.
Godzilla didn't even bleed.
I don't think he ever did. Not even once.
Like Godzilla bled and caught him, and in 2014 he did not.
He didn't bleed in this film. I don't think so.
Nope. And then like you also have the facts that like, for example, again, my favorite character in the movie, Miguel, like the guy is set up where he's like he's kind of unlikable to everyone else, and he's the only character that we know with an actual name that dies in this movie. But like the dude's like pretty logical, has actual justification for like why he thinks things and does things, but like nope, he's kind of a douchebag, so we have to kill him off because he's the badman now.
Yeah, like well,
they should have ditched the stupid Crystal have Scar King and Shimo be homies. Yeah, or just not include Shimo.
Yeah, you know, I'm gonna be honest. If usually I don't say it, but like if I did make Scar's character, like I would actually make him pretty threatening. Like his personality and shit. Like when they introduce him, he's threatening as fuck. But it's like when he's in a fight or when he's like doing, because he didn't do that much in this film, and that's why it kind of sucks. But it's like his personality was good. Like, but if I did fix his character, it'd be like he would be strong as fuck, and he wouldn't, and he would not have backed down. He would not have used Shimu. He would have kept going. Like he would have kept fucking hitting the shit out of Kong until he ran away.
Yeah, or the fact that, like, for example, we have some random ape titan that's like friends with Suko, or either it's like mother or like some kind of family to Suko or something that Scar King just kills. I guess to show how much of a bad man he is to his people and how he's a big bad man. But like, if his army is just like afraid of him, then again, why doesn't his army just leave?
Yeah, and no, for real though. And
oh yeah, what's it called? Remember when this film was being promoted to show the origin of the Titans? Pepper Traum remembers.
No, it's like it's so weird though, because like here's the thing though. I understand that like, oh, the apes were afraid of him. Buddy, like there were hundreds of you. You could have all
mollywalked
together and do that ape together strong.
They literally apes together strong.
You literally could have done that. And it's like, I understand that these apes were afraid, but it's like, can you try? Please?
Did you even try?
Like, please, apes together strong, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, the MonsterVerse has become the 90s Batman films, dark and snowy, or probably dark and furious to like batshit insanity. Like, literally, like I know they're all connected, but I don't even consider Batman and Robin to be taking place in the same
what's insane
universe as the Burton ones.
Bro, you know what's crazy is when I was watching GXK, I was like, wait, is this the same universe?
It like
it felt so it didn't feel like the same universe. It just felt like a fucking MCU multiverse type of thing.
Like, honestly, you know what? These things would not hurt me. Like, I would not care as much if this was like some Elseworld story, because then ultimately, any canon breaks or anything like that would be out the window, because you know these are just variants of like the characters that we know of from maybe this other alternate universe.
Yeah. Like, I'm still processing the fact that this film is in the same universe I grew up with. It's like, whoa, I can't hold on. I need to take a break.
Yeah, no. Any stakes are gone. Like, I understand where people are like, well, we could maybe have another serious film again. And I think Wingard in a recent interview said that like maybe we could swing back towards series with the MonsterVerse.
He did?
You can always shift from serious to silly, and people accept it because they'll think something that's silly is inherently more fun to everyone. But like, if you can't really go from silly to serious and
Yeah,
have as
because
many
like
people accept
you
it.
have a universe that you've already built, and it's like you have a set of rules, okay? And it's like, why are you changing? You know?
Mm-hmm. It's, I don't know.
Yeah.
As well as I'm also dropping the link again for anyone who wants to join the stream if they want to give their thoughts about the film.
Also,
there you go.
also, you know what's weird though, and I'm starting to think about this. I don't know if you've ever seen this before, but
Mhm.
I don't. When Kong Skull Island came out, that something was revealed. It wasn't even by Legendary. It was like something other. It was like this whole different source, and they showed a timeline of new movies that were coming out. And then when King of the Monsters came out, oh shit, it was that concept art on that poster, and it's like, oh shit, this timeline is real. And it's like,
Oh, like the
there
ones where
was
I was like
another
doing whatever
film
those slated
after
movies
Godzilla
were.
versus Kong that had Godzilla and Kong in it versus something else, and it was like, wait a minute, did Legendary actually plan Godzilla X Kong?
Mm. Yeah, no, it's I don't know. This is just why. Because
Oh yeah, you remember that? Yeah, it was like I didn't like when I was a kid seeing that poster timeline poster. I was like, wait, is that real or is it fake? And it was like, damn,
oh, that one, the one that has
yeah.
just wrong. Yeah, yeah. Let me see if
A
I can
lot of people
find
thought
it.
it was
You
going to
can
be a
explain it.
Destroy All Monsters film, but then if you really look at it, it's just Godzilla and Kong versus just one other thing.
Monsterverse.
Or was it? Or wait, hold on. Yeah, look it up.
I know there were like several versions of it.
I'm gonna look this shit up. Godzilla.
Yeah.
Monster.
Are you talking about the one that had like all the faces on it? Because I'll show exactly.
Yeah, it was
what
like
I'm
they
thinking
had
of.
photos of it, and it was like, oh shit, one of them had the King of the Monsters poster.
Was it this one? Yeah.
Where?
This one right
No,
here.
not that one. It
Not,
was something different.
was it this one?
Nope. It
Because
fuck,
I
what was
remember
it?
seeing all of
It
these
had
ones.
it had pictures on it. It was like posters, and then one of them had the King of the Monsters.
Oh,
yeah, that one. Look
yeah,
it's Godzilla and Kong versus like whatever the fuck that is. But yeah,
yeah. No, I remember this one too. Because I think
yeah,
this had come out around the time King of the Monsters was announced, and then because Skull Island had already happened, everyone assumed GVK was the next one. So like that was the one I always remember. Like I remember that. Oh boy,
yeah. And I was like,
it
oh,
brings me back. Now I feel old. Yeah, let me zoom in.
Yeah, zoom in. Show the people the fucking Destroy All Monsters looking motherfucker.
Is that really the only version of the picture they have right there? That sucks. See if it does it through this one. And that was even smaller. I love that. Nice, it's so small. And is he gonna show the picture? No, it's not. Gonna show
Do
the picture.
do the shift
I'm just
control thing and then do the
yeah. No,
mouse
I'm just gonna zoom in from this.
yeah.
I love it when things do things like this. Nope, that's zoomed out. Yeah.
Man. Oh, okay.
Yeah, there we go.
Yes, that's probably gonna be. But like, yeah, no, you guys can see it right there. Like, it's like that's Godzilla and Kong, and it's like, what the fuck is that? You know?
Yeah, there you go. And also, Benya's in the stream. How's it going, man?
Hello.
Well, welcome to the stream.
Welcome to the stream, good sir.
So, I watched it. Wait, I know it's been an hour, so you guys have gone to spoilers, right?
Yeah.
We've been doing spoilers the entire time.
Like share your opinion on the film or what?
But yeah, if you want to share your opinions, go.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah. So I saw it last night, and thank you, Joe Schmo in that hat. That's how you say it, right?
Yeah,
someone in the chat said I had a cool hat. Thank you. Yeah, I saw it last night. Yeah, I'm not gonna bother defending this one. I don't care who roasted it. I didn't have a terrible time. There were moments where I thought, that was fun, and there were some issues I had. Like I wasn't a huge fan of when Godzilla like straight up murders Scylla and Tiamat.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know how
Yeah.
you guys feel about that.
No,
No,
I
it was
hate
a
it.
fucking waste.
What a waste of your original monsters.
Yeah, yeah.
Poor
Like when
Michael Dory's gonna sit in the corner of the theater and be like, "Why?"
yeah, I did not like that. I wasn't a huge when he like fried Scylla. I was like, whoa, whoa, what the hell? I thought you were gonna make her submit to you, but the more I thought about it, I was like, or does he not give second chances? Like, what the fuck?
But no, what's it called? This is Scylla's second chance now. Well, actually, no, this is her third because she bowed
Oh, it
in
is?
the monsters. So technically, you forgave her for that attack, made her submit in Dominion, and now this is her third chance. So I guess I know someone is now that I've said that, someone's gonna be like, "Yo, he was on a 3-strike system." We can now objectively say that Godzilla gives 3 strikes to anyone who doesn't submit.
But my friend.
Wait, hold up. I don't think she submitted him in Dominion. I think she just ran away.
Well, she ran away, but essentially she gave up. She gave up the nuke there. So if she's running away and
Sure.
Godzilla didn't decide to chase after her and kill her, then that's essentially submitting. Because
Okay.
God's like the only reason also in Hunted why Godzilla didn't fight Scylla right off the bat was just because he couldn't catch her. So
Right.
and they were on different sides of the planet too. So that
True.
was the issue there. So had they been closer in this situation, Godzilla would have fought Scylla right away and probably killed her because that's where it left off in the comics. So had Godzilla wanted to kill her, then he probably would have, just given like logically what has occurred in this film and the abilities presented.
Mm.
But yeah, no, definitely continue, Pena.
Yeah, I thought it was I was trying hard to avoid leaks and crap, but the internet being the internet, yeah,
You just couldn't avoid them, because they were just spreading all over the place.
I was
It wasn't even the fact that like a leaks, like if you avoided leaks, you probably could have avoided them okay. But like once all the China TV spots and the Chinese trailers appeared, there was no way.
Yeah, the TV spots. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah, because like they, and then you got the ones with the big thumbnails, which is usually they have the big spoilers. Like they had one with Mothra, and it was like, what? They revealed her already?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, every time I saw thumbnails for the TV spots, I was like, "Fuck you guys, leave me alone."
Stop touching my internet.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when I saw a thumbnail that Tiamat was going to be in it, I was like, "Oh, I wonder how this is going to play out." Nope, he just straight up kills her. Like, at least have Tiamat be smart. Like have her sense that Godzilla was more powerful than he was before, and she would realize on second thought, I'm gonna go find a new napping spot or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's how that should play out, but maybe that's just me.
No, I agree with you on that. It's like generally, Tiamat already lost to Godzilla once and got kicked out of one home. So she should have expected Godzilla was going to throw hands if he was coming to somewhere she was getting energy. But I don't know.
All right. Someone in chat says, "What's with the hat and glasses?" I did it to look cool. That's why.
He's
Bro's vibing.
Hey, just let him be a Giga Chat, okay?
Bro's vibing.
Let him be a big W.
It's just a vibe. I respect it. Where would you say, at least, like, where would you rank this film in relation to the others?
Yeah, I'm curious. Like, what's 1 out of 10, like, for enjoyment at least?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when I did a short review on my channel, I gave it 3 stars.
Is that like for enjoyment or like the facts or whatever?
Enjoyment.
I gotcha. Okay.
And all right, Scar King I thought was interesting. I mean, at first I had issues about him being smaller than Kong, but
I thought the bro was gonna be taller.
Yeah, I thought he was gonna be taller too, but I guess because he's older and the way he fought Kong
makes sense for him to be small. I guess I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I have no idea.
Yeah, that I do like Shimo's design. However, I guess I wasn't a huge fan of her, like being a bit
puppy.
submissive. I kind of wanted her to be like her own aggressive, like Titan, like Scylla and Tiamat,
Mm-hmm.
and
She's gonna have to let it go.
don't
Let
you
it
dare.
go.
Yeah, like at first I was what am I talking about now? Oh yeah, I was curious to know like what the crystal Scar King was using. I When I saw it, I was thinking, what is that? Is it one of her spikes, or is it like a radiation crystal that powers Godzilla or whatever?
It's a floop spike. That's what it is.
No,
Like it's
No, but, like, I don't-
they don't explain. There's so much stuff that
I
isn't
actually
explained and
could
never will
explain,
be
but I don't know if
explained.
it's true or not. So apparently, from like the fucking leaks or whatever, well, I don't even know if it's leaks anymore. But from what they said, I again take it with a grain of salt. I don't know if it's real, but they said, "Oh, Scar King, he took a bunch of crystals and he stabbed it into Shima's body."
Wait, like, so all of her spines are literally just spikes that he's using to control her.
Probably, I'm not sure, but like, I don't even know if it's true or not. But like, if it is true, then it's like it explains why when the crystal glows, the crystals on her back glow. It explains that part. I guess I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, well, then the thing is that like you think the crystals, like either they would have mentioned something about the crystals falling off, because like when they return to Hollow Earth, Shima like doesn't really act too differently.
Yeah.
And what's it called? If that was an earlier draft, then yeah, that was a better draft. Because oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh,
Draft Alter what?
All right.
Damn.
Okay. I haven't gotten to all my negatives, but I will get to my positives. So, according to a YouTuber I follow, apparently this is the cheapest MonsterVerse film, and
Yeah.
I have to say, there are times where I thought it showed, but at the same time, I was a bit impressed with the CGI budget and whatever. You weren't, or
like I wish, like, what's it called? I know when a few other people they may join later, and they're more like big on like CGI stuff, but
yeah,
just looking at it, everything had a really like weirdly glossy feel to them. Like both Godzilla, Shima especially, and I think that's just due to Shima being white, so like everything
Yeah.
pops with her. But yeah, everything just seemed to have like a weird glossy kind of finish to them, which for some reason just did not like was not appealing to me, and just it stuck out a lot.
Oh yeah. No, I agree though.
Okay. All right. Well, what are the other spoilers? Suko, I thought was a little funny.
Yeah, no, Suko was fun.
Yeah, it was interesting.
And the new apes, I thought were like I had theories when I was watching the film. Like if they've been down here for that long, the one that barely had hair, I don't know if they gave him a name, but there are times where I thought, do they look like this because they've been living in such harsh environments, or do they look like this because some of them are inbred?
Ooh.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
like that could be very possible.
Yeah.
One or the other makes sense for me, but yeah, Joe Schmo said exactly what I was thinking also when it comes to Shima's design. The way just emphasizes how bare Shima's design is. But we got another person in the chat. It's the Black Rooney. How's it going, sir?
Uh-oh.
Oh, welcome to the stream.
Hello.
And we also got another person in too, the Cianimus. Hello, good sir.
Welcome to the stream.
Oh.
And then also,
How's
this
my
is actually
volume
your first
doing?
time on the stream.
Yes, it is. I've actually woken up for this. It's 1 a.m. here.
Awesome.
Someone in the chat just be like, "Oh no, not him."
Bro. Let's call it. Thank you for like taking time out of your clear sleep schedule to come on for this. I appreciate it.
That's perfectly all right. I'm very interested to hear what everybody has to say about the film. I'm also interested to know if anyone has heard my opinions about the film.
No, but tell us.
I did get to watch. I did watch your video on it. So your views are probably gonna be around the same as mine as well. So, as the new person to the stream, I'll let you sort of shill for us all your thoughts.
All right then. Well, thank you for having me on for starters. It's a pleasure to be here. Hello to everybody who's in here. Hello to the chat who I can't see now. I've got the wrong screen on. Let me just okay, I'll do that. I've got the YouTube screen on. Right. I hated it.
Good.
All right.
We are doing spoilers, yes.
Oh no, we're doing full spoilers.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah, don't say all this. Say all the shit you want. It don't matter, you know.
Right. I said in my video that my notes, because I took a notepad in with me for this one, which I don't normally do, but I just as much as I tried to do good faith, I hated. Well, I did not like Godzilla versus Kong. I was going to say I hated Godzilla versus Kong. After
Okay.
watching GXK, my barrier for hate has just been increased significantly.
Perhaps I treated you too harshly, GVK.
Good. Don't get me wrong. Godzilla vs Kong is still bad. It's the fact that Godzilla vs Kong has a lot of problems, down to the fact that a lot of the writing had to change. Like, I think there's a scene with Madison when she's in her room, and you see a map with loads of sticky notes on it, and it says Attack 1, Attack 2, Attack 3, and you're looking at it going, what the hell's all that about? And then you realize that because the writing has changed so much, that Godzilla must have had multiple attacks in the original story, and there's a much bigger time leap. But because the film has been so chopped up and stuck together with sticky tape, that all of that's not there, but they've still got bits of that in there. Yeah, I think someone talked about the fact that Ren Zerazawa has a lot more screen time and more of a story there. But one of the things that always annoyed me about Godzilla vs. Kong was, I keep calling him the podcast guy. Bernie?
Bernie, yeah.
That's him.
Bernie. He, at the end of the film, he gets his drink poured on the computer, and everybody there reacts like, oh my god, we've just done something, yay. But when you go to Mechagodzilla, he just sort of stutters for a second and then carries on.
He gets drunk.
He gets drunk, yeah. He takes a shot and goes, oh my god, and then carries on.
Yeah, it's like Tism Twitch. He's just like, meh.
Yeah. In GXK, Bernie says like 3 or 4 times, yeah, I saved the world. I saved the world, guys. Come on, I saved the world. And you're like, no, you didn't.
Just like, shut the fuck up, you know.
You didn't do anything. What the? Yeah, exactly. He's like, what are you talking about? And the GXK could have had the opportunity to, post hoc, say, oh no, you didn't actually do anything, or he thought he did something. They had the opportunity to basically correct themselves. You know, like if Godzilla vs. Kong had to change, GXK could have then rolled with it. But they seem to have adopted the abandoned storyline and gone with it. But then GXK, the writing is all over the place. I hate it.
Yeah.
And as I said in my video, my notes ended with frostbite healed immediately.
Yeah.
The implications for that are insane.
I looked at it, no, that can't be a thing, right? So I just literally Googled what you do with frostbite, and it's like, you've got to do this with it, you've got to do that with it. It's a medical professional, and then you've got to. I'm just like, Jesus Christ! If you've got something that can instantly heal frostbite, you're like, can we have that? Is that a thing that you can just share?
Yeah, with humans in general.
But that whole scene was just an absolute flustercluck of just, the Iwi have a. Oh god, what was his name from Pirates of the Caribbean? The octopus face bloke.
Davy Jones.
David Jones. Yeah.
Davy Jones, thank you. They have a Davy Jones mechanism for opening the bioluminescent mechanical shield.
Right.
The bioluminescent camo.
That allows Kong to come in.
Oh yeah, the big giant ass shield. Yeah.
Yeah, they say Kong found his way there because he sensed where Jaya was. I'm sorry, what the fuck? he then comes in. They're like, oh god, Trapper is his name, the doctor, the
Yeah.
vet. He walks in, he comes up, and he's got like a tricorder thing, and he's like, oh
Yeah.
yes, he's got like severe nerve damage and tissue damage. You're like, what is that? What?
How
Which
did you
just
even
goes
know
into
that?
yeah, it's just there's so much, which is the problem with GVK as well, which I think is I thought at the time was a big Marvel Cinematic Universe um issue, because with
Mhm.
Marvel the technology jumped and jumped and jumped and jumped, mostly because of Tony Stark, but there was a natural progression. But when GVK took over from Killing the Monsters, there's just this huge technology jump that just isn't addressed,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and it
Yeah, and
seems to
it
have jumped
sucked.
even more because now he's got Star Trek tech.
Yeah.
Like, and then the other thing too is that, like, again, people love to compare this to the Showa series. At least with the Showa films, outside of the fact that there were more films, they also did not introduce as much tech between
is
all
Yeah,
of
they
them.
No.
kind of
So,
like
like,
And they had a
slowly went,
massive time jump.
because, like,
They
at
went
least in
from
62, they had like the indestructible wire. That was the only thing they really introduced that was like sci-fi. In Sea Monster, technically, it's not really new tech, but at least like terrorist organizations can create nukes. So, like,
Right.
nukes are a little bit easier to proliferate. You have the weather
Mhm.
balloons from Son of Godzilla, which is a
Right.
government funded
oh
thing.
yes, yeah.
But
Oh,
then
yeah.
Destroy a Monster takes place in the future, so everything else that's happened in the universe, that is the culmination of that technology. And that's also
Yeah,
like
because they jumped to
next,
99, don't they?
yeah,
Yeah.
so it's from 75 to 99, so there's a big tech gap there. Then you have what's it called? Hedera. That's not really new tech, it's more like refurbished materials that are already there to create something on a larger scale, because it's like the little frying dishes there.
Yeah.
Gigan has alien tech. Same thing with Astro Monster. Jet Jaguar is like, you could say a big tech jump, but we've already had so much alien tech that's lying around on Earth at this point. So our human making a robot is the biggest jump, but then like not as big of a deal. And then after that, you get like mechas built by aliens.
Yeah.
So, and again, these
So
are
the
across
aliens
several
do a lot of
films.
stuff.
Pretty much.
Not to mention, then in the Heisei series too, Maser Tech stays pretty consistent across the series, and the only big jumps are due to reverse engineered future tech, because the only reason why you get the mechs is because of Mecha King Ghidorah.
So this is the thing. People keep on going. Oh, I hate it. The excuses of it's the silly stuff people find excuses for. We shouldn't be finding excuses. You should be finding reasons. But we don't
Right.
have reasons. We have excuses, and that's where we get all this absolute rubbish from.
And then the other problem too is that, like, it's a connected universe, so things should be impacting each other, but they're clearly not. Like, we could say that the Showa series is a continuous timeline, and we can say, yeah, there are weird jumps in tech here and there, or like small story inconsistencies. The issue with that is that, one, for Japan, that's like the first of its kind to do this. So it's excusable that there's going to be mistakes there. And I will gladly call them mistakes. If those are mistakes, then we should be learning from the experiences of the show series and be doing better.
Absolutely, yeah,
Oh
absolutely.
yeah, yeah.
Oh god.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
trying to, I'm
Go
just
ahead.
trying to look for, because there's my video that I put out. I just set out loads of stuff. This definitely need to talk about this. Definitely need to talk about that. After I put the video out, I went, I did not mention Scar King or um Shimo, Frost Chiller, as I call her.
Or Elsa.
Did not mention them at all.
Yeah, no. Like, because Shimo's, like, Ice Doge is literally a non-entity. Like, they could have done the
Frost
entire
Doge,
movie
like
without
it.
Shimo. Frost
Oh
Doge.
god, I really hated that. At the end of the at the end of the film, she's treated like, basically she's treated like a slave, like a lesser creature by Ginger Kong. Like he uses his I thought he was like using that crystal like a door opener when he pointed it at the
Mhm.
lava fall. I was
Yeah.
like, what the hell is that door? And then no, he said the other cons were pushing it over. So why the hell did you do? You didn't do anyway.
Yeah, it's a
He
flip
treats
crystal.
her like shit. Yeah, he tortures her. He rides her around. He gets her to do stuff she doesn't want. They destroy the crystal. It's like, yeah, she's free now. So then Kong starts riding her around and then scratching her chin like she's a dog. It's like, but isn't she a titan like he is? Why
Right.
is he
Mhm.
treating her like a dog?
Yeah, and
And
why did she have
the
like
amount
that
of
dog
headcanon
personality?
people have been talking about, they're like, bro, you don't get it. Like Shimu was like captured years ago and she was like mentally tortured. It makes sense that she would act like a dog. But it's like that's not explained to us. We don't know. And clearly neither do the writers. But then like I'm also going to quickly go to the bathroom, but before I do that, one thing I want all of you guys to think about, how could they really introduce a new monster to rival Godzilla and Kong? Because now you have Godzilla, who's even more powerful than he's ever been, Mothra, Kong, Shimo, all the other titans that Godzilla has made bow and listen to him, and an army of great apes. Let's put that into perspective. I'm going to mute myself while I quickly go to the bathroom and let you guys discuss that.
All right.
Big
Well,
boss?
Did you guys want to go? I've been talking for a bit.
I'm good.
I haven't. I just got here. I haven't talked in a while, and I was supposed to come in earlier, but I came home from the gym and I had to take a shower. I wanted to share my thoughts on GXK for a
All right.
bit. So I have never felt more miserable watching a Godzilla movie than in GXK, because at least with GXK you get the exhilaration of, pointing out the plot holes every time you watch them. At least with King of the Monsters, it's pretty enough where you can just enjoy the spectacle of what little there may be.
Hey, that film's
And-
great.
And so and with 2014 with 2014, you can enjoy the good performances from some of the actors, excluding, of course, Aaron Taylor Johnson, because he was phoning it in, obviously. And with Kong
Yeah.
Skull Island, well, Kong Skull Island is probably the best of the entire MonsterVerse films. But with GXK, like I expected it to be at the very least fun bad, because if you're gonna make a silly monster movie, right? If you're not gonna take yourself seriously, if you're not gonna pay attention to anything about your world, at the very least you're gonna make it fun, right? The only fun scene in that movie was when Kong used Zuko as a billy club. That scene,
Yeah.
Yes,
No, that was
yes.
great.
that scene got a chuckle out of me. And it was probably the only time I laughed in the entire movie, because the entire time I was just staring blankly. You know the Homelander meme where he's just staring at the
Oh yeah,
Tear
that was
stream.
basically
Oh
you.
yes, yeah.
That was
that
you.
was that
Yeah.
was me. Yeah, the entirety of the movie I was just staring blankly at the movie.
And
You
then you
bring
get
that
one
up.
chuckle with
And
the Suko bludgeon, and then be like, "Huh."
I bet he
There was,
survived all of that blunt force too.
How much they
Yeah.
survive everything. The amount. Oh, that reminds me. The amount of times you see like Kong, the not Cons, the giant apes, hanging off ledges, and then they get knocked off, and they go, oh, and you're supposed to assume they're dead. And you're like, hasn't Kong jumped further than that? At some points, I'm pretty sure Kong has fallen further than that at some point.
He fell further when he fell into Hollow Earth the first time.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
but you see,
Oh,
he's
yeah.
the main character, so it's fine.
Oh no, like literally, there is pure protagonist plot armor here, because you have Miguel, who does everything logical and then gets killed by random floop creature thing that's tree, but then like
A stump
the
track.
protagonists touch some like the shield barrier thing. They have no clue what this is, but for some reason, because the Chosen One plot line, they
Right.
are not punished for that decision at all, because it all worked out for them, because what is literally just magic.
I was not expecting Gia to be the girl that's the key to everything, but
She
here we
is
are.
literally
Same.
the key to everything.
Yeah,
And then she like also doesn't have to sacrifice anything at the end of the movie either.
yeah, that was certainly a scene in the movie.
Yeah.
Like, am I the only one? Am I the only one who was really pissed off by how they introduced Mothra back into the MonsterVerse?
Yeah, I didn't get that. Like, wait, so she's just back from the dead? What the hell?
Yeah, I was
No
confused.
larva
and, like, the
form,
way she was
literally just
formed-
flooped back into existence.
Yo, for real
Yeah.
though,
It's
like
I
she
was
was
just
just
She
like,
like
yeah,
literally raised
sure.
her hand, and then the next second Mothra was there.
What?
The entire time I was like, okay, yeah, sure, we're doing
Yeah.
this now. The funny thing about that scene, though, is that Mothra wasn't actually supposed to even be in the film. It was supposed to be a completely new monster that the Iwi tribe worshipped. But when in test screenings, people were like, "Oh man, this could have been Mothra," and so the directors and the writers and the CGI artists were like, "Okay, I got you, fam," and they shoved in Mothra in a
Yeah,
place where
and
she
they
didn't belong.
It was so
and
weird, like the
you can
way she
also
was
still
just
see the
formed.
original Titan there too. Like it's still the original Titan on some of those cave paintings.
Yeah.
What was
Yeah.
it?
Oh yeah, I didn't notice that. I was too busy. I was
Wait,
too busy.
what was it?
It was like it looked kind of like an angel, kind of with like arms and legs, but it had like phoenix wings. Let me
It
see if I
was
can
Oh,
basically
find-
was
just
that the
an angelic
fucking
phoenix.
Phosphora thing or whatever the fuck?
Yeah, Phosphor.
Yeah.
I think that was.
Yeah, that was like damn. Yeah, no.
I find it hilarious that the Iwi tribe gave the what is supposed to be the god of all titans this super cool name Shimo, and then the ape they just call him the Scar King. He doesn't have his own little name. He's just the Scar King
Yeah,
because the Scar King works less of a name and more of a title. Because
yeah.
Scar.
You either get names like Jinshin Mushi, Tiamat, Behemoth, Amaluk, and then Shimo, and then you get things like Warbat, Scar.
Dude, no, Warbat had an original name. It was like Nizuki or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bro, that was like better than what the fucking retarded name was.
Also,
Yeah, no, I agree with that.
Behemoth is a bit of a lazy name, to be honest.
I will say this, like I'm fine with Behemoth purely because of the fact that like
Yeah, that
they're
motherfucker.
basing them off of like original named monsters or like mythological creatures. But yeah, this was the original Iwi god monster thing in the movie.
It looks like an
Yeah.
alien.
It does look like an alien.
It
Looks
just
like
looks like a fucking.
Egyptian.
Oh, it looks like an angel that got kicked out of heaven.
So it didn't.
It's got the weird Egyptian style wings to it, and then
Yeah.
I don't even know what the rest of that's meant to be. Is that a goat?
You know, it's just it got like
got
it
goat
looks
legs.
like an alien with like bird wings on it. Like
You know,
Yeah,
there
then
actually
you
is
got,
a
like,
goat
goat
titan.
legs.
it would have made more like Bernie's whole comments about aliens would have made more sense because this looks like an alien.
Yeah.
Am I the only one
very-
who hated him as well throughout the film?
No,
Like,
he's
he's-
annoying.
Wait, who?
Oh
He's
no,
just-
Bernie. Yeah, Bernie was annoying. He was. I was literally in my head
Yeah.
like, shut the fuck up.
You know, I will say surprisingly enough, Bernie is the least badly written character besides Gia, because at least Bernie acknowledges that what's happening should not be happening. For example, the guard that got eaten by the tree, he's the only one that cares that he died, while everybody just shrugs it off. Even the child that just witnessed the man dying right in front of her.
For real, though.
But yeah, he is the only one that seems to care that people are dying and weird things that should not be happening are happening. And just
For
for that,
real.
just for that, I will say that he's probably the least damaged, but that doesn't damage and that doesn't
Justify him.
justify everything else that he's done up until this point, because he is an unnecessary character. Let's just put it that way. He's like, you know that character Molly from The Amazing World of Gumball that over time the show forgot, and they turned that into a joke where like the universe forgot she existed, and they have to bring her back from non-existence into existence. That's that's the place where they found Molly. That's where I think Bernie should go, into just non-existence. I think the world should just forget about him, because he was unnecessary in Godzilla versus Kong, and he was unnecessary in this movie.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah. Again, Miguel is my favorite character of this movie.
Oh yeah.
Man had the most logical decisions and the most logical take of everything, and they killed him for it. The plot,
You know,
killed
that's
him.
actually very telling, because they do something similar with some people in GVK. I don't remember what it was exactly, but yeah, like a lot of the people that make the most logical decisions in the movie get punished for it. Like for
Mhm.
Josh, I remember
Why?
Josh in GVK, the fat kid, he was probably the most logical character, and he gets bullied for it, and now people are actually dying for making logical decisions, and I think that is very telling of where the franchise is headed and what the intentions of the director are and what the director is trying to say to the audience. It's both cheeky and a dick move. you know.
Didn't
What's
We know that's his
didn't
intentions,
Mark
though.
from King of the Monsters was like that, where he was like, "Why would you use the orca for this type of stupid shit?" You know?
Oh yeah.
Wasn't Mark something like that or no?
Yes.
Yeah, Mark was
Yeah.
like that.
I thought so.
What were we gonna say, C?
Sorry.
Oh no, I thought you had said something, but you got cut off there.
Oh, I did mention because he said, Buckaroo, said, it's the intentions of Wingard or whoever was doing it in GXK, to do certain things. And I remember some of the stuff from Godzilla versus Kong coming out, and just the amount of stuff that Wingard didn't decide. Like, he came into the film and he was told that Mechagodzilla was going to be in the film, so he then had to work with that. And then he was trying to think of stuff, and then somebody told him that Ghidorah was psychic, so he just put that into the film. And when you hear stuff like that, you're like, how much of this film is actually your film? How much of it is just random bullshit that's just been thrown in by other people, and you've just gone, yeah, sure.
Yeah, like the producers being
Well-
like, "You're gonna have to have this in."
After seeing his adaptation of Death Note, I don't think either one would have been better than the other, to be
Oh
honest.
God.
Yeah. Last night after watching the film, I was like, I kind of wish this guy would put a little more effort into the writing of this film, or the writers and the director would put more effort in the film. But when I woke up this morning, I thought to myself, what am I saying to myself? This is the guy that did the live action Death Note.
It's really interesting because I remember people were talking about like being excited to see Wingard directing a Godzilla movie when the only thing I remember him for was that terrible Death Note adaptation.
They wasted Willem Dafoe, by the way. Willem Dafoe was perfect casting, and the design for Ryuk was actually pretty good, and they
Oh
wasted
God, yeah,
him.
that was absolutely brilliant. Oh, I remember a detail from Death Note. He
What?
says, I think they say, what if I write your name into the book? Was it Light Yagachi says to Ryuk, what if I write your name into the book? And Ryuk says, they've only ever written 2 letters of my name in the book. And that sort of be like a threatening thing, like, oh, I'm going to kill you before you do it. When Light Yagachi gets the book, he reads from it. Someone wrote in it, "Don't trust Ryuk." That was written in the book.
Howdy, y'all.
Howdy.
So,
No.
Hey, finally, it's great to finally talk to you directly for the very first time, Mr. Animus.
And to you, my fellow Sea King.
Oh,
Yeah.
there's 2 C's.
Yes.
Oh shit, they're twins.
they're multiplying.
Brothers from different mothers.
The seamen. I had to.
Two little
I had to.
Siemens. Jesus Christ.
Oh man.
We are not changing our name to that.
No. No.
What's it called? So like, I love the fact that apparently after Mechagodzilla, for some reason, the Monarch thought it was a good idea to create essentially like a pseudo Mjolnir for Kong, and they thought, yeah, no, totally, let's build armor for Kong. You guys, government, you understand this is a good idea. You guys, you understand, we want armor for the monkey. And the government's like, no. And they're like, but they shut down our project. We got a prototype down here. It's like, that is contrived. That is the contrivance of contrivances.
No.
Isn't it
What's
funny that
contrived?
it was... Oh, go ahead.
No, go on.
Well, I was gonna say that I find it hilarious that somehow that arm was tuned specifically to counter frostbite. Like they knew that this was gonna happen.
Bro, they fucking knew
I didn't
it was
even
gonna
know.
happen. It's crazy.
It's again, it's floop juice. It literally just does whatever the plot demands of it.
I was going to say that it's very, 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 very convenient that the only bit of armor that they had ready for him was the exact piece of armor that was needed for the exact body part that was damaged.
Oh yeah,
For real?
that's so true. Actually,
That's true.
I love I
I
find it
hate that.
hilarious too.
It's that one scene. That one scene has got so much bullshit going on. The oh god, I forgot his name again already. That was bad. Um,
Trapper.
no, Squid
Bernie?
Face,
Davy
Wait.
Jones.
Davy Jones device, the sensing, the tricorder, the right arm robot thing, the frostbite cure. Is there anything else I'm forgetting?
All the different iwi floop juices that do anti-gravity stuff where they open up other things and like it's
Oh
never
god, that was on
properly
there as
explained.
well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But here's the
Okay.
other thing is that I love how they have a scene where Bernie's like documenting what the iwi are doing, and then Trapper's like, yeah, bro, but like undocumented tribes and stuff, like they don't like stay like that if like we explain all this stuff. So like you should leave, like not like present things, bro. But it's
Yeah.
like
It
the
was
entire
fu-
thing they built up about the iwi is that they're this perfect society that we should be emulating. So then shouldn't we be doing as much research as possible to like integrate what's working for them into the universe? Because like I've said in other places, the Monsterverse is a terrible place to live in because you have a private organization, which for some reason is now a private organization, which I'll get into in a second, that covers for so much damage. And there's so many people that are dying because of Monarch's decisions. Like, again, Black Roni's video, No Sympathy for the Monster, that is paying Jeb bucks right now. Like this, it is Jebception for that video because Monarch's only plan for when Godzilla came after Kong, when Kong came up to the surface, was literally just to run. Like they had no alternatives, and they knew Godzilla was gonna beat Kong, and they couldn't use the glove because the glove's in Hollow Earth. So there's that. Not to mention the fact that, like, again, Monarch's now a private organization, even though in King of the Monsters
They
and
got
in
revealed.
2014 they were associated with the American government, which again
Right.
makes no sense.
Yeah, and weren't they like revealed to the world? So it's like,
Yeah.
the fuck,
Like the fact that like just regular people haven't risen up against their governments to be like, you know what? Can you literally just take over Monarch and save us?
Yeah, like save us
Yeah.
from the stupid company who is making dumb decisions.
And getting
will
hundreds
say
of people
this.
killed.
I will
Yeah.
say
Or-
this.
I think I remember those like the protests and and the news for King of the Monsters. That's what y'all mean, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it was that in King of the Monsters, but like now, like
Oh,
the incompetency of Monarch's even worse.
Yeah.
Monarch should not be an independent company. You know how in Captain America Civil War, the governments of the world just concocted the Sokovia Accords to keep the Avengers in check because like not the UN took over the Avengers operations, and of course, the whole conflict was, oh, well, what we're surrendering our right to choose when like what if we need to go someplace and they don't let us? Well, my argument is why wouldn't they? So, but this is in regards to the Monsterverse. With Monarch in particular, they are not getting prevented from doing from performing operations. The only operations that they should be prevented from doing, like the biomechanical arm, they just flip off the government, like, oh yeah, screw you. At the very beginning of the movie, 5 minutes in, Eileen Andrew tells the the Italian government to suck it when yeah.
Oh yeah, forgot about that.
So I literally it's so she says that if it weren't for Godzilla, the world would be flattened, as if Godzilla didn't already flatten the world alongside other monsters in both King of the Monsters and GVK. And
Yeah.
Monarch is a company that is subject to international law, so I don't think they're authorized to, really tell the government to suck it. I mean, they
Well,
don't have
let
the
me
authority or the
just-
clearance. They just can't. What do you think would happen if, because this is an American based, well, actually no, this is just a worldwide coalition of scientists studying giant monsters. They like different governments can pull their funding whenever they want to, and they can like complain to different authorities, different presidents, if they really wanted to, and have Monarch not even be a thing anymore, because they are not they are not. They don't have any authority in government decisions whatsoever. If the government needs Monarch to do something, they have to do it, and if they need to
Right.
stop doing something, they have to, because number one, civilian lives are at risk whenever a monster does anything at all. Civilian lives are at risk, and the goal of the government is to protect its people. So otherwise, you failed. I mean, a lot of governments are failing right now, but that's irrelevant. Um, the next thing is to make sure that other agents in in politics and the world scene, they don't interfere with the protection of their civilizations, of their governments, of their cities. And Monarch is actively preventing the military from defending itself, and we're placing our lives in the hands of indifferent monsters that do not care how many humans die to achieve their goals. I mean, one can argue, and I had this conversation with last night I had this conversation with Sea Monster in his podcast. You should check that out.
Yay.
Seriously, how many times can Godzilla fight a monster and kill hundreds of thousands of people incidentally in the process? How many times can he do that before the amount of corpses, the amount of blood on his hands match that of the monsters that he's trying to kill? And at which point, humanity no longer exists. Like, how many times can he keep doing that before people start to realize that Godzilla is a problem? Because at least with Apex, they started early. They were like, okay, you know what? Ever since 2014, they were like, okay, you know what, Godzilla? I don't think it's logical to put our lives in the hands of these indifferent gods. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna create our monsters of our own, and we're gonna defend ourselves. On paper, that was a really good idea. The stupid part was using Ghidorah's head as the base. They should have just built it normally, like a normal giant robot. That would have been the more logical solution.
Yeah.
But no, we need a way for the plot to happen the way it does. But if they were to build the robot normally, and the
I would have
plot
loved to have seen Mechanicon instead of Mechagodzilla.
what? Oh.
Well, the other thing too is that like at this point now we have both Mechagodzilla and the Titan Hunter, and the Titan Hunter on its own was able to throw hands with Kong. So in universe, there is technology that could be used to like square up with the Titans on that level. Plus, let's not forget that we have the Oxygen Destroyer as well.
Oh yeah, I completely
Yeah.
forgot about that. They should just make the Oxygen Destroyer again. What's really
Yeah.
they already have the perfect deterrent.
The
In fact,
Oxygen
one of the
Destroyer
people-
also wasn't developed by Monarch either. It was developed by the US government.
Exactly. So that like the government doesn't actually need Monarch anymore at that point.
Wait.
Oh my god, I just realized that.
Wait.
Thank you for bringing it up, because like
Well,
now
here's the
the
other thing,
government
too.
doesn't need Monarch.
Well, no, the other thing too is that like the only way for that issue to be resolved is that if you introduce a monster created by the Oxygen Destroyer, because that is the only way we can be like, it might not be a good idea to use the Oxygen Destroyer because it literally created a giant monster of its own. So
Yeah,
like
that's a really good idea. It's a shame no one's ever come up with that before.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
so-
like, no, literally at this point, Destroyer is the logical conclusion to, like, or the logical next villain. Because here, think about this: you have Godzilla, Mothra, Suko, Shimo, all the apes, all the Titans, all technically on the same side. So you need something that's able to take on all of these monsters, or at least the majority of them, in a one-on-one or 1v something fight. And
Yeah.
considering the fact that the Oxygen Destroyer is really convenient for humanity, to justify in the universe for them not to be using it, you need to have given it the biggest downside, and Destroyer literally fits that perfectly.
That's actually something King of the Monsters does. One of the many things it does very well. Go watch my videos. There's we talked about the fact that Godzilla kills people when he saves the world, which he does. And you say, oh, when is the point that people decide that he's more of a downside than an upside when it comes to defeating Titans, defending the world, etc. And they showed that in King of the Monsters. They try to kill him. They think they kill him. They're like, hooray, we've killed Godzilla. Oh shit, Ghidorah's still alive. It's like, oh yeah, we just destroyed our best chance to defend ourselves against that thing. It's like, better the devil you know type thing, or the lesser of two evils type idea. That's again an interesting concept which could have been carried forward, which they haven't really done with GVK and GXK because the writing is shit. But and again, yeah, doing that with the oxygen destroyer, yeah, we have this weapon. It's apparently very good at, if not killing Titans, putting them out of commission so hard that we won't see them for years and possibly decades. It's like that is a really good weapon to use. Why aren't we using it more? It's like, yeah, why don't we put a downside to it? And I've just thought of this. What if instead of making giant robots, they went, let's make oxygen destroyer, grenade launcher, turret things, and we just put them around the cities, and the government, loads of governments around the world, start buying up oxygen destroyer cannons. And then when a Titan pops up, they use them, and then Monarch are like, "Oh, you shouldn't be using those willy nilly. We have no idea about the side effects of those things." And the governments are like, "No, we don't care. We just want to get rid of the Titans," and that's the storyline. And then one by one, DNA from the Titans is then mixing with the side effects, fallout of the oxygen destroyer's weapons, and then creating monsters which oxygen destroy monsters. And then at some point later in the film, a couple of them join together to make Big Destroyer. It's like that could make a great film all on its own.
That also logically can justify you having so many filming locations because you've given an in-universe justification as to why you'd have all these other destroyers in other places. Plus, all the major cities of the world that we want, that like Wingard and Co. want to see destroyed all the time, would want these things there. So yeah, you've given.
Am I the only one who really hated seeing all the landmarks?
Like, I understand like why they did it, because like when you think of a city, you think of its landmarks. So then seeing them like destroyed is like part of the fun. Like that's why like whenever you're in like any of the Godzilla fighting games, they have them in these big locations because you recognize the landmark. Oh, isn't it so cool to see this monster use the landmark for this reason? Things like that. But like it does sort of feel like the only aspect of these areas was their landmarks. Not to mention the fact that like in universe, there's probably so much history that we will never know about because of what the Titans have done to the locations they've been in.
By the way, a bit on top of that, regarding what you said, Animus, the thing about that situation, however, is that number one, they did not wait for Ghidorah for Godzilla to kill Ghidorah, because Godzilla already had him dead to rights. They just ruined their own chance, and so that would be a case of the military not knowing how to use their weapons properly, because the idea
they
is
thought they were going
still
to kill
good.
both of them. They didn't realize it wouldn't kill Ghidorah.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, even still, like they didn't. I mean, wait, hold on. So, did Monarch know that that Ghidorah was not of this earth? Because I'm pretty sure they did.
No, they learned about that afterwards.
Yeah,
they learned about
like Eileen Andrews kind of pieced it together, and she was like, "Oh wait, no, I'm talking about the wrong fucking character." Like the one lady,
Chen.
the one twin fairy lady. I don't know.
Chen, yeah.
And then she kind of pieced it together, and she was like, "Oh, he's from space."
So that's why he survived. Okay then.
Much.
Okay then. Well, at that point, yeah, that point in the film, I would guess it's less of a catastrophic. It's less catastrophic than I thought at that point. Then, but even still,
I will say there's a lot of stuff that people get wrong about King of the Monsters. I've got a video called Godzilla Reviews, or How I Learned to Hate People and Love the Big G.
Check it out.
There's a lot of stuff that people say about King of the Monsters, especially about Mark Russell, where they go, "Why is this happening? I don't understand it. It's so stupid. It doesn't make any sense." He's like, "No, it does. It's all there. You just didn't watch the film."
Oh, this guy knows how to do everything. It's like, even though it's like he has a master's. Like
he's a Dr. Mark Russell master engineer.
Another thing that's interesting too is anyone else realize the fact that we've now gone through 2 Monarch directors? that have no
we
characterization.
have-
Yeah, didn't they say?
Oh wait, yeah,
they
we
said
had
someone
Monarch
was in
and shit,
charge.
yeah.
Yeah, they have a new director. It's one sec, wait, because I said ... mark in my notes. I just need to find it. Oh yeah, director Hampton. That's the
is
new
he
director.
Who the fuck's that?
Is he the guy that did the Monarch show?
No. Director Hampton's the new director of Monarch and GXK that replaced the
Oh.
guy who
Oh
was
wait,
playing
I'm
Lance
such a
Reddick.
dumbass. You're talking about something else. Never mind.
They replaced Lance Reddick in GBK, who had admittedly, most people wouldn't even remember that because he only had 10 seconds in that movie tops. And it's only
Exactly.
just to be like, this is the day we feared. I give him the order, doctor. The city's being evacuated. That's his only line of dialogue. His name showed up in the credits, but he was barely a presence in it. And that guy was such a really good actor. May he rest in peace because he was so awesome.
No, rest in peace for
Was
him.
that his last performance?
No.
It was in
Apparently,
John Wick.
John Wick.
Apparently, his last
Which
performance is going to be in that upcoming John Wick spinoff, Ballerina.
Yeah, that's his last performance. I guess that'll be his last appearance. We've all been I've let you guys go on because I've given you guys a great run pretty much. But I kind of want to give some impressions in. Which I do have a video coming literally just coming out right now, a first impressions of GXK. But if anyone wants to hear what I pretty much thought of it, at least just to kind of go into it, or at least in general. So yeah, basically when I came out of the movie, I will say I pretty much kind of enjoyed it, but I would definitely say it is easily the weakest entry in the MonsterVerse.
Yes.
Definitely.
Because just kind of listen to the discussion here, as well as even in the video that I pretty much have just put together. It's going to be it's an unscripted video, so it's definitely not my best work, pretty much. But it's just something to get out there, just in case anyone's wondering. But yeah, the first thing I just want to say is Godzilla. What the fuck? I mean, I still love you, but dude, what the I would say, especially it's not this is the Godzilla that we knew in 2014 and KOTM, where he was still somewhere in the middle of it's not like he goes out of his way to avoid collateral damage, but it's not like he was going out of his way to just kill a whole lot of people. He wasn't pulling -1 Goji, where he's literally just maliciously killing whole scores of people. I guess we probably should have figured that since GBK Godzilla, as he was in GBK, he was kind of that seemed way pretty much doesn't really mind committing collateral damage, even more so than before. But in this film, just seeing him just swimming up through Egypt, plowing through bridges, where you could definitely tell there were people still on them. It's just nothing. It's it doesn't even matter at this point. But yeah, as far as whether or not Titans should be held accountable like Godzilla for the amount of deaths and collateral damage caused, the reason to kind of just give him leeway in 2014, through KOTM, was because in 2014 it was the first instances of him kind of showing up. So there would be at least a divide from people, and all the instances that he did show up in cities, whether it's Honolulu or San Francisco, it was to take on creatures that were actively killing, or at least actively being a threat. The most that happened that where he committed the most collateral damage in 2014 was the Golden Gate Bridge, but even then, he wasn't even actively attacking the military. It was the military that kind of shot first, and him plowing through the Golden Gate Bridge was kind of the result of him just kind of getting pelted from all sides, pretty much. And so that's why, when you have KOTM, there's this, divide in terms, as well as whether or not Monarch, the company that is knows about these Titans, should be kind of getting that information out there and reveal stuff. But yeah, let me just say, there should at this point, it makes even less sense now more than ever that to not make a movie to address the damage that's been, the collateral damage and the death that's kind of going on, especially during that fight in Rio by the end of this movie. It's like, if nobody, it's like, if another MonsterVerse movie comes up and it doesn't even address this, then I can say now I'm more than willing to like completely call foul, pretty much.
Monarch had the opportunity to do that, and all we get is just things in the background and just a little tiny bit of world building on that subject. Explaining what the aftermath is. We only get like one scene in one of the later episodes, and just stuff in the background. We never get full addressing. We never get like a full stop. Let's explore how are people dealing with Godzilla. Imagine just a random family that got torn apart because of Godzilla. Or better yet, or even how would even people of different religions react to Godzilla? That's all. Like that's all. One thing I've always wanted to because I'm a big sucker for religion. Because I grew up in a religious household, so like maybe I'm a little biased on that subject, but that is one thing I've always wanted to see, especially like in modern media. Like for example, Daredevil. One of the reasons why Daredevil is one of my favorite pieces of media of all time is precisely because we deal with so many different subjects, addiction, loss, postpartum depression, heavy subjects for a Marvel project. We also get faith, forgiveness, like of the people that, well, not forgiveness, but dealing with people that are just so evil yet so powerful, and all you could really do is and you want to eliminate it once and for all, but that it'll cost you your soul, right?
Yeah.
And we don't get similar things in the MonsterVerse at all. And whenever you talk to fans about this, he's like, "Oh, you want a sad and depressing story? No, I want a good story." Like if
we just want a good story.
People, I'm
fucking tired of fans being like, "Oh, you just want boy, bro. You just want a good story."
Well, here's the other thing too, is that like at this point now we have gotten GXK and GVK. You've gotten two like balls to the walls action, turn off your brain action movies. If we got a serious movie and like all we got was just like a promo for it, and it was like literally all of the events of GXK are addressed, and like we get to see a down to earth story being teased in a trailer, I know for a fact there'd be so many people, Godzilla fans and non-fans, being like, "Bro, we just want to see the monsters fight. This is boring."
Yeah.
Like
they will look at this podcast and think we just hate fun. That's the thing.
Like, it's that, because like the only time we've never seen something go from silly to serious when it comes to the Godzilla series in terms of in the same like universe or the same like continuous story. And the fact is that if that happened and people were like, "Oh, that's super cool," I'd be like, "Bro, you just want to suck at the fun of everything." Like
which is kind of ironic, at least in my context. Sorry, but I'm sorry.
Oh no, you're good. Like you're good. Say what you want to say.
I mean, like if we were to hear people say that, like, "Oh, you just want to suck the fun out of everything," it's like one of the first things I literally just said was I enjoyed GXK, The New Empire, which is, and GVK. So I mean, personally, I enjoyed those movies as like just fun monster movies, but I just think it's funny to kind of like when people just like would misrepresent some of us on here.
I would also levy the point, like, are serious movies not fun? Because John Wick is a serious movie.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Like, that's
it's
the thing,
supposed to be.
That's the thing with me. It's like I'm not saying fun movies are bad. Like I love fun, but it's like if it's gonna be fun, it's got to be a good story,
Yeah, Batman Begins has a lot of like fun moments in there, and that film is
there's like lots of movies.
I think people conflate excitement with fun. That's the thing. They conflate excitement because, for example, like if there's no action in a Godzilla movie, like if there's no like super duper hyper stylized monster action, then it's gonna be boring. But I don't see any Godzilla fan calling -1 boring.
Same.
No, not at all. Not even a little bit.
If I heard
people are going to do it just to be cheeky. I know for a fact that people are going to do it just to be cheeky, and they're wrong for saying it, but they are going to say it. But no, nobody calls -1 boring, and the reason why is because everything about it is well written and exciting.
Already be like, "Yo, bro, you've already lost the argument because you're bringing up -1 and comparing it to GVK. There's so many people who are like, bro, if someone compares -1 to GVK, don't listen to what they're saying. It's like, dude, really?
Yeah, I mean, -1 is quite literally the precedent for. It is quite literally the best Godzilla movie to ever come out in modern times. I mean, I've analyzed Godzilla 2014. I've analyzed 1954, which I mean, it's still a great movie, but it's not as
54 is a
perfect.
modern day.
But yeah, no, I know, but like when I say modern day,
Yeah.
But
No,
like
I know what you
comparing
mean.
it to other Godzilla movies, it's still -1. Like it's still got its problems. It's got a lot some contrivances, but it's probably one of one of the least contrived Godzilla movies that I have seen.
I would
I still have
say-
to see GM against Mechagodzilla and give GMK a proper analysis because I haven't done that. But
Did
I
you
will
watch
say
Tokyo SOS or no?
Tokyo SOS. No, I don't think I have. Maybe I
Okay.
did, but I don't remember.
I think
I don't think I did.
I think there's a
Okay.
channel that has it free on YouTube.
Yeah, Tokyo SOS is free on YouTube, so I'll send you a link after the stream.
Yeah,
I'm
I
actually
have
planning
it
on
on
doing
my
a
watch
video on
later.
Tokyo SOS at some point.
Oh,
So.
I'm gonna sound like a crazy person for this. I haven't even seen Godzilla GMK yet.
You
Yeah,
should.
my stream.
I haven't seen it, and I've heard it was incredible, and I want to watch it so bad.
I remember as a
GMK
kid,
is one of the best
Ghost
Godzilla movies out there.
Yeah, I've been hearing it's like so good, and it's like I've seen clips of it, and it's like, whoa.
If you
My
want an
first
example,
introduction to
that's an
GMK
example of an evil Godzilla.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no. I remember when I first heard about it, and that was like Ghost Godzilla, that concept like terrified me. Like Ghost Godzilla, that's a thing. That sounds horrifying. And I looked at the design, and I was
It was
scared out of
meant to
my
be
mind. I was
that was meant to be the bad guy in Destroyer, Ghost Godzilla, and then they went, no,
Yeah.
he's fought too
Oh
many
yeah, I
Godzillas.
heard about something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I almost forgot about this. Was it the government that made the Oxygen Destroyer, or was it Apex? I thought it was Apex.
It was the government.
Okay.
Yeah, the government made the Oxygen Destroyer pretty much,
Mm.
and Apex was like a privately owned company that made Mechagodzilla.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't have
Uh,
a lot to say about GXK, to be honest. I mean, I wrote notes on the movie where I could, and it was just for I actually will give it leeway. It's not
Mhm.
as bad as GVK, but at the same time, it's still amongst one of the worst Godzilla movies in the MonsterVerse. So I don't think at this point, I can only see things getting progressively worse because I mean a serious movie after not even like a serious movie because the tone doesn't really dictate the quality of a movie. It's the writing, but I mean after this, how do you even fix like what after GXK? How do you fix the MonsterVerse? What do you fix
Ooh.
because like at the very end of King of the Monsters, we see Godzilla pretty much nuking a place 3 times in a row, like the first blast and then the second blast and then the third blast to finish Ghidorah off, and then atomic breath, and then he roars on a pile of rubble, dead, just destroy. I don't remember if the city was evacuated or not.
There was,
but
yeah,
It
Rock
was
was,
fully
yeah.
It was?
evacuated.
Okay, well
That's
it was.
actually
But that
something
city is.
that-
Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say, this is something I brought up in my video. Previous MonsterVerse films, the arrival of a Titan, the waking up of a Titan was an event. It was a thing. It was such a thing that literally the entire US military, everybody was focusing on these things. It was world news. Everyone was panicking about it. One of the good things that Monarch Lom actually did was have the reaction of the school kids to the news and stuff like that. It was an event to the point where they would go, where's it going? It's going this way. It's going to take it ages to get this way, but we know it's going this way. So we just evacuate the areas around it. GXK is like, oh yeah, Godzilla fights all the monsters. Cut to Rome. And for some reason, Scylla, who's now orange, I don't remember her being orange, is just in the middle of Rome and there's people in the city. You're like, well,
I'm still
what?
confused.
Well, so
why
yeah,
was
here's
she
the thing.
even in Rome?
So the only reason why Scylla was in Rome is because of what happened in Hunted. But here's the problem: is that like they don't mention anything that happened in Hunted.
Yeah, they
So
don't. So it's like
the
it doesn't
only
make sense.
reason why Scylla was in Rome was because
Hold
another
open.
company that they sent a false flag of like an energy false flag reading that drew Scylla to a few different locations, and Rome was the final one. And Godzilla had been pursuing her that entire time, and they finally converged at that location, which is why they were fighting in Rome. But like the problem is that that company is involved with Monarch, but then the guy who owns that company ended up dying in the comic, but we get nothing. There is no context to anything that happened in Hunted.
Yeah.
See, as somebody who's never really read Hunted, I just kind of figured like, oh, it's Scylla just attacking Rome just to give us like a cold open for Godzilla's introduction. Like I never really thought much of it beyond that.
No, like it feels like a cold open, and then it kind of like now that like looking at this movie, it feels like Hunted had to make a story around that cold open because they were like, we want to have Godzilla fight a monster in a major city. We haven't done Rome yet, so let's do Rome. What's one of the popular monsters? Oh, let's do Scylla. Because Scylla already fought Godzilla in Dominion, so it's not like Behemoth where him and Godzilla have never fought. Let's have Godzilla and Scylla fight and now make a comic around that in prep for the new movie.
Yeah, and not it's to be honest, I kind of think it like the less you kind of like acknowledge like that the material like outside of the movies, like to be honest, it almost kind of seems like the better because these films don't really expect like as much as these movies are made for fans, they're also made for the general public who pretty much more than likely aren't going to be like aware that there even is like a tie-in comic or a novelization or what have you. So at the end of the day, it's kind of like I'm not even like, even though as much as like the Netflix Skull Island or Monarch Lam are probably like even more arguably certainly like more recognizable, or at least like to potentially people out there than something like GXK The Hunted. It's pretty. I would say like it almost seems like you're probably like better off just like not even like acknowledging all that stuff at this point.
You're right.
GXK doesn't even acknowledge Monarch Legacy of Monsters because there's no mention of Axis Mundi, and there's nothing about that
because they were written separately.
I wonder how many times Monarch staff like went into a access point for Hollow Earth, which are a whole other thing, and ended up in Axis Mundi by accident. And like, how many people have been time displaced because of that? Like, let's go on Hollow Earth. Oh wait,
100 years.
Yo, bro, I've seen some stuff. Thank God I'm home. And like, it's like they got blipped from Endgame. Like they're like, bro,
watching Dune Part 2 right after. Watching Godzilla X Kong right after Dune Part 2 gave me such a whiplash. I will admit, because
understandably,
you're watching a good movie and then you just jump directly into a bad movie, and it just
like that's a good comparison too, because a lot of people are like, yo, bro, it's a movie about giant monsters. What are you expecting logical consistency? Me looking at Dune 2, it's a movie about spaceships, space worms, and space drugs.
No, it's not even that.
Yeah.
It's a feudal space. It's a feudal system in space on drugs with giant sandworms.
And people fight with knives. And like, and
they have like shields like made out of pure energy, like just surrounding their bodies, pretty much.
Yeah.
Taking place in 10,000 years.
If we compare things based off of whether they could happen in reality or not, the entire concept of fiction would fall apart, and then stories would be useless. We don't look at stories based off of whether they could happen in real life or not. When we're looking at the plot of a movie, we're looking at verisimilitude. And the thing about real life is that real life, 99.999% of the time it makes sense. When it doesn't make sense, it's usually because of people, not because of reality itself. Just because there are things that we don't understand about it doesn't necessarily mean it doesn't make sense, because there were like science will always find explanations to things, and it will always, there will always be the mathematics behind it, and sometimes the mathematics can become more accurate over time. So the reality makes sense. So verisimilitude is just the reality of a fictional world making sense within its own context.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're telling me that, for example, Godzilla can do this, but all of a sudden now you're saying, oh, he does this now. you're starting to see the problem, right? And
Yeah,
that's the whole
it's
thing.
all about internal consistency. Internal consistency is how we're able to like understand like the stakes and what's going on in the story.
And
Like
what is the
without
problem?
that, it's just you're just doing without stakes, without internal consistency. You get shit like I don't know, like the most recent batch of MCU movies, like Multiverse of Madness or Ant-Man Quantumania. You know, where we're just throwing shit on the wall, see what sticks. We don't really care. Let's just get this out as quickly as possible. Oh wait, the CG artists haven't finished MODOK. Well, too bad. We gotta get this out there. Go go go! Crunch time, motherfucker.
See, that's like another thing is like it's like these people don't take their time to make these films, and even like it takes them a long time. It's like, do they even spend time or not?
Yeah.
Well, the other thing too is that like I think a lot of these people are probably very passionate, and I think that like there's probably a very generalized way about how like the workflow and sort of production time works for these movies. There should be like different structures, payment methods, and like just an overall restructuring of a movie based on like what requires of it. Like heavy CGI films like this should not go through a similar production and phase as like other films that even if they have CGI in them, don't rely on them as much as this, because like it's really clear that like you could have these artists probably spend far more time working on this and probably made an even better product.
Yeah.
By the way, for anyone who's wondering,
go ahead.
Okay, by the way, for anyone who is wondering, I know who may be thinking, like, did Sea Monster just compare the MonsterVerse to Phase 4 and Phase 5 of the MCU? Is just like, here's the thing. I will say the MonsterVerse is, still not as bad as what the MCU has gotten as of late, but unless like certain things are addressed going forward, especially as a result of this film, it could very easily be. Let's just say. I know some people may. I know some of you guys on here may not necessarily like agree that we're not quite there yet. But
I mean, like,
there.
I
will say
after seeing this movie, I feel like I owe Quantumania an apology.
I don't.
I literally said
I don't.
watching GXK. There's the bit where, oh my god, the contrivance. So when Con goes down to where the apes are, Ginger Con's places, when he's in the Hollow Earth, and then he goes down further into another Hollow Earth, and I literally went, "Oh Jesus Christ, it's Quantumania."
Oh yeah. I also have to
What's
ask
it called?
the diagram for the Hollow Earth is so stupid. So we have the
Yes.
surface world, right? And then we have the gravity well, which is where the mantle of the planet should be. They're essentially saying that between the crust of the planet and the Hollow Earth is just a black void of nothingness, really?
Oh yeah, because like when they enter, you got that huge black emptiness,
Mm-hmm.
In GVK, it's just a big void. In GXK, when they went down into it, the only time they actually showed them going through it, you can see light reflecting off of rock walls or something.
Yeah.
So it looks like there's an actual physical tunnel, but at the same time, they're showing the 2001 floopy light shit. So I have no idea
I have to
what they're
wonder,
trying to
like,
tell us.
It's not even
content
consistent
with
with
Godzilla-
itself with GVK. Like, my God.
if Godzilla can bore a hole into the center of the Earth and it could
Yes.
still function as an entry for the Hollow Earth, then what is the point of having an entrance in the first place?
Yeah,
There's
exactly.
actually there's something when I was making a recent video talking about that I can't remember which one, when Kong hits Godzilla in the face. So I was getting the clips for that, and there's the bit where Lind flies the heave, which that my brain Lind flies the heave out of the hole that Godzilla made. He says something, but it's really hard to tell what he says. He says something like, "We're going over the horizon," or something like that as he comes out the hole. And I only heard it now, and I was like, "Wait, what? What did he say?"
We're
So it makes
breaching
me
the gravity, something.
Yeah.
something like that, yeah. So it makes me wonder again, is it GVK's writing has gone to absolute balls and there's supposed to be something else going on there,
Yeah, so
but it's
actually, one
changed?
sec, since since you did mention that, I'm gonna bring up my iPad since I've been drawing while we've been talking as a comparison. So, like, when Godzilla is here and he like roars down at Kong and the monkey is like right there, you have the hole that's there. And what's it called?
That would take 4 hours, by the way.
Yeah. But like when the heat
Oh yeah,
like,
if it took
what-
that long, how come it didn't turn into daytime? Like I get that it was
Yeah.
still nighttime, but like,
It,
come on,
the speed
it
of
was like
sound,
close to
at the
morning.
speed
at
of
least.
sound, it would take 4 hours for Godzilla's roar to get to Kong.
Not to mention, like with how, like, because remember,
That's
once you get to
ridiculous.
here, gravity inverts. So when Kong is falling like this, when he hits this point, he falls up like that. So the heave would also then have to make sure it readjusts itself at this point here, which is why when they come out there, they have to do the weird floople thing to avoid Godzilla's breath. So, like, it's really weird because in other places, unlike that entrance, you have like weird floopy portals that do like weird, like all the weird disco light stuff. So you have like blah blah blah, blah blah blah, all that stuff. And then finally, when you get to the other side, that's when you enter like Hollow Earth stuff.
Yeah, because
which
like
is
we
weird.
get all the empty stuff, you know.
Mhm.
By the way,
what-
Zim, I'm gonna send you something regarding the Hollow Earth. I'm looking for it now because I actually have a point to make regarding what I mentioned before. I'm gonna
Okay.
send it to you in a minute. Just give me a second.
Yeah, no problem.
One potential
When you're-
defense that sorry about that. One
I'm-
potential defense I could make about like as far as like the roar off between Godzilla and Kong through the holes in the Hollow Earth is that I think Kong isn't necessarily is that it could be interpreted that Kong isn't hearing Godzilla roaring from down there, but rather it's just like Kong kind of knows it's Godzilla because of the atomic breath just coming through the ground, so he's just roaring at Godzilla like in anger because it's just going through the throne room, pretty much what have you. But that's pretty much that's all I got, pretty much.
To reference
other
an
than that-
Animus, to reference Animus's video, which is also referencing Omniview's video, you can stay in the room and that technically makes sense. However, if you look at how those shots are done, it goes atomic breath, Godzilla roar, Kong roar back, and then Kong go down. So yes, but then like it also just seems like poor direction at that point, which
yeah,
it's either
Also,
poor
Kong's not going to
logistics
be
or
able to
poor
see
world building.
Godzilla.
Yeah,
yeah. I mean,
that's
this
another
could be
thing.
Also, I don't know if anyone's watched my older videos where I was a bit more anal around all this lot. I worked out how long it takes for Kong to fall through the hole. Would you like to know how long it takes for Kong to fall through the hole?
Yeah.
Go
Come on.
for
Let's
it.
hear it.
Yeah.
15 hours.
15
You're lying.
15
Oh,
You're
hours
lying.
later.
Oh my
You're
God.
lying. You're
That is
lying.
insane.
No.
So like,
you're lying.
well, no, Godzilla is gonna breathe, and he's gonna be like, "What, motherfucker, get up here!" So he's gonna be standing there for 15 hours, being like, "Where the fuck is this dude?" And then
No,
That's
Kong
why
is
he
gonna
was
be-
walking away. He
Kong
was
is gonna
standing there for
run- no,
ages,
and
and
then-
he's like,
and
bored
then
now,
Kong's gonna
walking off.
run at him, and he's gonna be like,
Yeah.
"Hold on, I'll be there just a minute," and then 2 hours later,
I refuse to believe that's true.
Well, here's the
No,
other
no,
thing too,
that's-
is that, like,
if we go
if
by
that's the
that
case,
one,
Godzilla could have fought Mechagodzilla and then
By
waited for
himself.
Kong. Yeah, Godzilla could have been like, "Yo, bro, I ain't like, I'm ready. Let's go." Because Godzilla full power beats Mechagodzilla, so he literally just decides, I'm gonna go deal with this first. Destroys Mechagodzilla before he gets fully activated. Just sits there, waits for Kong. Kong pops up. Godzilla's like, "Yo, I had this entire time to rest up. Let's go."
yeah,
God.
it would just see how it
Slams
goes from
his
there.
head
Either
on the
Godzilla
floor
beats
and goes, "Let's do
Mechagodzilla
this."
or vice versa.
This is a much more fun film.
Fun.
Have
in
fun.
Humongous quotations.
Yeah, there's
Bro,
one. There's
like, bro, do you not like fun, bro? Like, bro.
Oh no, I had fun once. It was awful.
F is for fans who do stuff together.
You know what? I think, bro, you're actually like fun phobic. You're
Oh.
funophobe.
Yes, I guess I
These
am.
cinephiles are so funphobic, guys. Raise
Yeah.
awareness. Say no to fun phobia.
I'm a fun phobic and yet spicy take here. I like the live action Transformers films and Fast and Furious films, so come at me. So don't tell me that I don't know what fun is. Okay.
The Bayverse movies are actually fun because if you look at and they actually look good because if you look at the actual mechanics of how each part interlocks with each other, the sound design also helps.
Yeah.
Like you can hear each individual piece moving, and you can actually see how each individual piece interlocks with each other as the Autobots transform from a vehicle into a transformer. And the amount of care and meticulousness that went into crafting that, it really shows. Unlike Godzilla X Kong. And their excuse of the fans
actually,
that
no,
they
hold on. I
always
think
love
JS
using.
wanted to say. I've been seeing him trying to speak for like past 5 minutes or something.
Penny, you want to say something?
No, it's fine. There was another issue I had, like when the film was about to end. Like Godzilla just goes back to Rome to like.
Hey, just sleeps there like a baby.
And I thought, wait, so does he not need another new hideout? Like, or is he just like, is he like so is he like fully powered on radiation that he doesn't need a new hideout anymore? He just like, I can sleep anywhere.
You would think Godzilla would at least would be like, I'm gonna go somewhere a little more private as opposed to like in the middle of
Yeah, I'm
this
gonna
city.
make sure no humans try and bomb my ass.
Yeah.
To be fair, To be fair, in King of the Monsters, he did have an entire city built around him.
Yeah, but that was
the
like
existence of God, the cure for cancer, all of that just blown up to bring him back from the dead.
Well, think about it this way. Like, maybe that's his plan because, like, unless, like, they decide to evacuate Italy in, like, Rome, they're not going to bomb a city full of people while they're still there.
Because, ever heard of Hiroshima?
I mean, hey, in that case, that's war. So they'll be like, you know what? We've declared war on Italy. The use of atomics is now allowed.
Hey, well, you know what? Actually, Italy sided with Hitler that one time, so maybe it's justified.
Like, you know what, Italy? Like, we let you off easy after World War II. We've come to collect. Bomb Godzilla.
No more pizza. Sacrificing
like,
pizza in the process.
Italy's like, boopity. Why you gotta do this? Godzilla. Why?
Mamma mia, why?
Mamma mia.
Mamma mia, the Godzilla is causing radioactive fallout. What are we gonna do? All right, bomb him in the name of democracy.
In the name of democracy.
No, but yeah, Zim, I already sent you the pictures.
You guys are nuts.
So those pictures, I would like to explicate that these pictures are all concept art or for how the Hollow Earth would look like. I don't know if Zim, can you show them or? Oh, okay.
I got you.
Okay, so all this concept art depicts the Hollow Earth as a dark volcanic place full of seismic activity where all the light that comes from it is from both bioluminescence and the volcanic activity.
This I prefer.
So I think that would be the more appropriate way to depict the Hollow Earth, because on top of the fact that you're acknowledging that the mantle of the planet exists, you're also acknowledging that it has an effect for on how the Hollow Earth looks as well as how it behaves. So it would make the Hollow Earth make a little bit more sense. I mean, it doesn't, because the Hollow Earth is actually a real theory that people believe. It's like the flat Earth theory, but worse. But at least you're making it look more, I mean, less contrived, because this is like a fundamental change in reality when you just say, "Oh, the Hollow Earth is real." You got to be extra careful in how you depict the Hollow Earth. I don't know how Journey to the Center of the Earth does it because I haven't seen that movie, but
in Journey to Hollow Earth, Lost World concepts have ranged across like cinema. In Journey to the Center of the Earth, essentially, depending on which version you've seen, they're either just caverns with bioluminescence or they're closer to the Monsterverse where there's like a miniature sun in the middle. And even that concept is taken from Pellucidar or At the Earth's Core for the film version. And like that entire universe has like the world is on the inside of like the Earth. So it's similar to how the Monsterverse has the inverted gravity where you have land masses that are on like the surface, like sort of facing diagonally from like the normal Earth. But it's like it's a weird combination of those two versions of the same concept, but because they're combining those two versions, they don't work as well together because they don't fit each other.
Yeah.
The Dimension Ice Age.
Yeah, Ice Age in a sense.
Hey, talking about
That's
Ice
true.
Age 2 of those fucking dinosaurs.
Ice Age 3, actually.
Oh, was
I
it?
think
Oh.
three, yeah.
Ice Age 2 was the meltdown.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, everyone melted.
Yeah, but yeah, no, that would be that's my take on how the MonsterVerse. I mean, how the MonsterVerse should have depicted the Hollow Earth. There,
Agree.
obviously, because the sun under the Hollow Earth. I'm not
Doesn't
even
make
gonna
sense.
attempt.
Dude,
It's
yeah,
funny. One
doesn't
of my
make
friends
sense.
at work asked me, he was like, "Yo, how is there a sun there?" And I was like, "Yo, bro, I got no clue. I'm sorry."
No, but like
When
the
a lot of,
concept art for these they look much better, and then the ideas like bioluminescence and the lava and shit, that's better.
Oh yeah, the classical design of Hollow Earth is that the Earth's core is like a mini sun, and
Mhm.
that is basically the light for the entirety of the inside of the Earth. But the way that the MonsterVerse has now done it with the mirrored surfaces, that no longer works. So yeah, the bioluminescence and the
Yeah.
lava, that would have been that would have been artistic.
That would have been so much better. Like that lava in Godzilla, the temple with Godzilla and all that. That could have been
hell yes.
something.
I mean, there
Think
is
about,
lava
like,
in the
deep
Hollow
sea
Earth. Like there are
fish.
sections with magma. Like in the kingdom of the Scar King, you see a bunch of magma flowing. So it
Well,
does
yeah.
exist. You can have it.
Yeah, it's Scar King living on Mustafar, essentially, or at least
Exactly.
something that looks like it.
So it's not
Think
like you
about all
can't
like
do
the
it.
deep sea fish that have all the bioluminescence going on. How much sense that would have made for a hollow Earth that is lit up by just bits and pieces of light. Then you could have had all these titans with all these glow effects going on. That would have made more sense, and it would have looked very good.
Yeah, you can have cool stuff that it also makes sense. Those two things are not mutually exclusive. Because when people look at us, they look at us as the robot that hates fun and all like logical. All if it's logical, then it can't be fun. Here we are explaining a cool thing that also makes sense. How do you have that? It's gonna rock their brain, though. It's gonna rock their brain. Let's just be honest. And you can still have the cool visuals from the Hollow Earth if you really wanted to, but you can still have them make sense. So, like, I have
like,
to wonder, like, what is the thought
Someone
process?
said, I can't remember who, because one of my questions in one of my videos was, why does Kong jump off of the aircraft carrier when Godzilla blows up from underneath it? Because
not
Kong
get-
has never seen.
You know,
Sorry.
like so his ass wouldn't burn.
Yeah, it's like Kong would have died. It's like, okay, so how do you get him off the aircraft? Like, oh, he jumps. Okay, why did he jump? And then that's where the question gets stuck, because it's like, well, he doesn't know Godzilla can do that. He's never met him before, so why can he do that? And someone
Right.
suggested, what if you have Godzilla blow up a plane, a couple of planes with his breath as they fly past? He's like, yeah, really
That could
nice.
have been an easy fix.
Shove that
Yeah.
in. That'd be great.
Or what's it called? I can do you one better. Kong doesn't jump off. He's just sort of curious and doesn't know, but he doesn't want to get into the water because Godzilla's there. Godzilla hits the aircraft carrier, only grazes Kong. Kong gets knocked off into the water, further allowing Godzilla to take advantage of Kong while he's underwater. Like, there's a lot of other ways you can make the effect happen without us having to like ask questions as to how you got there. It's
Exactly.
like math. Like you can get a right question in math. You can get the right answer in math. It's just that you need to show your work, and if the work makes sense, then yeah, I mean that's when you know you actually understand what you're doing.
The way it seemed like with that scene was that Kong just knocked him pretty much immediately after he knocked Godzilla off. He kind of noticed that like the water was like glowing, and he knows Godzilla's directly underneath there. Like even if he doesn't know exactly what Godzilla's gonna do, he could potentially may have had like an idea of like, I think that has something to do with this big lizard that I'm just like currently fighting. Maybe he's doing something. I probably should do something about it. But even then, like, here's a question. where did Kong learn how to swim, and how come we've never
Yes.
even
Yeah, because he's been living on Skull Island his entire life, and he's
like it'd be one thing. It'd be one thing if like earlier in the film we were like shown like a moment where Kong was like just kind of swimming around doing something like that. That could have like set that up, like easy.
Well,
easy.
actually,
God.
like, although that one doesn't need to be directly explained, because at least in KSI, we know that Kong was a baby and had been growing up on Skull Island, and there were at least monsters bigger than baby Kong. So there's at least bodies of water on Skull Island that Kong could have swum in and around.
Yeah,
to
like
learn
that
how to
body of
swim.
water where he was pulling the squid out, pretty much.
Yeah.
Like he could have gone through that, perhaps. I mean,
Like,
yeah, I mean, you could
not to
infer
mention he's-
something.
Yeah, and since he's hunted the squid, it can be inferred that Kong probably encountered them, and once he got big enough to a point, he could start hunting them. So
Yeah,
there
good
is
point.
that.
I just double checked because I'm sure I heard this from somewhere. I just double checked. Gorillas can't swim.
Yeah.
Yeah, regular.
Hey, that's
It
pretty
literally
cool.
says in Google they will sit out if there's a flood. They will just find high ground and sit it out, and they will even carry sticks with them to measure
They
the
can't
depth of
swim!
water.
Monkey can't swim.
That sounds
Gurgle,
racially
gurgle.
charged, but whatever.
Yeah.
But I just saw a tweet from Little Platoon. He said one of the first lines in Godzilla X Kong Frozen Empire, whatever it's called, is for most of our existence we believed life could only exist on the surface of the planet. We've known about fish for most of our existence, and our ancestors lived in caves. Worms are not a new mystery. Moles are a thing. You have to wonder, what else were we wrong about? We weren't wrong about that, Eileen. Some of us got past the second grade. And I was just thinking, yes, I've been saying this ever since I heard the trailer and the line. Like, first of all, we weren't wrong about that. We've never been wrong about that. Second, you've been wrong about a lot of other things. So
a better line that she could have said to kind of like front with that is like, we pretty much didn't know that there would potentially be like a 3-headed alien fucking dragon from space that pretty much was like living among us.
So actually, no, I'll tell you one better. That line works if you're talking about like monsters. Just be like, for most of human history, we assumed monsters were myths and legends. And you know what? That line makes sense if we were following the trajectory set out after King of the Monsters.
Oh,
Look,
that
the
actually
general-
reminds me of.
The general
reminds me
idea
of
was
Cthulhu.
that. Sorry, Black Running.
sorry.
Yeah, the general idea. Well, the general idea of what I suggested was like, we didn't know that aliens existed, like just anything extraterrestrial, like not of this earth, like an actual life form existing, just in general. Like, what else are we wrong about? They're kind of like, and they could have just like went with that pretty much for this movie.
Then like the line could have been like, oh, like we believed that life could only exist on this planet, and what else could be out there, or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know.
No, not really. No, we have different theories explaining how different life forms could evolve. Even like we even got as creative as developing the theory of, oh, what if we have silicon-based
life forms.
silicon-based life forms? Yeah. Another
Isn't that
thing.
Evolution, the film?
What?
I think.
Yeah.
Is it Evolution, the film? Have you seen that with Matthew Broderick?
Oh no, I haven't.
I don't think Matthew
Oh,
Broderick.
that's a brilliant film. But yeah, I think the aliens in that are silicon based.
Oh,
I don't think Matthew Broderick's in that film. I know Julianne Moore and Orlando Jones is. And,
Orlando Jones.
he's an actor. He's a
Jonah.
Oh, okay.
yeah. The sentiment that we didn't know monsters existed, that was what I was gonna say. It reminded me a lot of what's his name, Randa from King of Kong Skull Island. I forgot his name. Bill Randa. Yeah, Bill Randa. It reminded me of what Bill Randa said to General Packard in Kong Skull Island, and it would have fit too. Like it would have fit with the rest of the multiverse.
A random line I just threw out there literally can tie to where the universe was going before GVK, and also ties into KSI. And you could have also used that as like being like a colleague from my organization years ago, Bill Randa. There you go. There's your little Easter egg for all the lore nerds there. Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, lore is very important in your own universe. That's why you need lore Bibles. Something I mean, like you gotta have a lore Bible, but at the very same time, you have to make sure it's coherent. Because no matter
Yes,
how many
exactly.
lore Bibles, no matter how much you can write in your lore Bibles, if it's not written coherently, then it's not gonna matter. I mean, just look at Rebel Moon. Like Zack Snyder wrote an entire lore Bible, which is good in theory, but after looking at the movie, I don't think a lore Bible is gonna help him much.
J.K. Rowling wrote the Fantastic Beasts movies, which are set in the world that she created, but she couldn't even stay consistent with the lore she created in the books, or heck, even in the movie, the Harry Potter movies. So just want to throw that out there.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
One of the good things Monarch Lom actually did, there's a scene where, and again, this is actually works with a discussion we were having earlier about like the funding of Monarch and whatnot, because they try to explain why Monarchy goes up and down with like how much power it wields and whatnot, and it shows like the amount of times that the government gives money to Monarch and then takes control away and keeps doing that. There's a bit where they do an experiment trying to get to the Hollow Earth. It goes wrong. They cut the funding because like, you guys are doing, you're just rubbish. We're not funding you anymore. And the younger Bill Randa says, "Oh, maybe we should drag a Titan up and show them what a real threat looks like." And they, the military bloke says, "Oh no, we're not doing that. Stupid, don't do that." Then you go to Kong Skull Island, which takes place, I think, 10 years after that statement. And Samuel Jackson's character says, "You knew this guy was here." And he's like, You were trying to lure him out. And Bill Randa's it. "Yeah, sorry about that." It's like, oh, that's an actual bit of continuity between the TV show and the films. Well done, Monarch Lom.
Yeah, that's the
Lom did a good
one thing.
Lom. Yeah, well,
Like-
I mean,
like-
what's it called? Broken clock twice a day. Lom, yada yada.
Yeah, a broken clock is right twice a day. That's the saying. And I
Yeah.
will say the scene with Randa and Lee Shaw and Keiko were probably the least contrived parts of the story. Then again, there's the whole thing with the bomb, and I mean it's a minor change, but it's a minor
Or the
change.
Lawton.
They don't. This is the first time they change his behavior so that they can have some payoff. I mean, the
Oh, yeah, they
entirety
all
of.
died when that bomb went off.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
They were way too close.
They're dead.
There's
The-
oh
how many
God, what's his
megatons is
Kyle
that?
Hill? Have you seen Kyle Hill's video on Castle Bravo?
But guys, that sounds like funphobia right there. I think I'm hearing some funphobic.
Uh-oh.
The
Funphobic.
fact that bomb
so.
went off way bigger than they thought it was going to be. So even if they were sitting in a place where they thought they would be safe, they were still too close. It's just like that. Yeah, that whole scene's. It only came to me after watching the episode and making my video on it, and then afterwards I was like, "Wait, hang on a minute, how close are they? They're way too close. If they can see it, they're dead."
Right.
Yeah. I remember hearing on a live
be right
stream,
back.
like, sorry. Oh, okay. I remember.
Yeah, no, I was gonna be right back. You guys are good. Black,
Okay.
you're in charge.
Okay.
I remember watching a live. All right, so I follow. I'm pretty sure you guys have heard of Mahler. I was watching his live stream of when he was playing Suicide Squad: Kill the Justice League, and basically, if you manage to watch a nuke 50 miles away, it still has the power to blind you.
It's temporary blindness, but yeah.
Temporary blindness, yeah.
Oh yeah. I didn't see the stream, but I know. Yeah, Mahler is.
There's
Like, a lot
there's
of the things
videos
I
that you can see of nuclear
Yeah.
tests where they have people flying over, and they have an eye patch over one eye, and the entire purpose of that is they deliberately get people to watch the nuclear bomb go off, get blinded, and then record how long it takes for them to be unblinded. Which is why they got the eye patch, so at least they have one eye.
Let me see.
That's
Yeah, no,
macabre, but I mean,
Well,
if it works.
that is by far the least macabre thing they've done with nuclear bombs. They
Oh, no, I
got
know that
people to
part.
stand close to it, and they went, "No, you'll be fine." And then afterwards, their skin fell off.
Yeah.
The whole thing with the nuclear bomb was like probably the least macabre thing that happened in Suicide Squad: Kill the Justice League.
that's true.
Oh yeah.
You know, Bats, we had a long run together.
Oh god.
Didn't think it would be me in the end, huh, Bats?
Oh god, please stop. No. That whole thing alone was enough for me to go, I'm never playing this game. Well, that and the fact that even though it had single player, you still would need to be connected to the internet or like something like that online in order to even play the single player, for what I understand. Like that just
Yeah. As a wise woman once said, you always have to end on your best joke.
All right, how do we kick him off?
You
Who am I kicking off?
You can't.
Hey, the double ban.
Comes back.
Wait, who am I kicking off?
No one.
No one.
I had a joke ready for all of that. Dang it.
God.
Yeah, no.
Oh,
Yeah, Suicide Squad maybe want to consider the
It makes me want to Kermit.
Kermit.
Yeah, there was another issue I did have with Godzilla X Kong. Well, if Godzilla was storing all the energy like to fight the Kongs, like why didn't he like go immediately to the Hollow Earth, to fight him instead of just like
Oh yeah.
surface?
No, what's it called? There's two huge contrivances. One of them is that the Uncharted
Just
area of the
two?
Hollow Earth. No, the two biggest ones, because like they are completely world breaking to the story, because you have the fact that right under Kong's home, like his little cave he's been in, is a like little cave entrance to the Uncharted area of the Hollow Earth that somehow has been
Yes.
undocumented.
yeah.
And then the other is that the Iwi prophecy states Godzilla and Mothra would come back to fight Scar King and Shimo. Godzilla's been like storing up all his energy because of the SOS. So Godzilla should have just gone directly down to Hollow Earth. His little spat with Kong wastes time. And the whole idea that Godzilla wouldn't go into Kong's territory betrays his purpose, because it was always going to essentially happen because of the prophecy.
On top of that, Mothra doesn't do anything to stop Shimo or anything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like all she does is stop the army, but it's like Godzilla literally like he fucking beat the shit out of other apes. So it
If
was like,
Godzilla wanted to, he could just annihilate. This is something
Yeah,
that
it
told
was
the
like,
sea
was
monster. They could
Mothra
annihilate
really-
the entire monster.
yeah,
Ape.
it was like was Mothra really
Necessary?
yeah.
She
It-
transported Jaya to Egypt so she could have a psychic conversation with Godzilla to stop him fighting Kong. Jesus Christ, why was that a thing?
We
Because
needed
it's a
Iwi
callback
fruit
to the
magic.
Showa era. Something we should have evolved from the very beginning. But no, we gotta have a Showa era.
I hope no one tries to tell me that Mothra, Godzilla, and Kong having their little moment is anywhere close to Godzilla, Rodan, and Mothra's little talk before they fight King Ghidorah. Because
Talk?
I know
Oh hell,
I know
no.
someone's gonna say that moment is just like the moment in Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster.
Oh
I
hell
know
no, it's not even
coming.
close.
No,
No,
it's not.
someone's gonna say it.
That was the moment I wanted to walk out of the cinema.
Talk? Zim, did you say talk?
Well, what's it called? Like the talk, with Ghidorah, in Ghidorah the Three-Headed
sit
Monster.
down
the
and
talk that
make
Rodan
noises at each
Mothra
other.
have. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, like
mean-
and then Godzilla and Rodan, they're basically like, no, fuck off, we don't want to help.
Mm-hmm.
literal
Yeah,
Have you
children.
not seen Ghidorah, a three-headed monster?
Sorry?
This reminds me. Now that I think about it, this reminds me. There was this one kid, in the theater, where, in a theater, because this is footage that I saw before watching the movie. There was a kid. He was asking, and this isn't necessarily part of the plot or anything, but it's mainly just the sentiment towards Godzilla movies in general. So, there was this one kid. He asked, "Hey, how this monster that Kong just killed? How come he has green muscles, but how come he has red muscles but green blood?" And the other kid's response is, "This is a movie about a giant nuclear atomic lizard." And the kid was like, "Oh, okay." And that got me thinking, like, is this really what people think about Godzilla? Because that devalues what Godzilla is in so many ways. Saying that Godzilla is just a giant nuclear lizard intended for children is literally the Patrick Willems fallacy in its
It is the
most
Willems
classic
fallacy.
forms. Yes, it is a this is a movie about space wizard intended for children. Okay, then why do you care so much?
I'll do you one. I'll do you one better as far as like what's kind of been going on with the mindset of our current generation these days. When I saw the movie in the theater, you pretty much there was like literally like a couple people, like some like I guess like a teenager or tween and like her parent or whoever, who basically would not shut the fuck up throughout the whole movie. And like I mean I'm pretty sure this kid is actually like stupid. There was like a couple moments that really stood out to me. One was like during the previews where she mistook the trailer for Furiosa, a Mad Max saga, for The Walking Dead at the beginning. And the other instance was that when the text came up, it says Cairo, Egypt. She just said Cairo, Egypt.
What?
I know, right? It's like the educational system is failing right now. If this is our future, oh God! And to be fair, I will say maybe the details that I kind of missed as far as like whether or not whether the film would help the film make sense or not. I guess some of my I may have probably could have potentially missed some details because of that obnoxious dickhead behind me. Like,
I fucking hate people in the theater who just can't shut the fuck up. Like, bro.
Yeah, and that's kind of why, like, I mean, I don't know. That's why I'm gonna try to like see this movie again just so I could be able to properly like take notes because it's only like just first impressions that I've kind of given out. Only seen the movie once, like yesterday.
You're gonna give it your money again?
Just to take notes, just to verify, a lot of what has kind of been discussed, pretty much.
I wouldn't give this movie money if I were you. I'm just saying. Like,
I'd just probably be seeing it at like a cheaper screening. Let's just say.
All right.
Yeah,
I get it.
Like, I'll say this: what's it called? We got another person here. CGF movies.
Hey, welcome to the stream.
Was waiting for you, man. Where you been?
I was watching the movie. I'm trying to set up my fucking my goddamn profile picture won't show.
Huh.
But like,
if you set up the account, then it'll be easier.
I know.
To be fair, my profile picture didn't show up during my first stream that I hosted, so that was kind of at least on so that was weird, but
yeah, it can be a little floopy sometimes.
Oh,
his device isn't connected, so I think he's just trying to floop around with it. He still has the link, so he's good.
I was like looking away for like a second, and next thing you know, he disappeared. Oh, now he's back.
There we go.
There we go. I got it fixed.
Yay!
Yeah. So I literally just got out of the fucking movie. So we're all talking about it, I assume.
Yeah. And you can give thoughts, spoilers, everything.
All right. Cool. So it's okay. So if I were to take this from outside of a Godzilla fan perspective, Godzilla and Kong is literally just the Fast and Furious. That's literally the best way I can describe it. Is that it's just a very passing and going film, but I mean, because it's over before you know it, basically. And then I would just honestly give it an 8 out of 10. But world building is essentially fucked. There's no saving that. The scaling, there's none of that except for like 1 to 3 shots, maybe like with Kong in Egypt, like the one shot of him walking across the skyline. I thought that was a great shot. Stories, if you even want to call any of it one. Kong and Suko, I think was great for what it is. I think that was the best part. I think they should have pushed that more. Like that whole fucking exposition that Rebecca Hall was giving in the Hiwi Temple about like explaining how the Scar King came to be and all this other shit was fucking stupid. And I think instead they should have, to really make that better, they should have just done like a flashback of like showcasing that whole thing happening. That would have been better.
Yeah, it seemed like that exposition was out of order.
I know they always want to claim they want to treat the monsters like actions and bring more monsters. Well, this is like
You had the opportunity.
Yeah, you had one.
The one time where
know.
it makes sense, and they
This
don't
is-
do it.
I know this is like the closest they will ever get, and I'm gonna put it that way because I don't think they're gonna get another movie after this because this is just like a very standard Hollywood slop movie. It's nothing. It's nothing. It's
they did
nothing
break
special.
even though, so they definitely will make more.
I mean, good
Yeah,
for them.
and apparently it's
It's-
had the best
they're gonna make
opening.
more.
I think like one of the best openings for the MonsterVerse, which I'm like,
I just find it like I was like messaging about this in my server about how like I just find it baffling seeing kids watching this movie. Like mainly the idea of like modern kids going to see a Godzilla movie, which after watching
Modern
this,
kids.
after watching this, it makes perfect sense because fucking Kong using Suko as a fucking baseball bat.
I will say this.
That
I
was
will
the
say
best.
this.
That scene was good. That was funny.
That was well executed. 10 out of 10.
I will say this. You comparing it to Fast and the Furious is very accurate because the pacing was very fast and it did make me furious.
Okay, then I might be the only one here, but like the first 2 acts of the film for me, they felt slow for me. I don't know why though.
I think on the Godzilla side of things, if like they just kept cut anytime it kept getting good with Godzilla, they just cut. Like they didn't let it linger any longer than that. He's constantly on the move, and then like just more exposition of people talking about him, like, oh, he's now entering the radioactive Arctic. He's now going into their territory.
yeah.
Fearsome
was-
Godzilla, he has now evolved.
Yeah.
oh, one sec. I think Pena's about to leave. So, you want to show anything, Pena, before you head out, my man?
Yeah, let me give you my channel. Give me a sec. All right.
I do want to talk about something a little bit about like a certain review on the GXK, that I kind of was listening to earlier today. After Pena, does the shout out thing.
All right. So
Was it Dangerville or Demons?
Angry Joe.
Oh,
okay.
Oh God,
Jesus.
Oh no. Don't tell me. He said, "Oh, this film is a great masterpiece."
One second.
All right,
Put
so,
Not quite.
this thing in the chat there. So for anyone who's in the chat right there, that's Pena's channel. So you guys can get him a sub.
All right. So I'm gonna head out. Please subscribe to my channel and
Subscribe.
I will. Yeah, subscribe, and there were times in this movie where I did have fun, but I just found it really underwhelming, and yeah, I especially loved when Kong was using Suko as a what did someone say it was a Billy Bat or
Billy
whatever?
Club.
Billy
I was thinking
Club.
he probably used them as a pillow or something.
I
Like
was-
pillow fight.
Yeah, I was saying like a baseball bat.
a
Yeah.
Billy Club. Yeah.
Whatever.
So yeah. Anyway, I was right to keep my expectations low for this film because I remember when Mr. H Reviews did like a review of like the leaks and then Legendary took off, like had it deleted. That
Oh yeah, that was insane.
That probably should have been my first clue. I don't hate this movie, although there are things that I do hate in it, like Godzilla, like straight up murdering Scylla and Tiamat.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it could have been a lot better. Although, let's be honest, this is probably on me for expecting better from the guy who directed the live action Death Note. But yeah, I don't fully hate it, and it was nice talking with you guys. So I'll see you later.
Of course, my man. You have a good one.
Later.
I'm good.
Nice chain.
All right.
And
Okay.
then there were 6.
Yeah. Okay, so all right, so a couple of some points that in Ingrid Joe's video that I noticed, because he definitely seemed like a bit more mixed on this film than he was for GVK or Kong Skull Island, pretty much. Like obviously he rated Kong Skull Island the highest out of all of them. But the thing he pretty much said that just kind of stuck out to me, that was just like, what the fuck, was like pretty much like immediately after when a point was made about how like there was like an exposition dump about Tiamat's like abilities, when she showed up, pretty much, just to be like, oh, here's what this is what Tiamat is and what she's capable of, right before a big battle takes place. I mean, like, which it said was kind of jarring, pretty much, and that was like, yeah, that's true. But then immediately afterwards, he said this movie's focusing on this little girl Gia who pretty much has no purpose, and I'm just like, it's like, except for the one big thing, it's like, well, there wasn't it's like, how can you say like she had no purpose except for this one? Like, she was like the chosen one, dude. Like she was like kind of integral to the plot of this film. Like, you can't say like she had no reason, but then just throw this caveat in where like she was like so key to this plot, and at least like some attempt at like a family drama sort of thing between her and her mother, pretty much. Like, you can't just say like, oh, these people have no purpose in the movie when there's like, there clearly is. It's just not all that greatly executed,
This is Angry Joe, who, when he was watching Killing the Monsters, he said, "Oh, there's a load of human stuff in there, but I don't care about it."
away to the humans during the monster battles.
It's
That's
like,
kind
okay,
of
so if you don't care about it, shut the fuck up then.
yeah, exactly.
If you don't care about it, I don't care about your opinion.
If I were to describe Godzilla, it's obviously very clear. Everyone knows that like Adam Wingard is pulling heavy inspiration from the fucking Showa series, but it's very reminiscent of these two movies. The obvious being Godzilla versus Megalon, but also Ghidorah, the three-headed monster. I feel like those two Showa films is like GXK into one or whatever. That's how I would put it. And like, it's I enjoyed Godzilla and Kong. It's just the pacing. It's too short of a movie. Like, I feel like it was too short. It ended.
You wanted more of
was.
that? Are you
But
serious?
Say again?
You wanted more of that?
I wanted what I wanted more of was like visual storytelling. Like, they did that. They were doing it with all the apes and part of Shimo, whatever.
Shut
Shimu. Yeah.
ShamWow.
Shamu, the Ice Age whale.
Yo, is that if that is literally the reason why they named them that, that'd be so funny. Yo, so like this animal was a booze like Shamu,
Well,
so we just replaced it with like an I and an O. So
well, it sounds like a whale. So I mean, it's a terrible monster design. I don't like Shimu at all. It's just she was okay. Like
she's a very bear design.
Yeah, it's very. I don't know. But oh my god,
it's like okay design, but there's not much to write home about at the end of the day.
Babe, wake up! Dude, Godzilla Origins just dropped. Fucking Star Eater.
On what you said regarding the Showa era CGF, I wanted to posit this point, and it's that stop taking inspiration from mediocrity. Like, stop taking inspiration from the Showa era. If you're not gonna like improve on what is there, then maybe just don't do it at all. Take inspiration from the good.
Don't what's it called? Don't go below the Showa era. Like, again, Megalon was more integral to his story than Shimo was, and same with Jet Jaguar. Both of those monsters had more to do with their plot. Seatopia's motivations were not as convoluted as Scar King's, and Godzilla acted far more consistently and more heroically than he did in this film.
Yeah, no, Godzilla is. Okay, so this is what I hate.
There's an Acno. Hello, Acno.
What up?
Oh,
hello.
Oh,
what's up, Agno?
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this film. Yeah.
in the club of funophobes.
Yeah.
Monophobia.
We
Yeah.
hate fun here. We don't like your kind around here. Fun.
They don't
boy.
like you, funny folk. Fun boy. You got to say, fun boy.
Stealing
Oh,
our
God.
jobs.
No fun allowed unless it's like making jokes about hypothetically nuking Italy because Godzilla's in the Coliseum.
All fun people go to the back of the bus.
You fun folk. We don't laugh. You're kind of
Oh God.
fun boy.
I feel like another thought I had after the movie and thinking back of like the show comparison is that it's history. You know, like the saying of like history always repeats itself or whatever.
Yep.
The same thing's going on with the fucking MonsterVerse. It's exactly like the show series, like 2014. 54 comparison starts off serious, blah blah blah, and then as more films go on and on and on, it becomes more fucking ridiculous and out of the question.
Someone linked a video to me. I can't remember what the video was. It was someone arguing like, "Can Godzilla be silly?" Something like that.
Yeah.
I kind of watched like the
yeah.
to that, and I
I
X'd it out.
started watching it. I got a few minutes in, and I was just laughing my head off because the guy was basically arguing against himself. He essentially said,
Are you talking about Mike's Monsters video?
possibly. He started off saying that Godzilla versus Megalon was the reason that Godzilla was so successful. What the fuck?
What?
He then
What?
he then
What?
compared.
I'm
He then
sorry.
compared
Just a
Batman.
minute.
He
Hold on,
compared it
let's
to the
pause.
Batman TV films.
Oh
saying
yeah,
that,
it is Mike's Monsters video. Yeah,
Oh, is that one then?
it
Because
is.
then
Yeah.
he says, "Oh, but the Batman series got sillier as it went on," and I went, "Yes." And George Clooney offered refunds to people because the film was so shit.
Oh, not to mention the fact that
Exactly.
like, what's it called? The only reason why Batman got silly was because of because of the Hays Code and things like that. Like, it wasn't like they wanted to go in a silly direction.
Yeah, and like same for like, and correct me if I'm wrong, but like Toho, like they were making Godzilla silly because like they were trying to, like they were competing, for television and shit. Correct me if I'm wrong, but like
Competing against
No,
Gamera
you're right, yeah.
and, and Zone Fighter or something.
yeah, Zone Fire, like they were competing, and that's actually a reason. But like, it's like, I don't know.
Yeah,
If I
saying
may,
that Godzilla can be silly because the show era was silly is like saying Batman can be silly now because Adam West didn't.
Well, to be honest, the show was the weakest, in my opinion.
Oh, by the way,
if I may,
the subject of one of my videos now, the versatility of Godzilla. I feel like, the more you make him a silly goofball, the more you dilute his meaning.
I feel like if you were to take inspiration from the Showa era, you probably need to recognize what are the things that the Showa era did right, and what can we do to like incorporate them, and potentially in as far as like what they did wrong and avoid them.
Because
that's
I feel like Adam just saw the fucking fight scenes instead of like an actual like. It's almost like he didn't look on like what some
that's
of the show movies did successful.
Yeah, and
it's
that's
like,
the thing. He learned the wrong lessons, basically.
yeah, like he just saw the fights and
Like
be
a
like,
child.
okay, let's make Godzilla do a flip.
Yeah, like a child would do. This is exactly the kind of thought process a child would go through.
I'm surprised.
Now,
Go ahead.
yeah, and people would see that as a positive, but first of all, I wouldn't show my 7-year-old cousin Godzilla -1 for obvious reasons.
I would.
Right.
I would. I
to
was scared.
terrorize them.
Because he's kind of young. I would ease him into it. I would show him 1954 first because he'd have no idea what's happening. Then I'd show him.
Yes.
Black and white
Yes.
film,
Let's
he'd be
let
like, "What?"
let's let your 7-year-old cousin watch the 1954 film that was what fucking over -1. Okay.
Show them the Polygon trilogy, and we'll see how the Polygon things get really good.
Show him scary Shin Godzilla and make him piss himself.
I don't want to traumatize
Oh
him
no!
just
You
yet.
want to give him
I'm
quality
gonna
films, not
traumatize
Shin
all of the
Godzilla.
kids.
Like I want to give him quality content, but I don't want to traumatize him immediately. I just want to ease him into it. Unless
No,
you want me
you'll
to
get-
show him Dune Part 2 first.
Do it.
Oh god. Fucking Doom Part 2.
I love
Watch
that
him.
movie.
Watch him watch the big worms.
We'll talk about that on Sunday, I'm sure.
Listen, Gaib.
Question: What's
I'll-
everyone's
I'll-
opinions on Shin Godzilla?
It's
Shin
amazing.
Godzilla's great.
It's okay.
Bad.
I have several complaints with it though.
I recognize Shin Godzilla as a good movie, but I was fucking bored of it. So
I don't think it's the worst film in the Reiwa era. It may
Oh,
be
no.
one of the better ones, but it's still pretty bad. I made three videos actually. One of them was an addendum where I just addressed
know.
like, oh yeah, the bullet trains. Yeah, you know, Cianibus.
I know. I reference you.
Wait,
You
what-
reference
the bullet
me. I
train? What was
reference
the bullet
you.
train?
Yeah.
What was that with the bullet
The
train?
bullet train thing. Well, do you want to say Sea Monster?
Okay, all right. So in Shin Godzilla, they're around a little over halfway through. They kind of established that while Godzilla is in a dormant state, like he's asleep and all that, powered down, he's still able to use his lasers, like from his back and what have you, due to thanks to a drone getting shot down just as it was like peering from the corner of some ruins. So then you get to the last third of the movie. Their plan is to like wake him up with like some explosions and all that by lading the bullet trains with explosions. And yet Godzilla, who has phased array radar, as they say in the film, does not shoot the bullet trains while asleep. Which means if he did, but he doesn't do that because if he did, the bullet trains wouldn't be able to reach him and they'd be fucked because they would have to require a lot more firepower to try to wake him up and then potentially waste it all. And their plan
But
would
the humans
completely
have
crumble.
fun on it.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, yeah, that sounds like a pretty big issue now that I think about it.
It's a
There's
huge
giant-
issue. That's the
Yes, it's a
thing.
huge issue. I'll go through it in my video. I actually even do a little animation for it. It's like if the trains can't go near him, then the trains can't go near him. They have to waste loads of ammunition shooting him. But if they can go near him, then they don't need to do the entire plan. They can just drive up to him and shove the hoses in his sleeping mouth.
Or just use the bunker busters that they used, or considering that Kyoko had access to the milk to like the US and all that, they could have just used the bunker busters that those stealth bombers like dropped on him and just put them in the bullet trains and, as you say, blast his bollocks off.
Yeah. That's,
the big problem with Shin Godzilla, and there's a lot of problems with Shin Godzilla, I've discovered.
Oh yes.
But the big one, I can't believe they did it. The actual plan. Someone describe to me what their plan is.
The freeze Godzilla.
So they wanted to put in some cooling system, kind of like the ones that they use in nuclear power plants to sort of shut down Godzilla. Basically, shut
They're
down
using a
his
blood
nuclear reactor.
coagulant.
No,
Coagulant. Yeah, that's what
they
it
want
meant,
to
though.
put blood coagulant in to shut down his cooling system.
Oh, okay. You know what? I'm starting to see the problem. Yeah, I'm starting to see the problem.
And keep in mind,
this is the thing. This is the problem with Shin Godzilla. It throws stuff at you because it's trying to do the same sort of thing that, again, Godzilla 2014 really kicked off everybody's interest in Godzilla back again. Because I lost interest in Godzilla after a while because it's silly kid stuff. I don't care. 2014 comes along. Oh my god, I actually really do like Godzilla. I've completely forgot. There's all this stuff I liked about him. Shin Godzilla is then inspired by 2014 because that's what Toho keeps doing. They've done it like 3 times now. They give up on Godzilla. The Americans make one, and then Toho starts making it again. And that's what they did here. Shin Godzilla is made in response to the 2014 film, and they try to do something similar to it. And they throw information at you so fast, you're just like, yeah, sure, okay, they're doing this. But when you slow it down and actually listen to what they come up with, it's Godzilla's got a nuclear reactor in him. How do they work out that? How do they work that out? Oh, he's got radiation come off of him. Okay, that could be for a lot of reasons, but sure, let's go with the nuclear reactor thing. Okay, so how is that working? Well, maybe his blood is the cooling system. Cool. So what if we shut down his cooling system? Oh, that'll probably shut him down. Cool, let's do that. And that all takes place in a 2-minute scene. It's so fast, and there's no questioning of it. It's like nobody says, well, hang on a minute, surely he'd melt down.
And keep in mind, considering that this film is meant to be like sort of like a takeoff, or at least an inspired by like the tsunamis and the Fukushima nuclear disaster, which the nuclear disaster happened because the cooling systems were shut down thanks to the tsunami, hence the fallout. So the Shin Godzilla outright contradicts its own fucking metaphor.
I honestly wonder if there's some kind of translation issue. Maybe the original Japanese version has a different wording to it, so it makes it make more sense. But the American version, if it's translated properly, makes no fucking sense. and it
Exactly.
completely destroys the film.
And you also like pointed out that's like, you know, the thing about the guy just pulling out the picture of the cranes and all that, like he just
Yeah.
had it this whole time. It's it's like so
I
funny. It's
didn't
like, what-
know. I didn't know because there was a TV show on Netflix. I can't remember what it's called now. I did a video. I've talked about it in one of my rambles, but it's a TV show that's based on like books and government documentations and stuff like that,
Is it the three
all
body
to do with
problem?
the Fukushima event. Sorry,
Is it the 3 body problem?
no,
no.
Okay.
It's all to
This
do
is
with
the
the Fukushima stuff, and it's all based on official documents and someone's book and stuff like all put together. And at the end, in the last episode, they're like, "Oh, we can't get to the last reactor. All the wreckage is in the way. We can't get to it to cool it down." And then they say, "Don't worry, we've got these cranes that are used to put concrete into tall buildings." And along came these trucks with the big. I went, "Oh my god, those are the things from Shin Godzilla." Did they put those in because that's what happened at Fukushima? Is that the entire reason those things were in the film? And the answer is yes.
Yeah, it's
So the whole plot, the entire the stupid, nonsensical plan to defeat Godzilla and Shin Godzilla, the entire thing was all there just so they could shoehorn in these bloody lorries with the big pipes.
yeah, and the fact that the documentary just kind of like made it seem like as if like the officials that were, you know, kind of like suffering through the red tape and all of that, like they weren't like they were actively like there wasn't like what was it that you said? I don't know in the video. Where the people trying to deal with the fallout pretty much that was like inspired by the political incompetency, you know, in Shin Godzilla.
I'm trying to remember now.
Um,
Which bit are you talking about?
the video where you were talking about the Netflix show and about, you know, how it just sort of like connected to Shin Godzilla, like basically how the politicians and all that and the people were kind of like going through the red tape, you know, in Shin Godzilla to try to stop them.
Because in the film,
And
in Shin Godzilla, they just make everybody look, the government looks slow and incompetent and all that lot. And Omniviewer quite rightly points out that they make the politicians who care about the common people look bad because they care about the common people. But in real life, it was a huge. It's like the prime minister wanted to do something, and then they got experts in who are experts because they did a degree in something, not that because they actually know what they're doing. And it's just people are in the wrong places because of politics rather than like the actual knowledge. And then the people who are actually there trying to do stuff are then getting stopped by politics. And it's a lot more complicated. There's a lot more stuff going on. And Shin Godzilla,
it oversimplified it pretty much.
it oversimplifies it. And a lot of the stuff that it does is inspired not by actual government documents which were available at the time, nor the first-hand accounts of the people who were at Fukushima and actually told what happened. Shin Godzilla seems to be mostly inspired by news reports which were just peddling bullshit at the time.
Yeah, because they wouldn't have the sufficient information of every single detail that was going on. It's just like from an outside view that was what the film was
That was the
inspired
thing.
by.
Shin Godzilla wasn't actually made until after Godzilla 2014. Like I said, Toho stopped making Godzilla films because they gave up on it again. And then Michael Dougherty showed that Godzilla could actually be done well because he's got a lot going for him. Then
Yes.
Toho started making Shin Godzilla after 2014. All the books and the government documents and everything was already available then. They just didn't use it.
Yeah, that's
Go ahead. Are you going to say something, or because?
no. I was agreeing with Cinemus there. You go ahead.
Okay, so I was gonna say that a defense that I could hear someone levy to Shin is that that was the point was to show, number one, how incompetent the government was, and number two, the fact that it was basically, you know, a satire of how the government deals with things, and then my response to that would probably be that just because that was the intent does not necessarily mean that the mechanics of how it's done, because number one, it's not really that obvious. You can't really I don't think anybody would have picked up on that. especially Western viewers that probably have no idea how any of this would have worked. Because I mean, if you look at Imperial Japan and how it dealt things in World War II and all the information regarding World War II, you know, they hid a lot of things. In fact, America helped hide the war crimes that they committed with Unit 731. But on top of that, you know, if that was the intent, then number one, it wasn't made obvious, and number two, that doesn't necessarily fix the issue because it's still present.
And here's the thing. Well, even if that, with that being the intent, which it pretty much could it pretty much is very well be. Like, wouldn't it have been better if we pretty much had some kind of an idea of how this government was functioned, or at least like how the government was viewed, like before, like in some way before like the events of like Godzilla. Like, how did they like, we don't really know how they pretty much would typically function, on like a normal day, or even just like a regular crisis that that's not unprecedented, like a giant monster like suddenly appearing from the ocean. Like, did the public like think that it would actually like them, but they were just like completely fumbling the ball because of this unprecedented event, or were they always this incompetent? And it just makes you wonder, why the hell were these people even in charge in the first place?
I mean, if you look at our government.
I mean, yeah, true. But the fact that the film doesn't even go into it, the fact it's all just a cold open, it just starts right when Godzilla starts, like as in Godzilla starts his thing, like, and we don't really have any idea of like how things were kind of going on before that, like any sort of like lead up to it, like potentially just to give us like some kind of seeds of any like an idea of how things were operating before something like this. Like, I'm just the typical, just standard things, or even just an idea of like how this government was even viewed by the public or by just and people in general before these events have happened, so that we could have an idea, just so the picture that the film tries to paint would actually seem like there's a basis for something, like something to build off of.
I think it's like another one of those things where like you have like you as a Japanese citizen and have like there's like maybe a general perception of the government, and more than likely Shin Godzilla is tapping into that. So whereas if we had seen something that had like an American, any type of topic tackling like an American political discussion, we as like Americans would have a pretty good understanding of that innately because of like the discourse around it. So that would be at least my best guess.
I would love to see a Japanese person critique Shin Godzilla in depth, so we can get like a much better context and understanding from someone that understands the Japanese government, but at least better than how a U.S. citizen would understand the Japanese government. Because if you ask someone in the audience, in the Western audience, if you ask them how the Japanese government worked, I don't think they could probably give you a solid answer, or at least they will give you like fragments of ideas, some truth interspersed with wrong information,
or maybe like a historical perspective of it. Yeah.
Well, actually, yeah, that's fair. But my point actually was to pretty much like it would have been better if the film had just given us like an idea of like how like just like how people, even like the perception of the government at the time in universe with the film, so we have like some kind of basis on like in comparison to how they operate in terms of like Godzilla, like whether or not they pretty much just like suck at whatever it is they do, like the film almost seems to be going out of its way to try to address when this is an unprecedented situation, or if they actually were like a competent body of government, in normal circumstances, but this thing just suddenly happens and they're just like trying to figure out what it is that they need to do. The film clearly has an agenda, and it was very, and it definitely, and because of that bias, they just try to paint the government as like in one way, but there's just not much of a basis on it. Because here's the thing, like public perception of a government is out there, in terms of like how the Japanese would kind of view the government. Like those records would have to exist. It's like what's like the approval or from the public for the leaders that they pretty much had at the time. Like there had to be something like that, right? Or unless I'm mistaken, then kind of like how there's like approval ratings for a president, like how we have here. I don't know if it works differently in Japan. I don't know, but it would be nice if the filmmakers, who are in Japan would have at least like given us some kind of an idea of or at least some kind of metaphor, some kind of an idea of like how like what's going on with like the public perception of the government in that world, in the world of Shin Godzilla, so that we have some understanding.
That's something -1 and even aspects of 54 do pretty well, and even like the Gamera Heisei trilogy does really well with Gamera, where we see people's perception. That's also part of the reason why I absolutely adore the Gamera Heisei trilogy. Which, I mean, they're not perfect, but they're among the better monster movies that I have seen. But yeah, no, we see people not only just the people's perception of the government, but how giant monster attacks affect the overall economy and the living conditions of people.
Yeah, the fact, NIF 54 and -1 pretty much did that. I mean, and the Gamera Heisei films for sure. I mean, but at least going off of 54 and -1, they pretty much did that, and it's very sufficient because we do see the perception of the perspective of people outside of the government who are just the taxpayers and so on, the people who have to who pretty much have to go to work and all that, or just do their jobs and so on, people who are like underneath the politicians and how they view the government going on. And unfortunately, Shin Godzilla, unfortunately, because it focuses on primarily the bureaucratic people, it just like it kind of loses that, you know what I mean? Because not all of because the most average citizens don't work in the political system, like the way that people like Rando Yakachi or Keiko Patterson or all those other people work that kind of job pretty much. Like a select number of people in a nation of millions would are in that kind of position.
Yeah, I would also like to draw attention to like this discussion that we're having right now. Would any of you argue that these are interesting things to see in a Godzilla movie? And I need an honest answer because I have a point to make about it.
Yes.
Wait,
like going around, like, would any of you consider this interesting to explore in a Godzilla movie? Fascinating, even.
I would consider them deeply fascinating.
You could have it in the film, or you could have it as this is something that people brought up about the MCU, and people brought up about Monarch Lom, is that you could have the films be focused primarily on Godzilla attacking this. Well, not Godzilla, a Titan attacking the city, and Godzilla's fighting the monster, and then you have all the big governments and the militaries and whatnot doing that in the film. Then a TV show could then explore the smaller aspects of it, have like individual characters, your average Joe character being affected by it all, either before, during, and after, like the after effects and whatnot, which you can kind of see in 2014. Like in was it Honolulu? They have like all of the survivors of the incident, like they got the ruins, you got the soldiers going through, you got the survivors that will try to find everybody. It's the 2014 does that very well in terms of showing the after effects during, especially like in the final fight, you have the people in the buildings like cowering from the buildings falling down around them. It shows the real human cost of all of that going on. King of the Monsters also does it not as well, but you do still see like that entire village getting just absolutely wiped away by Rodan and stuff like that. And this is something I was just thinking of after we were talking about Shin Godzilla. We're thinking, well, how could they depict the government better? What is the views they're trying to do with this? And what's it? And he gets to Godzilla versus Kong. And it's like there's none of that. Not really.
No,
it's like it doesn't. Godzilla versus Kong, and then GXK does not give a shit about people.
Yeah, that's what I wanted.
Yay, people gone.
That's
the
what I wanted.
versus a dystopian hellscape.
Yeah, no, like I just
Nietzsche. This is what Friedrich Nietzsche wanted.
Yeah, no, true.
Yeah, but
the thing.
oh, go ahead.
Sorry. Okay. So, well, the thing that I was kind of like asking for Shin Godzilla isn't necessarily something that we need like a whole movie to focus on. Because if you want to focus on the politicians or the people like Rando Yagachi who are working within the government within that system, you can totally do that. But what I'm asking for is like something that would just take no more than like a few minutes, maybe even just like at the beginning of the movie, or maybe just like some at the beginning, some here and there, pretty much just a tad bit as far as
Goromaki prequel.
Yeah, Goromaki prequel.
Oh yeah, I would love to see that.
Yeah, a Goromaki honestly, a movie about Goromaki. That's probably what they should have just went with. If that's the case, that would have been like because at least there
he is in the film.
Yeah, it would have at least given us like a character who is just like, oh, I kind of understand why he's here, why he's motivated to in doing what he's doing, with the Godzilla thing and all that. With Rando Yagachi or others, we don't really understand why he's doing what he's doing, other than the fact that it's his job, and I guess somebody's got to do it. But it's like just not.
And because he's protecting the planet he lives in. I mean, the city he lives in.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, true. But I think it probably could have just been a little better if we just like given like a little more of an idea of like who he is as a person outside of the outside of like his job, pretty much.
There seems to be hints of it in the film. Like at one point they say, "Oh yes, I owe his father a great favor," and then they say something about Kyoko Patterson. And they say, yes, she's more like Rando's type of person. I can't believe they named him Rando. What a name. But they say, she's more like his sort of person. And you're like, oh, so they've got something there. Can we have it, please?
Yeah, there's like, it's like they have like little bite-sized bits just kind of dangling there for us. And it's just like, yeah, I can see that, but I don't know. Not enough. I don't know. I
actually loved her in the movie. I absolutely adored her, but I hated her Japan English. That's what I'm calling it, because she often decided to speak in English just to show off the fact that she could. And I'm like, baby, no, you can't. Just stop. Like, it's adorable that you try your Japan English, but it just doesn't work.
Blackaroonie, you could say it was a win-win.
I haven't heard the English, the original Japanese version of her talking. Apparently, it sounds terrible.
It's definitely, it comes off as the fact that, like, I appreciate the fact that she does actually speak English when she's supposed to speak English. The problem is because she's specifically a native Japanese actress, she doesn't speak good enough English to make us buy into the fact that she's half
Asian
Japanese,
American.
half American. Yeah.
Because
she's not Japanese. She's not a Japanese American. She's an American Japanese in the sense that she's from America with Japanese descent instead of being Japanese and having like a little bit of American.
I think Anna Sawai could have pulled it off a lot better. You know, the Kate Randa from Monarch.
Yeah.
I would. The reason why I was asking all of you guys this is because I wanted to bring to light this point. So all of you think that exploring this aspect of Godzilla and the world around him to be interesting, right? Would you call it boring?
No.
Not really. It just you could like. I mean, I pretty much kind of understand you don't want to like sit in there like for too long, but just enough, just enough to give us like some kind of a much better idea into what the film actually gave us,
Mm-hmm.
Right. So the main reason why I bring this up is because there will always be the one person that says, but what about the monster fights? Well, then I would have to ask, well, why can't we? First of all, my video on no, we can't have both, we can't have both badly written movies and like well-written movies like coexist. You have to pick one. And I mean, you can love them. I never argued that you can't love them. All right. Because I have absolutely no issue with people liking GXK. I have no issue with people.
Thank you.
Okay. Of course, being friends is going to be an issue, but you know what? We can find a common ground, and as long as But yeah, no. and this coupled with the fact that I like surrounding myself with people of similar standards of quality in media. I mean, a girl I'm seeing, she loves Shin Godzilla, and now I have to break it to her that, hey, maybe we're not. Maybe Shin Godzilla is not the masterpiece you once thought. It's gonna make her sad, but you know what? As long as the standard is,
Got a 3.5 hour video she can watch.
you know what? Nah,
You
I'd
could
rather.
say she's a fan of the long man.
Hey, that's why she's talking to me.
But,
That's why she's talking to me. But yeah,
Oh, let's go. Yeah, boy.
Oh, do you know someone?
But
but yeah, no. So I don't understand how people could look could look at ideas to how to expand the world, how to make it more fleshed out, how to make it living and breathable, like breathing, and how to make it like how to thoroughly, flesh out the world in ways that in creative ways, mind you, because I assume that the Godzilla fans' idea of expansion is just, oh, but actually, there was a super secret civilization of people that worship the Titans. Oh, but actually, it was aliens. So it's never about exploring ideas or concepts within the story. It's always about what is cool.
the newest key
What
jangle.
would be cool. Basically, and not just cool, the rule of cool taking control of cognitive reasoning, but it's also just Thanatos, the death instinct, the instinct to see death and destruction.
Have you seen the discussion around Andor?
No, I
Before
have
we
yet
get
to
into
watch
that,
Andor.
I
know
try.
Connor has to bounce out. So, Kraken,
Yeah,
if
I'm
there's
a-
any if there's a channel you want me to show, just put it in the private chat, and I will put it for everyone else for you.
All right. I'm pretty much good. Y'all have a good night or whatever time it is, but I'm gonna head off. So you guys have a good time.
all right,
Awesome.
see
Thank
ya.
you for
Morning.
coming
All right.
on, man.
Have a
All
good
right,
night.
thanks.
Sayonara.
Cool talking to all of you too. So
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right,
Definitely
see
come on more.
I too. See ya.
Peace.
See ya.
Sayonara.
Now there are six.
Sayonara. I can't say that.
Sayonara, sucker.
Shadow the Hedgehog.
Oh no, I know now. Wait, what's it called? Now you're like, I can't say. I was like, wait a second, what? Now I know exactly which sayonara moment you're thinking of.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I have to go. What's it called? And after the stream, I have to like. Once I find this, I need to make a short out of that.
Oh no.
I'd watch it.
But see, Animus, you were talking about Andor. That's actually a really good comparison.
Yes. For those who don't know, Andor is a Star Wars. It's an interesting one. It's a Star Wars series that is a prequel to a Star Wars film that is a
Rogue One.
prequel to a Star Wars film. So it's a really weird niche program.
Yeah,
It's a prequel
but a
to
lot of
that. I tried watching
Sorry?
that. It's so boring, in my opinion.
It's
I thought it was
Oh.
I
Yeah.
thought it was really, really good. Just the focus on it makes a lot of the Star Wars fans. I think oh god, what was his name? Star Wars Theory and people like him
yeah.
complained about Andor being not a Star Wars film. And it's like, why is it not a Star Wars not a Star Wars program? It's like, oh, because it doesn't have any Force or lightsabers in it. And that is their
Yeah.
great focus,
Wait.
is that there's
Wait,
not
is-
enough
Yeah.
flashy stuff going on.
That sounds kind of
So-
stupid, not gonna lie.
Wait, did he say
Yeah.
that or did someone else say that?
Star
I'm
Wars
pretty
Theory
sure
said
he
it.
said that.
Oh
I think
my
Series
fucking
did that.
god, dude.
But,
I think he's
when
also.
you're watching
I
it-
think he's also been turned around on that point because I think.
Yeah, him and Mauler are doing their own
Yeah.
series now, so it's I think they're starting to mesh. But
He's
a
Yeah, well,
lot
I
of
think,
them,
they, I, think
radicalizing
they, I
him.
think they ended Stargrift, but like they talk more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's radicalizing Star Wars theory. It's
I mean, Theory was always kind of based, so
I will say, like I kind of have like sort of become completely apathetic to Star Wars, thanks to like like some of the movies that just came out, especially Rise of Skywalker, but
Oh yeah,
Andor.
it's the exact same thing that's happening with the Godzilla films. The
Oh
same
yeah.
thing that's happening with the MCU films. It's the same thing that happened with the original. Well, the original, the Batman films. It starts off good and more serious and grounded and with a lot of rules and whatnot, and then as the general opinions of what people think it's meant to be rather than what it actually is starts to influence the films get worse and sillier, and then everyone thinks they're a joke. No one really likes them anymore, and
Yeah.
then they just die.
Godzilla did it first, by the way. I just
Yeah,
wanted
no,
to
like
point that out.
here's the thing: Godzilla did everything first before everything. Godzilla was the first fucking cinematic universe before Marvel.
It's hold on, nope. The Universal monsters, they were the first.
The Universal
Yeah,
monsters,
they
but
did it first.
Godzilla pioneered it. Whatever.
Without Universal monsters, we would not have Godzilla.
That is true. Like
Oh,
we would not. Well, without King Kong or without the
Beast of 20,000 Fathoms.
Yeah, the Beast of 20,000 Fathoms, we would not have Godzilla and the nuclear bombings.
Oh yeah. By the way, at the very beginning of the year, we had a whole new earthquake in Japan. Does this mean we're getting another Godzilla movie?
Oh god.
Hopefully, it'll be better than Shin.
Hopefully.
Or close to -1 at least.
That should become a meme. Like every time there's a new disaster in Japan, there's going to be another Godzilla movie.
Yeah, and imagine what's it called? Imagine you get clip chipped for this and be like, "Bro, he's making fun of a tragedy." It's like, it kind of usually is what happens. A lot of like what's going on is what ends up influencing a Godzilla movie.
Cloverfield was inspired by both Godzilla and 9/11, so that means if we have another terrorist attack, we might get another Cloverfield movie.
You mean we'll get another good Cloverfield movie?
Oh,
yeah, we need to make that clear, very distinct.
What are you
talking about? Wait, no, hold on. What are you talking about? There's only the one.
Wait, hang on. There's a good Cloverfield movie? Where?
I would say there's like 2 good Cloverfield movies. You had like the first one and 10 Cloverfield Lane, but just consider 10 Cloverfield Lane as like.
You mean 10 Goodman Lane?
No. Cloverfield is a good Cloverfield movie. 10 Cloverfield Lane is a good 10 Cloverfield Lane movie.
Yeah,
those two films are not related.
Yeah,
the Cloverfield Paradox isn't even a good Cloverfield Paradox movie.
It's not even a good movie.
Paradox. That Cloverfield Paradox never happened.
Oh yeah, that's right. Zim and I pretty much made an agreement. Like that movie paradoxically never happened.
I find it hilarious how like they showed their first trailer ever during that year's Super Bowl, and then it releases 3 days later, and it was
not even 3 days later. Like as soon as the Super Bowl ended, like that same night.
Oh wow,
really?
That's even worse.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
But yeah. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, Godzilla and Kong just makes me appreciate -1 more, but also in the sense of like, especially after watching Doom Part 2, Jesus Christ. I'm a big guy when it comes to like endings of movies. Godzilla -1, amazing ending. King of the Monsters. I think King of the Monsters ending was okay, but the rest of the movie was just fucking awful and frustrating. I don't give a shit what Godzilla fans say. King of the Monsters 2019 is an awful movie, and it's an awful Godzilla movie.
Oh,
No,
what's
it's
it called?
not.
That's so funny.
No, it's not.
Oh, we're gonna have to have
ending has so many implications that are not
We gotta save it for next time, people, because we could be here all night.
I don't care. But continuing on, Godzilla vs. Kong, I did not like the ending to that either but now after watching Godzilla and Kong, it makes me appreciate Godzilla vs. Kong's ending a little bit more, because Godzilla and Kong doesn't even have an ending. It's just a 8-minute fight and then credits. That's what that is.
You get like a loop. It's literally just loop.
But like, and why I mentioned Doom Part 2 also is because even though has everyone seen Doom Part 2 in here?
Yes.
I have.
Okay.
I don't care.
No,
No, but I
Zoom-
don't really care.
so-
I will say, like, the ending is very contrived, but the rest of the movie, I think, because that's the thing, right? Because the movie is a bit of a departure from the book, but there are a lot of parts of the book that that are changed, like the parts of the movie that are changed
Oh yeah,
from the
like
book. But they don't necessarily like negatively affect
No,
the
no, no,
movie,
no.
because like if you're judging as a movie individually, it works just fine. It's just that the ending is very contrived.
Yeah, no, like I just like, are you guys fine with spoilers or like? Is
Yeah,
that fine?
Yeah, we're fine. We're fine.
I've seen it, so go right ahead.
Okay, I just want to make sure because someone said something about spoilers, but like, it's like from my memory of the book, it's like a verbatim adaptation of the ending, except for the fact that Paul, for some reason, the movie doesn't make it clear of why he, it's obvious he marries the princess for power. That's clear. But Zendaya Chani doesn't see it that way, even though Paul in the book made it very crystal fucking clear that he's only marrying the princess for power and status and nothing else, and takes Chani as his actual wife. But the ending to Dune Part 2 pissed me off because they just do it in a different direction just to do fucking sequel bait for a third movie, which was fucking stupid.
You don't
And
even
then,
need to do that.
You
for
don't even need a
to be
sequel bait,
honest.
yeah. Because
no, it's just
they're already going to do a Doom Messiah, and
I know
Denise,
that's
I'm
what
looking
they're
forward to
doing.
that.
That's what they're doing. Like, my issue with Dune Part 2 was the sequel bait ending, and then Gurney. How they introduced Gurney was like, I knew it was Gurney, but like how they introduced him was like his characteristics from the book of how he sings and all that. But none of that's in the first movie. So I was like, wait a second, that's right, Gurney does do this in the book or whatever. And then
Yeah.
I don't know how to say his name. The human calculator dude.
Thufir Hawat.
Thufir Hawat, yeah.
Yeah, Thufir Hawat. Non-existent in Part 2 for whatever reason. Even though,
Oh yeah,
even though
where he was.
Yeah, even though, correct me if I'm wrong, Blackaruni, because I'm pretty sure you read the book into memory recently. He was the one that was poisoning the prisoners for the fight on Gideon Prime, right?
No, because Thufir and Fade they did not poison one of the
I know
what's
that's
it called, one of the prisoners.
I know that was like the whole point. Like that's
because it was in the movie they make it so that like the Baron had planned that entire thing when in reality
it was
Fade's idea.
Yeah,
it was Fade's idea that Thufir orchestrated, but Thufir also did it because he was working behind enemy lines, so he was playing both Thufir.
I know that
yeah.
that would have been great for the movie, but for some reason Denny wanted to delete it out for whatever reason. And I know
think it was because it didn't have enough time because the film was already going to be 3 hours long.
We're talking about two movies that, when put together, they make up like 5.5 hours, pretty much. Which, I mean, and try to make it like as consumable for casual audiences, for like general people as possible. Which, and I've never read any of the books. The only bits of Dune that I've been familiar with is the Villeneuve two-parter stuff and the David Lynch film. I will say Villeneuve significantly better than Lynch.
I will say that, yeah. I will say though, like one way to fix it without padding out the runtime is to just have a short scene of the Baron, taking control of Thufir, like in the scene where, what's his name, Duke Leto, like when what's his name, the Baron is gloating to Duke Leto, about his win. I would have him like bring Thufir Hawat in the room and say, "Hey, dear cousin, I have stolen your calculator," and then send him away just to gloat for him.
Stuff like
and
that.
then in the next movie, if you're not going to have him be in the movie at all, then I would have him just have a what's his name, a short scene of the Thufir setting up like the drugs to the Atreides prisoners, and just doing all of that there at that point. Just a short little scene. It doesn't have to be longer than a minute. It could be like 30 seconds in length if you really wanted it to, and it would fix some issues, and it would confirm that Thufir Hawat is reluctantly working for the Harkonnens because he really does not have a choice. But I don't think he could be addressed any further in the movie because I don't think anybody really knows where Through Fear is, and I don't think Gurney really knows where he is. Now, as for his characterization, there were actually scenes of him playing a balisette shot for the first movie, but they were cut because it would have just padded out the runtime. But we do get some things like him reciting poetry every once in a while.
Yeah, it's.
Mhm.
I was just using Dune Part 2 as an example in terms of like talking about the endings with
Yeah,
movies because
the
and
ending, like, oh, go
yeah,
ahead.
and like the end, just not keep going on track, but like the endings of I mentioned Dune Part 2 like for this year of movies like with endings and whatnot because Dune Part 2 for me personally I was looking forward to. I had high expectations because Denis Villeneuve is an amazing director and writer and whatnot. And then I just felt disappointed with the ending because of sequel bait, blah blah blah. But with the Godzilla and Kong, however, I had zero expectations. I knew it was going to be fucking stupid and fun, but I just felt extremely underwhelmed. And then just like, okay, it was meh. There was no ending or whatever. So like, and like goes back to like the other films like King of the Monsters, frustrated, Godzilla versus Kong, let down with just the ending specifically. And then this one is just like, okay, moving on. That like literally Godzilla and Kong is just like an okay and move on movie. That's all it is. It's like it's very inoffensive in my opinion. Like it's not like it's nothing like on the levels of King of the Monsters trying to be something that it clearly fucking wasn't.
I will say this: that Godzilla and Kong is definitely catastrophic, but it's not that offensive either to me.
Yeah, no,
Mostly because
it's sorry, it's in universe. It's very catastrophic and like holy fucking shit, this is an absolute disaster. And like it breaks world like any. There's no world building whatsoever in these movies. It's more of like anthology at this point. There's no scaling to any of these monsters except for like 3 shots at most of Kong or Godzilla up on Earth, and then lighting is great and all, I guess. Music is okay here and there. It's just, and it's the pacing is fucking awful all over the goddamn place because oh my god, I remember the clip. It's the ending where Rebecca Hall and Gia make up and like they end their story arc or whatever. Like I don't know why for some reason like you can clearly hear Rebecca Hall like talking her lines clearly, so like we don't need the subtitles, so it's just kind of weird editing choice there, but whatever.
Yeah.
I will say I tried to like listen. Sorry. I actually about the soundtrack for the movie. I actually have been trying to like listen to some of the tracks to GXK, The New Empire, like on YouTube, pretty much. And yeah, it's like some of the music like in the movie probably fit like okay when it was like playing with the scenes, but like a lot of the tracks really just aren't sticking with me the way like tracks from Godzilla 2014 or especially King of the Monsters pretty much did. It's like kind of starting to. It kind of seems a bit like Henry Jackman's soundtrack for Kong Skull Island, where it's like it fits well with the scenes, but would I really want to buy it or even just like listen to it all that much, like as music on its own? Not really.
Ironically,
you dare besmirch the name of Henry Jackman. You keep that name out of your mouth. That man is a god. He did the soundtrack for Captain America. How dare you?
Yeah, no, I thought.
Hey, to be fair, Kong Skull Island. His work on Kong Skull Island is actually some of the more notable music that he's done. It's just that a lot of his repertoire, like for most other movies, which he's done quite a bit of, just like what can you, aside from Captain America Civil War and Skull Island, or just Winter Soldier and Civil War and Skull Island, what other movies can you think of that he's done that really
a lot of the
out?
MCU movies, to be fair, like a lot of them, like the Avengers, I think he was the one that made the Avengers theme. No,
that was Alan Silvestri.
Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, that makes more sense.
I feel like
he's made a lot of MCU movies.
No, he only did Winter Soldier and Civil War.
Did he? I'm pretty sure he did. What's the other one? Let me check.
So Junkie XL did both Godzilla and Kong in this movie, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Godzilla versus Kong. By the way, I would like to mention. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I don't think he's a good musician or whatever, because like it's not. Well, actually, let me phrase that: the music is serviceable in these films, but it's not memorable, other than like a few couple notes.
You're not gonna buy the albums pretty much and listen to it. Like,
absolutely not. But like Kong Skull Island, however, I think that's like next to what's his name for King of the Monsters?
Bear McCreary.
Bear McCreary.
Yeah, Bear McCreary is the fucking goat for the
yes,
whole
he is.
So for
Bro,
music,
God of War,
oh my God,
Ragnarok.
Bear McCreary.
Last Voyage of Demeter.
He is the fucking #1 for the MonsterVerse music. And then Skull Island is next, 2014, and then Junkie XL, in my opinion, is just awful. But I don't think he's.
Junkie
for me-
XL. I've been saying this for a while. Junkie XL. The longer he spends working for Zack Snyder, the worse his music gets.
Real quick,
Like,
also
maybe-
looks like C-Animus is also about to hop off. So
Oh,
let's C-Animus do
Yeah.
your show as well, good sir.
Yeah, it's 10 to 4 a.m. here, so I think I'll
Oh damn!
catch up
Ooh.
on try and get my sleep patterns.
I am
Back to
so
normal.
sorry. I tripped you up for
Fair.
this.
That's absolutely fine. It's a 4-day weekend over here, so I
Oh,
can
there you go.
survive.
hey.
Sleep for a few days. Thank you for having me on. This has been quite fun.
Awesome.
Hopefully we've turned a few people's opinions about Godzilla X Kong and Shin Godzilla. I would very much like to have a conversation about King of the Monsters,
Fuck
because I
yeah.
think that film is amazing
No.
in
Yes,
terms
it
of
is.
its writing and everything
Yes, it
else.
is.
So
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
at
let's
some
call
point, we'll have to organize that.
definitely let me know if
Okay,
there's any
oh
other
my
4-day
God,
weekends that are happening. Just so that I can work out for you, because obviously since you're on the other side of the planet, setting things up will just be a little harder. But I definitely want to try to make that work for everyone.
Yeah, no,
Yeah, just let me know when it's good for you. I could always have like a day off work or something to compensate.
Awesome, awesome.
unfortunately
Before you leave, I actually want to read something that I told one of my friends. Rebecca Hall really told a middle school girl, "You belong to me." White person telling an ethnic person they belong to them.
Oh,
Tale
you
as old
don't
as
even
time.
know a half of that. Do you know? Oh God, I'm awake now. Okay, last thing before I go. Last thing. So one of the things that got brought up recently was Critical Drinker. I don't know if you're aware of it. He said in his reaction to the Godzilla vs Kong trailer, he saw Kong in chains on a boat, and he went, "Oh, that's a bit on the nose," and showed a picture of black slaves.
I saw that one. That was funny.
And everybody went, "I'm sorry, did you just compare a gorilla to black people?" And that at one point I'm going to make a video talking about that and amongst other things.
Yeah.
But just watching the trailer, yeah, that is a very iffy thing to say. But when you put into context the whole story of the film, Kong was living on an island where that was his home. He was then caged against his will. He was then chained and put on a boat and shipped across the seas by basically foreign colonizers. He's then put to work by them, and then told that this new place that he's arrived in is his new home. It's like, that sounds more iffy.
I'll tell you this much. What's it called? In a
Dude,
few
listen,
days, I
they're
will
gonna
be
call us. They're
doing
gonna
a
call
I will be looking at a college, like a thesis, like not a thesis paper, like a just literal college essay about like King Kong and racism. So that's gonna be fun. That thing's like either 46 or 64 pages.
what the fuck.
But
I mean,
yeah,
it's a college essay.
Also, like that allegory you brought up with Kong or whatever, that reminded me of the scene from Inglourious Bastards where they were doing the cards on their foreheads or whatever, and the guy was guessing King Kong.
oh yeah.
Hey, listen, they're gonna call us racist for pointing this out, but we're not the ones telling the story that way. Like, we're just pointing it out. That's
Exactly.
already in the film.
This is what
We're
I
just
mean about when
noticing
you
it.
Hey,
see,
Rick the
when you
Squirrel,
look
is
at-
that enough yapping for you?
when you see stuff like Shin Godzilla and you think, oh, what is their purpose? What is their motives? What are their thematics? What is this? And that? You watch Godzilla X Con, you watch Godzilla versus Con, and like, there's nothing there. They're throwing shit at the wall and just hoping it sticks. They've got no idea what they're doing. So
No,
when
no, no,
shit
you
like
see
this
what-
comes up, You know,
did you see what
they didn't
Dangerville
mean
said?
that, but
No, because like
Sorry, what?
Dangerville said the thematics of Godzilla X Kong is freedom of slaves, the freedom of slavery, and oppression. Oppression is bad. That's the main
Oh,
theme of Godzilla X Kong.
that's another thing I wanted
Wait,
to
did
bring
he
up
actually
again.
say that?
I'm supposed to be going to bed, but I need to ask this. I want to know what everyone else thinks. What the fuck were those gorillas doing? They were moving rocks around.
They
What
were
the fuck
building
were
Monkey
they doing?
Town. They were gonna take me to Monkey
Yeah.
Town.
Yeah,
That's
The
what
highest
happened.
form of
What were they
slavery.
doing?
I can't think of anything worse. What's next? You're gonna
Didn't
be
they-
moving stones. Oh wait, that's the same thing.
Didn't they also in Rebecca Hall's exposition? Didn't she say that Godzilla sealed them off in like a prison? Like
Yeah.
it didn't seem
Yeah.
like that was. You call that a prison? That's not even a prison. That's just a fucking kingdom. Like,
Oh shit! I've just thought
place.
of something else. They come up and destroy the base, don't they?
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They
The whole
destroyed
thing was they were cut off from the portals, but they came up to destroy the base. So
Yep.
surely now they have access to portals.
Yep.
Mhm.
But why do they have access? Like, why do they have portals in the first place? They shouldn't have portals.
I mean, they shouldn't have portals, no, but yeah.
Yeah.
Because later on they go, oh look, they found portals here, and they go, great, let's go get to the portals. But they had access to portals because they got up and destroyed the base earlier, which was right next to one of the portals.
Ow!
Yeah, it's so dumb.
I think this movie is getting worse the more you talk about it. Please
Okay.
continue talking.
Okay,
Yes.
so Aleph and our
Oh,
server-
we are going to be talking about it, don't you worry. We'll be doing that in the future. When it comes out on digital, we are going to rip the shit out of Godzilla X Con. And on that note, I bid you all a good morning, in my case, a good night to you all.
Oh,
Good
yeah.
morning to
Um,
you.
Good
Thank
night,
you.
man.
You take care.
Oh, do you want a
Pleasure.
link to my channel or anything, or just everybody go to see Animus on YouTube? You shouldn't be too hard to find.
I'll provide a link for them. Don't worry.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody.
Yep,
Good
good morning. It has been a great joy, as one may say, to have finally met you. Good sir.
Nice seeing you.
I hope I'm not a great disappointment.
All right.
An
Goodbye.
unbridled rage.
Bye.
Peace.
Bye.
All right, I didn't want to keep him, but like Aleph and and your server Black, he pulled a quote from Adam Wingard on something. So this is a direct quote from Adam Wingard about like doing another movie. Even if I did another one, my approach would be different because you can't just do the same thing forever. And to a certain degree, it's like, how do I amp up that Showa era vibe after this film? It's hard to go crazier from here without completely jumping the shark, but you can still do plenty of amazing things and show that we haven't done yet.
Godzilla taken to space.
At the end of the day, these are characters and these are character-driven movies. And by what I mean character-driven monster, and by that I mean character-driven monster movies. There are many things to explore with these characters to see where they go.
Okay, number one.
So that
number one.
tells me that like even as balls to the wall stupid as Godzilla and Kong was, Adam Wingard does have some bit of self-awareness, at least, which I kind of appreciate.
Yeah,
the movies
somewhat.
are bad. That makes it good. I know that's not what you're saying, but it's a funny sentiment. So number one. So the Godzilla X Kong is not amping it up. That was
Yeah,
that
that's
it?
what I'm about to say. I'm like, what?
that was just him being tame. Oh, I don't think I want to see the rest of the movies. I don't think I want to see what's next.
Yeah,
I
I'm like,
mean,
sir.
I want
Yeah.
so what I want them to do is to do what they did with Kong, but apply it to Godzilla in terms of like visual monster character storytelling. Period.
Yeah.
You did say I don't know if it was you or Sea Monsters that said this, but Godzilla is. Oh no, it was Braden who said that. So Braden says that in Godzilla X Kong, Godzilla's a bit of a dick. I mean, he doesn't say that, but that's pretty much what he meant. But he's always been a dick. It's just that now he's just petty.
Yeah,
So because one thing is just being an
Well,
evil
there you
dick, in
I would-
in -1, and another thing is just being a petty evil. It's just being a petty dick, and that's what Godzilla's become. He's become essentially a woman.
I would really describe Godzilla as just a fucking dog, really, in the MonsterVerse. They treat or at least in Godzilla and Kong, they just treat Godzilla as like a mixture of Bowser and a fucking territorial dog. That's literally it.
Yeah, I like my description better. It's funnier and much more accurate. If not, you can just call it a cat.
I mean, yeah,
Not
that's
the
why
woman
they
that got
based
the-
off some of his stuff off.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah, he is more like.
Are you saying the Godzilla's a pussy?
I can neither confirm
yeah,
nor deny the allegations provided.
Bro is not meeting the allegations.
Oh,
The allegations.
that was.
What can I say about this movie? Oh wait, hold on. There's one thing at the beginning. Let me see if I can find it.
Someone's echoing, by the way.
I think
It's not me.
I think he just has the live stream on. Should probably mute the live stream. Yeah.
The inversatility, Godzilla X Kong. Okay, here we go. So, at the very beginning, Rebecca Hall says that the surface world and the hollow earth are one world. She says this in the very same movie in which a portal is opened to access the hollow earth as opposed to just digging down.
Yep.
Like if you need a portal to access a place, like a giant floopy space portal to access someone, like access one place, then is it really the same place?
I find it fucking hilarious how unlike what Adam Wingard says, is that we actually did jump. We have jumped the shark in terms of what Hollow Earth is, because from Skull Island it was caverns underneath the tectonic plates or whatever. Then in King of the Monsters it was like water channels or chambers or whatever.
Well, I think in King of the Monsters those were just other caverns. They were just underwater ones.
Those two things can coexist somewhat.
That type of thing. And then Godzilla vs. Kong in this film, it's a fucking portal, and they're
basically stargates. They're basically stargates.
They literally just say it's a black hole.
We're going on a trip to a hollow.
Now you are playing with portals.
We're going on a trip at our favorite piece of shit, blowing through stop signs. We're gonna die.
Come aboard.
Man.
Oh.
I don't know how to rhyme it. Yeah, I can't rhyme on the fly. I'm sorry. I don't have the gift of blackness.
You're not black.
I lied. I'm not black, Rooney. I'm light skin Rooney.
Biden, is that you?
Blackaroni, I'm as a member of the council, I must revoke your black card. I'm sorry, sir.
No.
You are now just a Rooney.
No, the black card is wild.
America can be described in one word.
Language of he's speaking the language of the gods.
He's speaking the language of the gods. That's it.
Muddy.
No, that's wild.
Muad'Dib.
I will say this: the speech at the
as it is written,
as written,
as it was written,
as it was foretold.
No, literally, how people be looking at GXK as it was written.
Actually, that reminds me. There was this one trailer that Warner Brothers released that was just a compilation of the best scenes in the MonsterVerse, as if this was just it was all building up to this epic fight.
Yeah, I saw that that bit too, and I'm just like, was it all leading to this? Like, I would have thought, like, wouldn't it have just made sense if it was if that was like the tagline for like the first crossover between Godzilla and Kong, because at least there were like saying that it was leading to this, which is another crossover with Godzilla and Kong right after another one with them already. It's just weird.
You don't understand. It's
also very disrespectful to the other movies to associate it with this piece of shit.
As it was written.
As foretold.
As foretold.
As it was written, you lick on the hero of Colonai.
I will say this though, that speech in Dune Part 2 gave me chills, mostly because it hit a personal chord with me because I was raised Pentecostal. I mean, I'm not anymore, but
Heretic.
I changed
What?
I changed I changed denominations, but
Good.
um I was raised Pentecostal, and so seeing um Paul Atreides go into this pseudo Pentecostal rant hit very close to home for me, and it was just it was very similar to how a Pentecostal service would go in churches that I would used to go
What?
to. So that scene in particular is probably my favorite, just for the similarities
Well,
and
looking
yeah.
at this, Black. You could have been worse. You could have been raised Mormon.
Mhm.
When I hear
That's true.
Pentecost, when I hear
About to get
Pentecost,
murked for
when I
that.
hear here's the thing: when I hear Pentecostal and in relation to Paul, it's just making me think. Today we are canceling the Harkonnens.
We are canceling the apocalypse.
Oh, I don't. Why was he called that? Why was he called Pentecost? They just looked at a random name in the Bible. And
It's a
went,
badass
yeah, that's the
name.
of-"
It's a Stacker Pentecost. Badass name. What do you
Yeah,
think?
they were like, bro, we
Danger.
need this
Man.
man's name to cook.
Man, what an awesome
Yeah.
movie! If only they made a sequel, that would have been insane.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah. You know, it's. I mean, there was this weird movie called Pacific Rim Uprising, but I don't think it had anything to do with it. And plus, it was not that great.
Yeah, it was pretty
Is that
trash.
like the 98 of like Pacific Rim movies?
Kinda, yeah, a
What do
little
you consider
bit.
in movies, bro? There's only like one movie.
Yeah, no, true. You got
I
a
will
point.
say this: Pacific Rim: The Black is actually not that bad.
Does it?
No, it's not
I
that
watched
bad
season
either.
1 and then like when it came out and then I forgot season 2 ever came out and I haven't watched it yet.
I
Isn't
watched
that-
the entire thing in one sitting.
So you.
Is season 2 any good?
So wait, does that mean you got blacked?
I mean, they don't call me Black or Rooney for nothing.
Bro, you can take him on in a fight, right? In a fight, right?
Oh, you made it a fight.
Well, I'm like physically cannot like mentally deal with this chat anymore.
I blacked them, every last one of them.
Yeah, black them.
And not just
What the fuck?
but the women.
Did you just say 98 was better than King of the Monsters? Oh, hell no. No.
No. Man was not made to cook this way.
Anakin.
Who will let a man cook?
If you smell what you're cooking.
I love how we're talking about literally everything except Godzilla X Kong.
I mean, like,
What else is there to even say, I guess?
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, I was hoping.
I'm hoping this first 5 minutes. Oh fuck.
Oh, man.
Oh, this reminded me. I just remembered something. So this woman, I don't forgot her name, but she has a thick accent. She shows Rebecca Hall's character specs of the seismic anomaly / interference thing that they're experiencing.
Monarch.
Yeah, she says, she shows him and says it could be just regular interference, and Rebecca Hall says, "Yeah, but it keeps happening," and I'm like, "Yeah, that's what regular means. Like if it's regular, it means it's going to happen more times." So, what do you think the word regular means?
What do you?
It's just a typical Tuesday.
Yeah, like if it's regular.
I love how after King of the Monsters, the directors of Monarch literally seem to have like no authority.
Oh yeah.
Like everyone just
Yeah.
kind of talks down to them, be like, "Bro, we need this," but like, I'm the director. This is what I think, but they're wrong.
Oh my god. I'm making the mistake right now of looking at Twitter to see what they think about Godzilla.
I love
versus
Barbie Godzilla.
I hate it when people devalue the own franchise. That, oh my god, somebody uploaded the entire 2 people uploaded the entire movie on Twitter. That's insane.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yo, ballin', based.
Real.
Yeah,
Real shit.
people like Dangerville. Like I saw a video of Dangerville. I forgot what it was that he said, but there was this one critic that said, "Oh, the movie was poorly written." And Dangerville, like what he said was can really be boiled down to just, yeah, you're watching a monster movie for the good writing, LeMayo, you're so stupid. and I just keep
Okay,
wondering.
Dangerville. Listen, you may be watching this, you may be not, but let me just tell you, just because it's a monster movie, that doesn't mean it has to be badly written or not or is written the way GXK is. I mean, have you forgotten -1 that literally came out like months before this? -1, it wasn't even that long ago.
Yeah, but
Come
bro,
on.
but
Don't
bro,
you
you
realize
can't be
that if you
comparing
compare
GXK to
-1 to
-1.
GXK, then your argument doesn't matter?
Yeah.
Hey, Dangerville, if you're watching this respectfully, go fuck yourself.
No,
Unironically.
it's wild. Just for one statement, it's crazy.
Yeah, but like seriously,
Just
like
by
I
one
haven't
statement, everybody's
seen
on his ass.
I haven't seen a fan base that devalues its own medium, not medium, but its own genre more than the MonsterVerse movies. Because like even Star Wars
Star
fans,
Wars.
like no, but even Star Wars fans will hold back on it whenever they're talking about like their favorite movies. But well, no, actually, you know what? No, never mind. You're right. Like the only other franchise.
You don't know how bad the Star Wars fan base
I
can
was about to
possibly
be like,
be.
Patrick Willems.
Dude, I
Like,
think-
Yeah, well,
Rogue
yeah, I
One
take it
was
back.
literally that.
Yeah,
I
well,
take
Yeah,
it
it's
back.
like Patrick Williams after The Last Jedi. Best film since Empire Strikes Back. Also, it's a film intended for children about space wizards. Patrick Williams 2 years later after seeing Rise of Skywalker. How fucking dare you, J.J. Abrams? It's like,
Yeah.
can't even be consistent with that shit. It's like,
Bro,
The Last
you,
like I can concede that sure, The Last Jedi, it's debate. You can certainly make a strong case for Rise of Skywalker being worse than TLJ, but TLJ still has a lot of problems, to put it mildly.
oh,
To put
yeah.
it
Yeah.
mildly.
One can
Never
also
let-
like
Yeah,
I
no.
find it how accurate am I in saying that for example up from the depths is the Patrick Williams of the Godzilla fan base.
literally.
Oh, what's it called? I think it might
Yo,
be.
nah,
might be
that's
the
a
perfect-
crazy
"Oh, the movie's
comparison.
for
Well,
kids.
no,
The
because
movie's
like
for
what's it
kids,"
called?
and then
This
when
might
he's-
be
and
the
then-
perfect way to end off the stream with, because like right here, he's like, bro, remember,
Speak of the devil!
Godzilla is made for kids. It is meant to tap into a child's imagination. This is the context with which to view the movie. And again, it's a movie about a giant lizard and monkey intended for children.
He pulled
then-
this
No,
shit
you forget it. It's a
unironically.
monkey with a retarded arm.
And then
Dude,
again, we
I
have
think-
also Demon's point about like the watching movies wrong. Like,
This
Really?
is the thing with him, by the way. Up from the depths said, "Oh, it is intended for children. That's the dark target demographic." And then when he gets called out for it, he's like, "Oh, people are obviously missing the point." No, like
But
okay, what the defense that he could come up with is, "Oh, kid media doesn't necessarily have to be bad. Then why do you have to bring it up as if it is?" And on top
Yeah,
of that,
exactly. Like,
and
why
on top
even
of
do
that,
that?
like this isn't. And on top of that, this isn't necessarily the good kind either. So the argument falls apart in both ways. And up from the depths, in particular, like he seems like the subjectivist crowd, and that crowd in particular has like ruined discussions for movies. I made a community post in my channel regarding the subject, and I think some people have read it here. I think CGF read it too. I don't remember. Oh, you did?
Yeah, wasn't it your Reddit post about like I can't remember what it was, but it was about -1 or whatever.
Yeah,
He's the same guy. Sorry,
I
he's the
just
same guy
one
that
stuck as a movie. I think it's doo doo. Like it's not a good movie. I don't get the praise of -1.
Yeah, Up from the Depths is like the same guy who pretty much gave like Godzilla versus King Ghidorah a 4 out of 5. Even though he acknowledged that the time travel plot line makes absolutely no fucking sense, which by the way, it really, really doesn't. Like I promise you, people, like I am working on that video right now on that movie. You don't know that it's gonna be that's gonna be my big video of the year, by the way.
Yeah. So I got this one comment that said, as a rebuttal to my claim on, how Up from the Depths is wrong and like subjective analysis of art has been detrimental to discussions because now they're being interspersed with objective discussions about the objective elements of a film. And so I got this comment: if that person did all of that, like which is what I suggested. I'm not going to read the whole thing. If you want to check it out, it's in my channel. If a person did all of that, then you must acknowledge that the individual who made the most logical and perfect movie didn't make the most immaculate movie. That's the sneaky thing here. You created an entire scenario about someone making a perfect film that didn't do well because it isn't perfect, it isn't immaculate, it isn't a good movie. So already he's wrong. Just because it wasn't received well doesn't necessarily make the movie bad. Like, we can analyze it and we can extrapolate what it is that makes it good. Now continue reading. If it were, then critics would be calling you Picasso or Kubrick. Meanwhile, the other script is probably from a multimedia franchise. People enjoy it. It earns money. Company sees money. Money equals enjoyment. Another film is made. You just decided to write a non sequitur about a film may make for profit. You might as well say a movie is just a movie. I hate that argument, and I hate that saying that a movie is just a movie, because what does that even mean? That's a circular argument. What even is a movie?
Yeah, a movie is a movie is a movie is a movie is a movie, and it's just like, yeah, a movie is a thing, a collection of
guys. I just figured out groundbreaking stuff, guys. A movie is a movie.
Wow.
Yo, bro.
That's one of the quotes of all time, right there.
Films are films.
You know,
Yo, you're so right, bro.
Out of all,
oh my god, I didn't know that, bro. Thank you, Zimzilla.
Guys, I don't. This might blow your mind. I think Godzilla X Kong: The New Empire might actually be a movie.
Bro!
Bro, I just thought it was a show, bro. Oh my god, bro. I thought it was a book, man. Oh my god, bro.
Out of all of the movies that I have seen, I think that might be one of them.
I just
God
realized something.
damn it.
Wait a second. We may need to watch a certain Squirrels video, because what makes a good movie? Video essayists, and let's be honest, grifters.
Oh my god. Oh, man.
Telling us now?
Dude, it's crazy.
Dude, it's crazy.
I guess I'm a grifter now. Okay. Hit it big.
Call it now?
Yo, guys, I just realized something.
What?
What?
Scream 1996 is a movie, right?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, it is technically.
And Godzilla X Kong,
I think so.
The New Empire, is a new movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're both movies, guys.
Bro,
oh my god, I think my brain is exploding. Oh my god.
Wow. Hey, by the way, I
bro,
can only imagine.
we're answering the real questions, bro.
Yep. I will just say,
intellectuals.
Yeah, let me just say this much. I would not be surprised if there's like some tweet threads going on about us and us talking about Up From the Depths, and one of the tech tweets just says, "Up From the Depths is all about love and positivity." So, Guy.
I don't know. That's asking too much of a Godzilla fan. They can't watch past 30 minutes of content, let alone 30 seconds.
Well, no, because what's it called?
They
They don't even watch the video.
No, they're gonna be like, bro, he's got like only 1,000 subs, and he's talking about me, bro. He's obviously clout chasing. Like, why would I need to listen to what he says? Like, bro.
Oh, look at this Sea Monster guy. He's only just under 200 subs, and he made a 6-hour like stream the night before GXK came out. He's such a grifter.
Oh yeah, because a grifter would definitely
That's nothing.
not.
I'd stream 14 hours.
That's why I never stream ever again, bro.
Oh, it gets better. This comment gets better. Unfortunately, the reason why you're hitting a roadblock in this assessment is that you declare that objectivity as a standard works because it allows you to be smarter than others. I never said that, you stupid idiot.
Yo, bro, that's a crazy roadblock, bro. A roadblock. What the roadblock?
In life, there's roadblocks.
The thing I would just like to tell people like him is just like, look, you can like the movie, that is totally fine, but let's just acknowledge it's not that well written. It's as simple as that. It's not like no one expected it to be amazing. We just expected something somewhat coherent, at least.
Yeah.
That's something that everybody.
You could like you could like Godzilla -1, and we all know that's the worst movie of the franchise. So like,
yeah, bro.
Like,
wait a second. It's almost funny because it's not like any of us are saying that like you can't like this movie. You can like things that aren't necessarily of the best quality.
I say this as somebody who likes GBK and GXK, but I am willing to acknowledge that, the more I talk with you guys, the worse that they're getting, and that's fine. I'm gonna be fine. It's okay. I'm okay.
I'll say this. I will say this because I saw them first. I love the prequel trilogy more than I love the OT, and I will admit that the OT is much better than the prequel trilogy.
Oh yeah, what's it called? I'll say this. I like the prequel.
Oh,
I like the
Zimcast.
prequel series more than the OT as well. Like it's the era I grew up with, and they were the Star Wars films I watched all
I
the way
grew up
through
with the
before the OT.
I grew up
still
with the
think
prequel era as well.
OT is better.
I grew up with the prequel era as well. I think maybe I don't love them more than the OT. Probably maybe like around the time I pretty much would kind of like love them equally, or at least like have the same level of appreciation for those 6 movies. I could definitely acknowledge that the prequels are significantly lower in terms of quality than the OT, but I will always like sort of appreciate them for being somewhat of like really like enhancing my fandom for Star Wars, especially Revenge of the Sith. Which I really owe a great debt to pretty much, even if it isn't, even if that movie does have substantial problems, to be sure, in the script. But there's a lot of things that I really like in it.
I don't.
Nobody's telling
I
you to like
prefer I prefer the original trilogy, but Revenge of the Sith is like my favorite movie of the Star Wars franchise. Like I be watching that like whenever I get bored.
Duel
And,
of the
like-
Fates was the greatest addition to Star Wars, as well as Battle of the Heroes. Let's
Yeah.
just say
Oh
that.
yeah.
Yes, like John Williams' score for Revenge of the Sith is like objectively the best Star Wars score.
That goes crazy.
It does. Moving on with the comment, and I want to split past it so that Sim can end the stream.
Yeah.
You then say objectively, Denis is passionate enough to finish Dune 2. What I said was that he was passionate enough to make it good. That's what I said, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh wait, hold
Yeah.
on. I'm gonna watch Dune 2. I know for a fact it's gonna be objectively well made because Villeneuve, although sometimes missing the mark, is passionate enough to make the story of Dune to try and make it the best movie he knows he can make. Yeah, I did say that. I did say that he was trying to make it good. You then say objectively, Denis is passionate enough to finish Dune 2. That's how most movies are, Blackaroonie. What are you trying to say there? I don't. Is that a jab or is that a gotcha? I don't know. It's interesting to me that you are claiming to only speak in objectives, but you simultaneously have an opinion that Denis is passionate enough to finish Dune. That's not an opinion. He said it himself, which means the movie is good. I didn't claim that the movie was good. I claimed that that's what would lead the movie to becoming good.
Yeah, it's the same thing as like how Peter Jackson was a huge fan of Tolkien's work. That's why the Lord of the Rings trilogy is as strong as it is. Denis Villeneuve is a huge fan of the Dune source material, Frank Herbert's work in that series. That's why the movies aren't working out as well.
That's the thing, right? That's the thing, right? If you're talented and you appreciate good content well enough to adapt it faithfully as much as you can, if not, then make the necessary changes to make it work coherently within the story that you're trying to make, because a book and a movie is a completely different medium. Then that just goes to show how much you care. Now, in Wingard's case, not only is he not talented, he also happens to be passionate about the more mediocre films as opposed to the more well-written ones. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen him talk about the better.
Have y'all watched like the Death Note movie? The Death Note movie he made.
Oh, that was
no, but no. I've seen the Blair Witch movie that he made. Pretty much. I mean, that one. I mean, I don't know if anyone has seen it, or maybe I'm just the only person.
Did he do the new Blair Witch, like the
2016 one?
He did that too.
Yeah, he did that.
Oh
I mean,
my gosh, I thought someone else did that movie.
I didn't mind it too much, but I mean but fair enough. I'll let you.
Yeah.
Boy, I swear to God, if he touches man bite dog, I'm gonna cry.
Yeah, that was a movie.
That was
a W movie.
Okay. He continues saying, okay. Denis passionate enough to finish the movie, which means the movie is good. That's not what I said. Not even anything about the movie, but the director being passionate. Yes, a superlative. What does this tell me about the movie's objective quality? Spoiler, nothing. Again, not what I said. It's interesting how here you then say attention span is low because they don't want to watch reviews longer than an hour. It's not that, actually. People dumb it down for you and others. The reality is that you are uninteresting. My 90 subscribers would disagree. Your content is a bore. Again, my hundreds of thousands of views that I have gotten throughout the months would also disagree. People outside your circle do not care, and you literally prove yourself to be deceitful.
What?
You
Huh?
want to back that up, bro?
Huh?
Yo,
I mean,
proof.
I'm in this
Slander.
Bro, that's an insane allegation. I'll be real honest with you, what about?
Scandalous.
Huh? I don't know what I don't really know what he's trying to say here. I mean, is he saying
Whoa, what?
my circle is expanding? If anything, my subscriber count will only rise as the days.
Yeah,
and
bro, he's
months
like
go by.
expanding his domain.
I
It's
got 100,
domain
I got-
expansion.
Domain expansion.
Purple.
I gained 100 more people just from my last my last
Domain expansion, popularity. Ugh.
I earned like a whole big chunk of subscribers thanks to my Godzilla versus Champagne video. So,
I
just
hope
saying.
this I hope that I hope the stream gets me to like at least 95 or something. But yeah, anyway, people dumb it down for you and others. You're uninteresting, deceitful. I don't think I've ever lied, but whatever. The only like I've been wrong. I've definitely been wrong, but I don't think I've lied. Like you're not even gonna give me the benefit of the doubt that I've been wrong about things. No, you're gonna accuse me of lying, or
You're
is
not
it-
even being
or-
specific about what
Liar.
you're wrong
This whole
about.
thugging time, you're trying to thug and kill me.
your content is a bore. People outside of your circle do not care, and you literally prove yourself to be deceitful. Again, like okay, he's accusing me of lying about what exactly?
Yeah,
The
exactly. Like, what is he lying about? What are your sources, man?
That
Yeah, what are you
Godzilla movies
lying?
are bad. Like almost all Godzilla movies are badly written. That wasn't a lie. I can prove
Black,
that.
are you lying to me right now? Black.
Maybe I am. Maybe I am.
Because like the comment, I don't know, bro. That comment seems very accurate. You know what I
Well,
mean?
here's the thing: is that if there's no such thing as objectivity, then technically what you're saying is subjective. So therefore, you couldn't be lying by his own metric.
Exactly. I couldn't be lying. Maybe I didn't get the metric. Maybe I didn't my analysis of Godzilla versus Biollante and GMK wrong. Maybe it was just my subjective experience. Maybe when I said that every single one of the movies is bad. Maybe that wasn't me being wrong. Maybe that was just me being subjective. You don't know.
Yeah. The more fruitful discussion that this guy could just be potentially having isn't like trying to make you out as like a liar for just saying like a certain Godzilla movie is bad. What he should be doing is what he should be doing is actually like trying to make an argument as to why he would say not all Godzilla or like not all Godzilla movies are bad.
Yeah,
Like,
not all of them, but a huge chunk of them are. I still hold that. 'Cause
yeah,
that's
well,
the
then
thing,
he
like,
should-
when I
Yeah,
say-
here's the thing, like we like there's masterpieces like Revenge of Godzilla, and then we got like those dumpster fires like Godzilla -1, like ew, like who likes Godzilla -1, right? But we all love like Revenge of Godzilla, right? W movie.
Godzilla's
Cinema.
Revenge. Ugh.
Peak cinema.
Oh,
Wait,
it's not
Yeah,
that
peak
bad.
cinema. These them get me,
Revenge
bro.
of Godzilla. The movie's called Revenge of Godzilla. Who is he having revenge against?
Well, here's the thing. It's
Yeah, but
called-
Godzilla -1 is called -1, bro. What Godzilla -1 for?
What is he
There was
minusing
no
on?
math in that movie. It lied.
It
Where's
does.
the
Yeah.
math? Where's the subtraction?
Sorry, bro.
It
I don't know
lies.
what -1 means. I don't know what that equals to, bro.
Godzilla
It does look
minus one
like,
equals
I
one.
dropped out of my school.
TGF has to head out, so
Yeah.
I will end off the stream so that everyone can sort of peace out at a same time for all you guys. So I'm gonna play some music and I'll let you all chill. So obviously, since CGF wants to bounce out first, we will let him go first. So chill for us, good sir.
Huh? What? Oh.
You get to chill.
Honestly,
Chill,
yeah.
bro.
All right, cool. I'm thinking of movies. I'm a fan. I enjoy movies. I enjoy Godzilla. I like Godzilla. That's what you need to know about me.
I love the fact that entire thing I heard none of it except I like Godzilla.
Yeah, it didn't pick up. It was like, it sounded like, I like Godzilla.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
It sounded like he was like way across from the other side of the room, as he was just like outside of the room, outdoors, just like
Oh,
saying as
so-
like conference.
So okay, so you can hear me here, but you can't hear me here, right? Or whatever.
I can hear
Yeah.
you
God.
now.
God
Okay,
damn
you're
it.
better.
How would I tell the difference?
Fuck. All right.
Well,
Well,
no, definitely say it again. You're good.
Okay, crazy Godzilla fan. I enjoy movies. I enjoy Godzilla. I make animations. I make reviews. Check me out. I make cool stuff, and I'm making a comic on my Instagram. So
W man.
yeah,
Acno, shill.
You can find me on Twitch at Anagoji2001. You can find me on YouTube at Anagoji2001. You can find me on Twitter at AnagojiOfficial. You can find me on Instagram at Anagoji2017. And you can find me on Wattpad at Anagoji2001.
You got a
And-
laptop.
Yeah, I got a Wattpad. You can find
Yo,
me
but text to a laptop.
You can find me anywhere at Anagoji.
Good sir.
Oh, me. All right. So, good to be back. I haven't talked to a Godzilla fan for like years, mostly because of the allegations. Yeah, good to be back. I haven't watched GVX yet, but yeah, you know what I mean. It's like, yeah.
Okay, so I'm next. All right, so this has been your guest, the Sea Monster. I post videos about monster movies in general, not just Godzilla, but Universal monsters and what happened, and so on, like Cloverfield, the first one,
Bro,
for
Sea
example.
Monster's a genius name.
So yeah, I just recently, like a few hours ago, posted my first impressions video on GXK: The New Empire. Like it's out, it's the newest video out right now. You can check it out. Not my best work. It's kind of mostly unscripted, and obviously maybe potentially outdated in certain parts, thanks to this discussion on the new movie, which
Plug.
yeah. This is I'm plugging. Yeah, so that's there's that, and check out my first impressions video on GXK, and then visit back in the stream, and and then you equal to what I pretty much thought of the movie, pretty much, which is a movie that I still enjoyed, but over time, but the more we talk about it and the more I think about it, the more it's just like, this will definitely be an interesting one to make a future video on to down the line, but it won't be anytime soon. But check out my YouTube channel, Sea Monster Essays, for all kinds of good stuff, and which includes but not limited to my new live stream stuff, Sea Monster Live. My first episode premiered a couple nights ago. Which sorry, Zem, apparently my long man is longer than yours.
Don't worry about it. I saw something that's bigger.
But to be fair, Black Rooney and Vic with their back and forth kind of sort of carried it pretty much, and pretty far into the night. But definitely stay tuned for more that is to come, whether it's a live stream or a video. There it is.
All right.
Oh, it's my turn? Oh, okay. So, firstly, we didn't get to finish the comment, but that's fine. He's wrong either way. So, I am Blackaroony. You can find me on YouTube, Blackaroony. You can find me on Twitter. I made a Twitter recently, unfortunately. But, I kind of need it, so I don't have to piggyback off of my friend's account. So, yeah, and I also have a Reddit of the Blackaroony, but with two zeros instead of two O's because, for some reason, one of my accounts got lost and I can't find it, so I had to make a different one for Reddit. But yeah,
you poor soul.
Yeah, I don't use Reddit as much as I use Twitter. That's mainly because the memes on Twitter are much funnier. And I also have a video coming up. I have two. One of them is a short video essay on the versatility of Godzilla. The other one is a longer one, which is a character analysis of Kate Randa. And I was preparing a giant long man involving Godzilla versus Kong, but given that shock and awe, I am in the military. I am joining the military. I don't think that video is gonna be up there anytime soon.
Oh,
so
wow.
yeah. So unfortunately, the Godzilla versus Kong video might not come out anytime soon, but I will try to finish the Monarch video and the other video essay before I get deployed, which is I don't really have which is in like a couple weeks, maybe like a month or two from now. So, but yeah, I'll try to finish them before that, and then go on hiatus for 4 years. But I will come back, and there will be more. And on Sundays at 12 p.m. Eastern Time, we have our Black Screen podcast where we talk about media and discuss it and analyze it. On Sunday, we are still deciding if we're going to do Dune Part 2 or Godzilla X Kong, and I'm going to leave it up to the cast of
Weird. Who's weird?
We are.
Are you like? What do you mean we are? Are you like Venom or something? Like we are Venom or something like that?
We are who we are.
Yeah, we're Venom. We're just a hive mind.
Yo, bro, that's crazy.
But yeah, please subscribe. I need money, so I don't.
Wait, how do
starve
I know
out.
you're not lying? You know that comment said you're lying, man. I can't trust you, man.
Sounds like
Nah,
some
like,
grifting.
Sound like a
You don't.
grifter.
I guess you'll have to trust me. Trust a grifter that I am.
I'm pretty sure like when you go to the military and everybody's just talking about what they've been doing with their lives, and you just be like, "Oh yeah, I talked about this like radioactive lizard dude named Godzilla."
Oh,
It's pretty cool.
I'm not gonna tell them that.
You may or may not know him.
Hey, they're
You
gonna
may not
bend me
know,
over
but he's part of this
backwards,
cool
alright?
series called Godzilla.
Hey, they're gonna bend me over backwards. I'm not telling them that.
Bro, this ain't prison, bro. This is a bro. That's prison, bro.
No, what's it called?
Oh no.
Military rules are like prison rules, but
Wait, it is. Oh my god, no wonder why my grandma hasn't been the same.
for all you guys, you can find me Zimzilla essentially everywhere. OG Zimzilla99 is my Twitter, and Zimzilla99YT is my PS5 thing. So if you want to game with me, you can. Use my referral link and Kaiju2K, all that in lowercase for your discount on Havoc Energy. I thank all my guests here for joining us. And stay tuned. I'm going to be doing some more streams, and I've got a video in the pipeline, so that's going to be fun.
Let's go.
Well, guys, have
Let's
a
go.
good one. Enjoy.